Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Maestral Hotel, Resort, and Casino from here on the shores of the Adriatic in Montenegro. Ali Najad alongside Brian Raston. A very busy pregame show on hand for you today because not only did we crown a champ yesterday in the 50K Bounty Quattro, we also ran the 40K Mystery Bounty Draw, and of course, on tap today, we've got the first of our bounty-free 50K and up as the buy-ins are increasing. That's coverage we're going to bring you. Hopefully, we'll get you down to a champ in that one. TBD, just based on how many are still remaining. But first and foremost, Rast, you were on hand for yesterday's crowning of our champion in that 50K. I wasn't in the booth, but it was a dandy, was it not?
Yeah, it was quite the final table. I think there a lot of great players showed up, so I knew there was going to be an exciting finish to it. You know, it was marked by a number of things. I think early on, Mateos, again, his second final table here, went out, lost most of his chips with a relatively bad beat in this one. I think he had ace-king to ace-queen, and the queen showed up on the river. But then as the final table went on, listen, Shingis Satubayev made a number of good plays. Nice little check raise with ace-9 off, ace of spades on a jack-10 X board with 2 spades, but he couldn't get it done, laddered up to 5th. And listen, Igor, whole final table, very short stack, still short stacked at this point, keeps plugging along. Dimitar Danchev, chip leader early on, goes out 4th. And as we got to the end, Punat Punzri, who became the chip leader at this point, just shoving all in on people, shoving all in.
Well, listen, words are one thing, but pictures obviously another.
Yes.
Hold the
Sorry.
thought. Let's go. No, not at all. I love that you're sinking your teeth into it, and it was worth being excited for. For those that may have missed it, let's take a peek, and then we'll come back and unpack. Rast talked about a number of great players being here at this FT. Of course, one can't say great without the likes of Patrick Antonius and Ike Haxton being discussed. Here was Antonius with Queen Jack, found himself up against Ace-10. Reverse, sorry, Haxton with the Queen Jack, Antonius with the Ace-10. He did flop second pair. The chips would not get in immediately. It was a c-bet of $125,000. Haxton would make the call, and on the turn, make the nuts. This would leave Patrick, of course, drawing dead. Patrick found the check back and then found himself some trouble on the river as Haxton would jam. Patrick would make the call with the aces up. And when Ike declared the nuts, you heard the Finns say, "I cannot beat that." And he was unable to do better than an 8th place finish. $136,000 would go his way. Then Paulie V, center screen, would decide to jam when Adrian opened the button with a couple of 8s. He did have a couple of overs. However, neither of them would show up on an ace-9-5 board. Clubs were working as the turn provided the flush draw to Paulie. But on the river, the board would pair. The 8s would hold, and the Lithuanian would collect $184,000. El Conquistador. Queen Jack. You saw him showering Paulie V.
I win call. Derek.
Yeah, and where he lost those chips to get from almost 6 to here was that ace-king, ace-queen pot.
Queen Jack, ace-deuce to polish things off as Punzri would take the best of it in the big blind. Mateos needed paint on the river. Instead, the 6 would send the Spaniard home in 6th. $245,000 richer again. A disappointing finish, perhaps, as we know how high his expectations are. Shingis Satubayev, the aforementioned man who made a couple of nice little moves, found himself with ace-4 against 10-4. You would think this would be a delight off of 1.3, and instead, Punat found the 10-high flop. Both players would pick up the gut shot. But of course, Satubayev also had the nut flush draw, couldn't connect with any of the goods. Running 8s would end the run of the Kazakh in for $313,000 in 5th place. Dimitar Danchev, the Bulgarian, ace-jack, waking up against Punzri, who was in attack mode, king 3, and I don't need to explain why Dimitar wore that face on this flop. King's full on the turn, and Danchev would draw absolutely dead. No sweat after flopping himself that Broadway gutter. A little love and a little $390,000 payday going to him. So then, 3 remained, and we all began to wonder, might this be the moment for Ike Haxton? Pocket 9s, a set.
Good luck. Thanks, Lisa.
Yep.
And he would shower Punat Punsri, who had the ace-4. Punsri had looked like the wrecking ball, but he would then head out the door in 3rd place. Here's Ike playing heads up. Ace-king, 2 7s. It all gets into the middle. You see Ramin Hajiev on hand. Satubayev also coming back to support their man. Jack 6-4 board. You see Buldigan. Ike all alone there. Who's in his corner? Not this turn card. Could Haxton find it and stay alive? No, he couldn't. And you see all of that love, not just for Igor Yaroshevsky, who would leave Ike Haxton with another 2nd place finish, $716,000. He would take home the over $1 million first place prize. His first Triton trophy has looked on form. Obviously, I don't want to bury the lead, but I do want to immediately zero in on the idea that Ike Haxton, for some reason, whatever it is, perhaps the brutality of variance, Rast, again finds himself unable to clinch a title here at Triton in spite all of the efforts.
Yeah, you know, I think it really just does boil down to variance. I mean, Ike's a great poker player. I think if you go back a few years, there was kind of that overall stigma, I guess you would call it, where, you know, Ike's had a lot of great results but hadn't really been able to close and win tournaments. I do think in the last few years he's won quite a few, even some big ones, Super High Roller Bowl,
Sure.
you know, huge prizes. That said, yes, at Triton specifically, he still hasn't been able to close despite a bunch of cashes, a ton of final tables. I mean, 2nd place, bunch of money in this one. So, you know, I just think that I wouldn't really say that anymore. It's just sort of a weird variance thing probably where here at Triton he kind of hasn't been able to close. But that's no longer really true for him. I just want to be fair to him. And, you know, I mean, like
I'm not suggesting
it was kind of like the year of Ike for a year or two.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting that there's something that he needs to go into the lab and tinker with. But obviously, the heartbreak that we keep bearing witness to in terms of these 2nd place finishes, economically, it's just fine. But, you know, we know that he's one of the greats. We know his peers respect him. He has tied Stevie, by the way, Ras, 2nd all-time most cashes at Triton, 5 runner-ups, 4 3rd places. So deep runs.
I mean, listen, just to show kind of how it's variance, I mean, Ike and Igor started with the same chips yesterday. Now, to be fair to Igor, he did chip up and he covered Ike, not by a lot, but by enough, with a nice bluff, a really cool hand. Check raise King 10, kind of gave up on the turn on like Jack 5-3, but the board ran out and ended up deuce 3, 4, 5, Jack, and he turned the King 10 into a bluff. Ike, you know, big bet. Ike folded a pair of 5s. He out-chipped him. But then, you know, a pot for the vast majority of the chips in play, we saw it, ace-king to 7s. I mean, you know, either it's pretty close to 50-50. If Ike wins that, he's probably the champion today.
All right.
Not for sure, but I'm just saying.
Let's not overshadow Igor, of course, and I know you're giving him love there. He has a final table at every single Triton stop that he has played. 4 in total, 3rd in the GG Millions earlier in this festival already, and incredibly, he didn't pick up a bounty, because remember, this was the bounty Quattro, 4th of the field left, 60K envelopes were distributed until Heads Up, where he picked up his own and Ike's. So pretty focused, it would seem, for the most part, on the actual poker was Igor. Now, Punat Punsri, let's not forget he was there. He had a big lead when we were 3-handed. This man, in just 24 months' time, has amassed $12.5 million in career earnings on Triton. He first joined us back in September 2022 in Cyprus. So we're not going to feel all too bad about Punsri, Thailand's all-time money leader. Adrian Mateos, a couple of 6th-place finishes so far at this festival. Obviously on form somewhat, but hasn't been able to kind of, you know, pop up and over into that podium type of finish. And Patrick, by the way, on form as well, Rasty. I know I'm giving you a lot to work with here. He is 4 for 5 already here in Montenegro.
Stop naming names, Ali. Let me go over them. Okay, Igor, story of his final table. He was short the whole time. That's why he was one of the short stacks the whole time, kept winning when he was all in. I mean, played fine, but, you know, sometimes you just don't have chips, right? That's how it goes.
Sure.
Played great. When he did get a lot of chips, he closed it out. You know, the next person you mentioned, Punsri, almost the opposite story. He was the big stack. He was mashing, just going for it, putting pressure, picking up pots. Not necessarily had the best hand when he got all in because of that pressure. It was working out until it didn't. You know, next player you mentioned, Adrian Mateos. As I said, okay, second final table here. Again, you know, he's known for his really aggressive play. At both of these final tables, I've been doing them. He played very solid, got it in with the best hand. The earlier one, he lost pair over pair, you know, 80-20, lost. This one, he had ace-king to ace-queen. Queen on the river, lost for a huge pot. Like, if he had won that pot, I think it was versus Punzri. That gave Punzri the big chip lead.
Right.
Like,
he
would have been the big chip lead, you know? So,
and we know what he does with a big chip lead.
Yeah, let's not take anything away from Adrian. Great player. He just, you know, I mean, listen, there's luck in this game. As, you know, let's admit it.
Well, that, by the way, gives me a great opportunity to get to something that is luck, where we weren't taking things away from anybody. Instead, we were giving them to people. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, let's just glimpse back to the moment where Daniel Rezai had named his surrogate, Hossein Ensan, in the 40K Mystery Bounty Draw, which I presided over. And this is what ensued.
It's not white. It's gold. Hang on. Come here.
Slowly.
Squeeze.
Slowly. Slowly.
Minimum 100. 400,000! Rezai takes the wind out of the entire room. Former World Series of Poker main event champ, Hossein Ensan.
Pretty incredible, reminiscent somewhat of Orpin Kisachikoglu, the moment that he pulled, and he only had one pull on that one. Stephen Chidwick also with one pull picked up 200,000, but Rezai calling in the big gun, and San squeezes the 400, and anytime that happens early, you can just turn around and see everybody in the peanut gallery just, you know, womp,
yeah, that
womp.
one's gone.
No, it was good times, though. Just to bring you up to speed on the rest of what took place out there, Lasowski, the eventual champion, he had 12 total bounties, knifed through a quarter of the field once we got to the bounty portion on day 2. A total of 1.349 million. That's the haul. 680 of that coming via envelopes. I talked about Chidwick with the one pull, 200,000 for him. Very nicely done. Leon Sturm, he finished 21st in the event, the lowest finish of anybody to collect a bounty, and manages to pick up a 200K envelope and a 60K envelope, 260K, well above the EV. He ends up with the 6th highest total payout of anyone in the event. On the flip side, though, Kuznetsov, Nikita I'm talking about, the unluckiest. He had a total of 7 bounties. He got 6 40Ks and 1 60K, no gold whatsoever. So a little bit disappointing for him. Quickly turning our attention then to what we've got in store. A bit of a vanilla affair, bounty-free, straight up 50K, so not too many, other things that we need to sink our teeth into. Stone Cold Poker. 159 entries, courtesy of
Big
97
prize pool,
uniques. First place is going to be worth $1.76 million. Second is going to be worth 1.18. So multiple 7-figure payouts in store for us. 56 players are remaining, just 27 paid. Plenty of runway between here and when we burst the money bubble. Min cash going to be worth $80,000. And as you take a look at the leaderboard, it really is a who's who in terms of Triton. Look at that. Smith, Ivy, the boss man, Paul Pua, top 3 and onwards, Rast.
Yeah, wow. I mean, Kiat Lee, Dvoris. Yeah, this is going to be, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, wow, there's still 56 people, so I guess we're doing the part where we play down to the bubble right now.
Yeah, but again, it's not, bubblicious behavior that we're going to be bearing witness to right now. It's just going to be some straight-up poker. Dvoris, want to touch on him, because he came into this stop in the Ivan Leal Player of the Year award race behind Danny Tang in second, has since slipped into third. So obviously he's going to want to keep pace, an opportunity here potentially if he can make the money to pick up some points
and
maybe put some pressure on Danny Tang. Jason Kuhn is in second. Do you want to maybe give us a glimpse here at the feature table that we're going to be bringing you briefly? I mean, in moments you guys are going to have it anyhow, so it's not too urgent. But let's talk about Phil Ivey. He, of course, in second right now overall, 7th in the Player of the Year award race, also has some implications on his hands. I'm not sure at this point the guys are going to be altogether focused on the points race, but in the back of everyone's mind, and let's not forget, this is the last stop of the season, so it comes with the finality of knowing you're either going to win that 200K that comes with the Ivan Leal POY or you're not. And Danny's got a lot of competition.
Yeah, I mean, we still have a long time left in this stop, but it's going to be exciting to see how that plays out as we go, for sure.
Yeah, all right. Ding Biao is going to be at our feature table. That much I know. Can't quite get it to populate on the app, but no matter, as we take you into the arena, and shortly you'll be feasting eyes. The 50K. 8-handed. Peering eyes about the room here. Michael Soiza, 53 bigs in front of him as the unbagging continues. There's Boss to his right, Paul Pua.
Yeah, Tolerine over on the other side of the dealer.
He's a tough one. One of those guys that doesn't show up all that often, Tolerine, but when he does, obviously your job is made that much more difficult. You saw the deep stack for Paul Pua.
His best game is PLO, so he's probably pretty excited that this stop has a nice, healthy chunk of PLO tournaments.
I don't know how excited he's going to be to have to tussle with Nikki P to his direct left, and then Ivy sitting on 93 bigs. One over from that. Shingus squeezing in between those boys. Tough tables everywhere.
Yeah, here's Leon Sturm, Justin Saliba,
Ensign Yu.
Aram.
Yeah. Couple of arms here. Armenia rising up. What else is cooking? Yellow hoodie. What is that? Ibinger. Sturm has 29 bigs.
Ibinger does like pretty colorful clothing. Is that him? Yeah, that is Mateus.
I know my man.
Yeah.
Producer James stepping in to advise that is his day 2 hoodie. So when he makes day 2 of an event, I guess he reaches for the poker code hoodie.
Ah, Roland Rokita.
Another one of the Austrians. 14 bigs, obviously a little bit of work to do. Stepping into the big blind to start the day, not ideal. There's Saliba in the foreground to the left of Ibinger, who has 15 bigs. What's going on here?
It looks like we're over the shoulder of Punzri. There's Makita. Oh, wow, look at this table.
This is nightmare fuel, this table. Are you kidding me? Kulev, Linus Love, Adrian Mateos, Ponikovs, Davies, Punsri, Makita.
Yeah, this table's nasty
Is
right
this
here.
an all-star game or a random draw? 50 bigs deep is El Conquistador. Who's there between Davies and Punsri?
Yeah, we got one last player over there.
Who's that mystery man? Is that Squiddy? It's Sam Grafton.
Oh, yes.
Don't see him just yet. There he is. What a table that is. My goodness.
This would be a fun table to
I got to tell you,
watch.
I'm curious.
Yeah.
We didn't take this one as our feature,
Yeah.
which means hold your breath because we must have something real dynamite
I know.
on the stage. This might be one of the most insane day 2 tables I can remember.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
That was totally wild. What do we have here?
Brian
David Yan.
Kim.
Okay, Elton.
Oh, Elton.
Is that Rui Cow?
It is.
Tell you what, once you get to that 50K threshold, the preliminary stuff is in the rear view. Some people come out to play that didn't earlier. 61 bigs for Brian Kim. He's been here since the onset. Some arguments can be made that playing those prelims, even if they're not necessarily the normal stakes that you would play for, allows you to kind of polish up a little bit and then be on form going in to the heavier end
For sure.
of the docket.
Yeah, if I mean that's a real thing, you know. Now that I don't play poker just full time every week, I feel that personally when I play.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually excited doing this going into the WSOP because I'm already going to be pretty warmed up. Play a couple, just be here in the booth with you, Prince Ali.
All right, there's a look at our feature table where Michalai Vaskobojnikau resides over a chip lead. 985,000 in front of him. Some runway between he and Jonathan Jaffe, who joined us in the booth for heads-up play earlier already. Also present, of course, Danny Tang brings 37 bigs to the party. Also here, Victor Malinowski, James Chen, the Nosebleed Cash Game player, Mario
Here we go.
Mosbach, Ding Biao, and Daniel Razai.
Friend of the booth, Jonathan Jaffe.
Look at Mosbach all done up. He's dressed more than we are.
Yeah, he's looking sharp.
Chen defends with Queen 10. Both he and the pre-flop opener, Danny, failed to improve on the King 7-3 board.
This is just a pot Danny's going to get to win a bunch. In position, stronger range, going to see bet here, and I don't think... I mean, James is... I feel like he's just at the top of hands that this is uncomfortable and fold, but maybe he decides to continue here. Yeah, I like this fold, but for sub B25, Queen 10 off there starts to be one of the hands you're annoyed folding.
Little C-bet getting the job done.
This table's full of people that I've run into a bunch here. I sat next to Jaffe on the plane from Istanbul.
Okay.
Okay. I went with James Chen to KOTOR and that other place where I was like late the other day because our driver bailed on us.
You got bait and switched in the
Okay.
taxi streets in Montenegro.
Who else? Mosbach. I ran into Mosbach and Fedor down by the outside by the pool and chatted with them a little bit yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, that I was like, hey, oh, you guys aren't playing the tournament? And Fedor's like, hands up, like, look at this, man.
Yeah.
Today's beautiful. Okay, we're gonna chill here. I'll go up there and play in an hour or two. You know,
On the
100 big
topic-
blinds is fine.
On the topic of beautiful, Ace-King suited is the way that we regard such kit under normal circumstances, under the gun open, and yet we've got a little beast on our hands in terms of Razai with pocket queens.
I don't see this going any other way than 3-bet, and they're gonna be flipping.
Razai, 21 bigs deep to start this one.
Oh my.
Ding
Okay.
Biao, 14 bigs, and pocket kings suddenly surface in front of the chip leader. This is early violence.
Terrible news for pocket queens.
I mean, it ain't great for the ace-king suited either.
Yeah, three-way all-in, ace-king suited won't perform too badly, just having that ace in the suit. It's probably going to be a three-way all-in. I mean, I think Daniel's not going to love it, but he only has 20 blinds.
Well, that's more than Ding Biao's got. Obviously, when we open from under the gun and the heat comes in a 3-bet and a 4-bet versus that position, we have concerns.
Certainly. I don't think he's deep enough to fold, though. Yeah, and I don't think Daniel is either.
Yep.
Wow. That is
A lack of excitement in both those seats, and with good reason, as all of a sudden
what a spot.
a cooler develops, and we could lose two of these guys in short order here, Rast, unless
But see
one
what
of
I'm
them
saying,
finds
Ollie?
improvement.
You see the odds? Ace-king suited's way better than queens here.
Yeah.
Just because of that nice overcard. I mean,
Well,
it's
you
not
don't
short
put
deck
down
good,
the
but, you know, it's doing all right. Three-way, 28% could be worse.
Side pot is between Ding Biao and Vasco Boinacao, 8-8-9 board. One spade cooking. Nikolai would love to keep the back door shut, but on the turn, the 10. Now,
Queen's
giving
picked up some
Razai-
outs there.
Yeah, giving Razai the 4 jacks. But on the river, it's a 7 and a double elimination here at the feature table
Good breakfast.
Yeah, it was nice.
before we'd even settled in.
Swimming. Clean living.
Tremendous amount of propulsion for Vasco Boinacao.
Were you swimming in the Ocean.
Where did you swim?
I saw someone swimming in the
Specifically
ocean.
where?
I was there
The
with South
sea,
Quick,
the
wasn't
sea.
it? Maybe it was me, Fedor, and Dan.
Нормально, там 1500, да, я собрал, по-моему.
We got a quick dip in.
А, ну у этого
I mean, it doesn't look so bad.
350, наверное, да, было?
больше. 200 плюс у того.
Thank you so much.
I'm a little breathless.
Есть, и у того есть 500 на
Yeah, that's great.
520 тысяч.
我驚呢個黐住我，聽日剝好撚痛。
Хорошая.
Хороший, да.
I'd love to know what Harosha means. I suspect it's something
Сам не поверил,
joyous.
когда увидел.
I'm the big blind.
That was quite unlucky that you come big blind now.
I mean, it's okay. You know, I'm also two players nearer to the money. Always look at things at the bright side.
They're looking to come down. Tackle him.
All right, Jaffe's got a nice little hand here, and he's got 40 blinds. See how he decides to proceed. I don't think fold. Okay, he's coming with call.
He's not afraid to tussle with a big stack.
Ooh,
In position in particular. Now, Mossbach.
What are you gonna do for your neck?
sub 30 blinds here. I wonder if he just rips
Business
it.
Mario button all the way up.
Business Mario, as Jaffe is now christened
All
him,
right.
does come along.
Maybe
a
felt
flat.
he was just a smidge too deep. Good news
27
for
bigs
Jaffe there.
coming in. King 10, you see the hesitation for Danny, obviously with a raise and then two flats. There are some better King X combos that you might be a little worried about from time to
There's
time.
double
but
Look at
price-
A7 offs, Dusty, EV. Oh, it's like 13%, but quite the flop for A7. Went
Yeah.
from the poorhouse to Broadway.
Well, it's just an open-ender for now, and it is not the best hand. That belongs to Mossbach, although now that the 8 rolls off, we can actually lock it up. How rare is it to have the whole field drawing dead?
I will say I consider the best hand to be the one that has the highest
Fair.
percentage.
Completely fair.
But yes.
The technical best hand,
Yeah.
ace-jack, but you'd rather have the most equity.
Yes.
That is for certain. So after a round of checks, Mossbach knuckles. Might Danny be looking at this texture and thinking, I've got the 7Xs? And
I mean,
yeah,
it's a function of him being the big blind.
Right.
So he does have the most 7s, yes. You know, he interacts the most with this board out of all the players because of that. And in his actual hand, he has a diamond, which is nice because you're blocking flush draws, which are very likely to continue, especially versus this sizing. So I think that's really kind of what he's thinking. But we can see that's not going to work. Although it would work against the other two players, Jaffe and Mossbach. They're not calling here with overcards, but straight comes along. Just call. Which is very interesting because he doesn't have very much 7x. So will Danny keep bluffing? It's kind of a tough spot in the river. Ooh.
Michael,
10,
how come he's
giving
team hot
him
and you're
top
not? What's team
pair,
hot?
and you wonder, is this too much hand?
The real pros.
Oh.
I'm just like a side character in the story. And
You know,
not?
this would be an
Yeah,
interesting
not- yeah.
spot, I think,
Wow.
as Danny
I never noticed that.
to block. Blocking is kind of cool in that you can get called by
He's hot
smaller
or not?
pairs.
Kitty cool?
He's hot. He's hot. Kitty cool.
It is kind of tough to deal with raises.
Seven, I don't know. Like the Asian
So, but I don't think you can bet
do I know
big.
that's
So
not?
yeah, block or check, and Danny comes with check. And he's going to have a tough decision on the river here. Let's see what Mikolai decides to bet.
Nah.
They have a whole designation just to keep Michael on the out.
I mean, he has a hand that can bet big. You know, he could bet pot.
Well, here's the strange thing, though. He was the pre-flop raiser. It got checked around on the flop. He flatted Danny's lead on that 4, 5, 6, 8 texture. Now actions check for him, and he's betting 140,000. It is puzzling, is it not?
Yeah, you know, trying to put him on a hand. He opens from the hijack, he can have some hands that interact with this board. You know, what would they be? Did he flop his set? Decide to check? Does he have a hand like aces? And now he's going for value. Danny decides he just doesn't have enough bluffs, even betting smaller there. And betting smaller means maybe he has a hand like aces.
Right.
In the break. Just one
It's almost as though the small bet leaves him more wary of what's across the way than the big bet would.
Yeah.
The polarity of the big bet makes the king 10 more interested.
Danny.
You know, it's so spot dependent, but I do think possibly in that spot. Yes. There aren't a ton of hands that I think he can have that like a half pot size bet. So
I had. Oh, so what happened is I have like 5 and some, like maybe one other spare one.
Bluffs
but
probably
then at the
prefer
end of
betting a little bit
registration,
bigger.
Give another 5, right?
So I
So
don't
it
know. I
makes sense
mean,
of
you
10.
can never assume that
Correct.
someone's just going to be unbalanced in a spot, right? Because that's kind of one of the assumptions that's baked into what I'm saying. So, you know, it's hard to say. But yeah, at the same time, everyone's a human being. They're thinking of these spots on the fly. So I think that's probably one thing that led Danny to fold, if I'm trying to get in his brain and say, hey, why does Danny fold here?
I ordered ice him.
Terrific fold it was, by the way. Spares him 140K. As Jaffe, not looking to spare anyone with ace-jack suited in a wonderful way against the man they call Limitless, who has hit his side card on a 9-high board for top pair and the lead. Malinowski checks it over.
This is a board that I think Jonathan has a small range advantage, but not very big. It's not that bad of a board for the big blind.
50K into 85.
I mean, the big blind definitely has a little more 2 pairs, more straights because he has 7-6 off.
Malinowski makes the call. Both players now picking up a gutter courtesy of this queen on the turn. Jaffe double checking.
So Jaffe bet ace-jack of clubs, which was specifically the one that has no backdoor flush draw on the flop, and has now actually picked up a little bit of equity with a gutter, although we can see that Malinowski matches him there. So I'm curious to see if
Just one more take.
he decides to keep
Just sitting there.
betting here. And it might be in part
was it not good
because
enough?
he likes double barreling
Want to do it again.
a lot
And
of
also
times
Phil is coming
with
too.
specifically the club combo.
Phil,
But this isn't going to work. I mean, Malinowski has
I'm honored.
top pair on the flop, along with the additional equity of the jack as well. So it's just way too much hand to let go at this point.
What is it specifically about the club combo that lends to Jaffe being more inclined to find the second barrel?
So he's unblocking all the backdoor flush draw hands that Malinowski can have. That hearts did get there, but spades and diamonds didn't.
Okay.
So
Of course, big blind defense against a min-raise open, this board texture is such that there's plenty of combos that have paired, but maybe the queen becomes a concern for them as well. So additional upsides to the barrel, I would imagine, from the Broadway combos.
Yeah, I think the queen is a better card for Jaffe.
Right.
He's going to have, his range is going to be more condensed with some of these like queen jack, queen 10 type hands. So Malinowski just has so many hands defending the big blind. So because of that, it's another reason why Jaffe barrels there.
Well, the call from Malinowski of 100,000 brings the pot to 385. 4-liner on board now. Not a card that is supposed to be beneficial to Jaffe. One last check from Malinowski.
Yeah, will Jaffe find the third barrel here? I mean, he has about a pot-sized bet. His hand is almost never winning at showdown here, practically never. So if he can find it, Malinowski's going to have a difficult time calling with the 9. The Jack of Hearts isn't a great card for him to have either.
Blocking some of those potential draws that would have missed for Jaffe. Shouldn't the one-pair hands, as we see give up from Double J, shouldn't the one-pair hands in this spot for Jaffe be checking back on that particular board to avoid complication, and so the barrel maybe lacks some of the credibility in terms of beating the 9?
Yeah, you can't get too carried away barreling, right? Because, hands like king, queen,
我有30个大盲，他们
Probably
喜
gonna
欢
check
怎样
back.
搞就怎样
Right.
搞。
Do we really want to face a
我都
check
欧高
raise
他
on
们
that
赢
board
了。
suddenly?
Or, you know,
Don't really get
even
it.
the hands you're beating are like barely calls too.
我
So,
有
Yeah.
30
yes, that's true.
DB，
But you still have to find
我的
bluffs.
高等
So
高啦。
just curious how
哎
Jeffy
欧高
was
赢
going to
啦。
approach that. A bluff
Understand.
had a decent chance of working. We'll never know.
Malinowski winning that round. James Chen of Taiwan, who we had a delightful discussion over lunch with a couple of days back here on property. Tremendously educated about history and geopolitics. We didn't really talk much poker at all. It was quite cool to get to know him. Really first opportunity we had to have a chat of any meaning or substance or length. These guys obviously keep their schedules busy with whatever their pre-tourney regimens and grind throughout the day is, but fortunate enough to catch him. And how about the good fortune continuing for Mikolai? Pocket jacks, big blind, raising flat in front of him. These sixes could face a squeeze.
425.
Yeah, but it looks like the opener has 20-something blinds, and Danny is 30 behind, so just over 30. I mean, Mikolai could 3-bet or even just rip it. Yeah, I think this is definitely a thing. Jacks is a hand that likes doing it. It doesn't love 3-betting and getting called and being out of position. I mean, like King Queen suited's a hand that ends up calling you, right? But folds to a rip. Pretty nice. Maybe
Against the divorce.
you can still get called by slightly smaller pairs. Maybe not as small as sixes though.
So 615, the official amount plopped out there to cover both other parties. Inconsequential. As
Can I have a
Nice pickup.
tea also,
Yeah.
please?
just shreds the ace-9 suited in the
come on, Mom.
sixes and is shredding through this field early on here. Now the overall chip leader, Rast, Dan Smith in second, Phil Ivey running in third.
Надо расширять, мне как-то нормально. Вот, то есть там 25 блондов. Yep.
He's a movie star, baby.
Восьмерки, девятки. Закроют.
Oh, and I think we just picked up Daniel
Obviously, this is
Dvorak.
not your suit, right?
Well, this will be an
That's way too
interesting
big.
addition. Just
Yeah, I
given
was
the
gonna say-
aforementioned player
I was
of the
gonna
year
say, I'm not a
implications.
fashion expert.
And
My
Michael
sleeves
Soizer.
are a little long.
Took a minute, but we've plugged the holes in the hull.
Should have seen the pants.
This is not. Is it meant to be outside? It was like a.
I have no idea.
Probably not. Right?
Some are like this.
Outside, really? Thank you so much. Can I get extra glass of ice? Thank you. Yeah.
Another small pair for Danny. It gets no smaller.
Passes on it.
Yeah.
Cut off. It's slightly tight. Respect for the blinds, perhaps. The chip leader. Jonathan Jaffe's big blind. Okay.
6, 7, 8, all clubs. Mikolai just flops the 8 high straight here.
And versus
Blind
2/3,
versus blind.
I think that Jaffe's probably out here.
No club in hand. Is open-ended on the bad side of things, so he does end up falling. And look, Mikolai feels compelled to just show everyone, guys,
Not bad.
today's my day.
Tough shape.
Everybody break wide.
Had me in tough shape.
Running hot.
Super hot.
Construction continues on the Twin Spires, by the way.
I feel like that's a disaster waiting
Perhaps
to
a
happen.
third tower will be
It was already
added to the
wobbling.
architectural plan.
Polish style, man.
That's kind of a
Знаешь, такой
precarious
например,
height. I
ты
can't
видишь,
remember the last time I
Да,
brought my
такое
chips up
бывает,
to where
вот,
I could
Yeah.
rest my chin on
У
them.
него же
You know what he's doing,
London
and
fucking было.
I feel this too. It's like when you start stacking your chips one way, you feel really committed. It's like things are going well. I can't change my chip stack formation, but at some point it becomes untenable, and you have to. You know, I think that moment is approaching.
You know
More
what
to the
is
countryside, not in
actually
Vienna, but like
bad about this configuration is if it does get to that untenable height and suddenly somebody bumps the table and active pot's going on and all your chips going there. You don't know how many are in that stack. It's
No
not
idea.
very clear. So where do we go? Obviously, you can reconstruct the pot.
Triton might know actually with their whatever they're doing to calculate the chips all the time.
Oh, sure.
This might actually be the one place where you can get away with it. Like at the WSOP, if you did that, you knock it over, it falls into someone's stack. Good luck.
Well, there's actually rules against such things in some tournaments where you are
stacking,
obligated to stack in a manner that facilitates opposition, you know, knowing how deep you are at any given time. Chaffee taking it up to 40,000 with King 10 against James. Another blind versus blind encounter. Chen digs in with 9-5.
No, it's not that.
Great board for Jonathan.
Probably was like 30 years ago. And we have some days where it's like really cold.
Yeah, not too much at all to work with here
But I would
for
say it's maybe
James Chen.
3 times or 4 times a year.
2 unders to the
It's
10,
usually around 0 to like 5.
no backdoors.
Yeah. But in the summer, it's really I mean, you probably go to Vegas after this.
Check, check, as you see Jaffe maybe extending an invitation to James to try to lay claim in position on a paired flop, which he declines. 3 on the turn.
I think the
Doesn't
more
change
west you go, the
much
better.
of anything.
Yeah, they get like, I think, recently higher. And like in Tirol and Salzburg, you have crazy opportunities to ski the slow ball.
Jaffe all done.
But I would say better
Checking.
in the summer.
Fires
Also go in the
65.
area, in the mountain area in the summer. No, it's more like 30. 30, okay. Yeah, so it's not so cool. No, it's not. Summer, yeah, yeah.
Find a place where there's
Try to get you a stab.
good weather for golf all year round.
That's not. But you have very pretty
Not anymore.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure that nature is amazing.
The other one doesn't have to be
New
good.
Zealand actually has
The other one
great
doesn't have to be
places.
good.
It's,
A bit far from everything else.
No, it's suspicious that you were trapped.
yeah. I know you live in Malaysia,
Accurate,
so
suspicious.
maybe 8 hour flight.
How long? How long? Sorry?
8, I think.
Oh yeah.
No more.
Maybe a bit more.
Very accurate.
Pocket
I
fives
remember
here.
from Manila
So is it?
to Melbourne was like 8,
Just
so
mucks
probably
it,
it's like
Rast.
10 or
Around
12.
there, yeah. Usually a bit further, yeah.
Sitting on 47 big blinds, is that not enough hand? Too early
Sorry,
position?
what did he mock?
Pocket fives? Under the gun.
I mean, it's 8-handed. Yeah, I actually think, and they're in soft ICM territory with 48 left, and under the gun. Yeah, I like that fold actually.
If you want to learn more about trapping,
It's kind
pick
of
that up
one of the
from
problems
Daniel
with the small
DeVore's
pairs as
GTO
well
lab.
is that
It's a very special move.
you have 2 cards in your hand that you want other people to have in terms of them
Trapping.
folding.
Unsuccessfully trapping.
Blocking the dust.
Specifically.
Yeah.
You need to
So
strap one
DeVore
more
is able
time.
to raise and take with
What is GTO Lab?
7
Did they say third time's the charm?
Yeah, the perfect people to ask.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Dan or
He'll tell you better.
Both.
What's that?
John.
what is GTO Lab?
Think combination run at once upswing GTO Wizard.
I see.
With
So it's
Dan and Nick at the helm. Me running my mouth.
Nick Petrangelo?
And Orpin as well.
Yeah, we're looking to launch in the fall.
Some of us have already launched.
I've seen the podcast. And the product itself, the solver is
It'll have some components that are similar to GTO Wizard.
yeah.
Some components that are similar to the coaching site.
What's the
There
name?
will be like sort of like a game aspect, like on or a puzzle aspect, like if you're familiar with chess.com
Okay.
and the way they kind of design training there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just trying to improve on the things that like this product that are out there.
Well, Jaffe would love to continue the explanation of this GTO Lab patch that he and Divorce are wearing. First time we're feasting eyes on that. But he's got himself involved with Michael Soiza, who has top 2 pair after defending his big blind against a min-raise open. Happy to flat against the 20K C-bet. Jaffe drawing dead, has it checked to him one more time. 125,000 in the middle.
I'm not sure. Ollie probably is.
Checking back, using a chip. Brick River
flash.
for him.
No, I'm not saying flash. I'm just saying easier to say. It's actually flashier.
Now Soiza could be looking to do his own bidding here.
$75.
75,000, he says. Really no draws to speak of on the flop, so that check call from Soiza might be tough to assign him anything that the ace high is beating, other than perhaps backdoor diamonds if he were floating, I guess. In any case, Jaffe rightfully not altogether too curious. And by the way, to learn of this GTO Lab situation that includes Nick Petrangelo, Dan Smith, Orpin Kisichakoglu, you can see involvement from Divorce as well as Jaffe. This is seeming like quite the collection of scholars. And
yeah, Nick P, Jonathan Jaffe, no joke.
Well, a collection of all the best
Divorce, sorry, him too.
in online poker can be found at our partners at GG Poker. Sign up today. Use yourself the promo code Triton_2024. Get yourself a $50 Global Millions ticket with a minimum deposit of $20. Not to be overlooked the fact that it is the only place where you can enter into official
When do you think it will be?
satellites to join us here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. And of course,
You knock me out and
every
no problem
Friday you
happens.
play with the pros in Rush and Cash.
Otherwise, probably tomorrow.
Red Jacks for Danny Tang.
Table tennis.
See.
Under the gun
Did I
raise.
tell you I did one coaching session?
Yeah, you
And
said
I
you're
almost
sweating balls.
fucking died, bro.
Ah,
It's a fucking workout. It's intense.
Yeah, I don't know that I ever sweat as much as
In
table
table
tennis
tennis, right?
lessons. Yeah.
Oh shit, sorry. Yes, it was, yeah. The coach was like, I was like, I'll do 2 hours. And she's like, are you sure?
2 hours.
I was like, are you
is
sure?
tough. Oh
I was like, okay. I
yeah.
was like, okay, fine, 1.5 hours. You know?
Yeah.
I was like,
A6 suited
You're
played
getting
as a
multi-ball.
flat.
It's fucking exhausting.
and you got to, and I'm a bit taller, so I got to squat
Peeking
lower.
down
right?
at Ace King. Might he find
Yeah.
a little bit of trouble
180
here?
BPM.
Yeah.
Fucking
I can play tennis for 4 hours, but table tennis for an hour and a half is a lot more.
Nikolai and
But it's
Divorce
not
are
my
really
style.
deep.
Attack and tennis.
So,
and
I mean,
attack
versus
and table
Danny,
tennis.
he may or may not find a kind
The
of rip
pace as well, you
sizing,
know, you like a razor sharp
but
focus,
not
you
with
know,
Nikolai in the
fast.
pot, and they're both, you know, 80 bigs or something. But it looks like I just don't think Danny's gonna find a fold to this with jacks.
Owen.
Yeah, so we're gonna see a flip here. Danny has a solid favorite.
Yep, the 3-bet to 170 from Ace King, a rip from Danny, and we're off to the races in an almost 1 million chip pot. Not quite the classic, but the same architecture. 2 overs against the big pair. Divorce the covering stack. Tang needs to hold. So far, so good. Queen 9 deuce board. Diamonds do work for Divorce.
Yeah. Nice board for Danny right now. Just needs to fade the 6 outs once.
Which he does.
And this is the player of the year
430?
doubling up.
Danger.
Danger.
Divorce, by the way, in the hunt. We
Yeah.
talked about him slipping from second coming into this festival into third, losing chips over to Danny. Kind of a double whammy in that respect. But no points will be acquired unless they can find the money. We did get things started with 56 players on the day. already hitting the locker room. Alexander Zubov, Roland Rokita, Jose Ichinose, Ding Biao, Daniel Razai, Jason Kuhn out of there. Wai Leong Chan, Seth Davies, Andrew Leatham, Tim Busso, and most recently in 46th, one Sean Winter. Shortest stack in the room, just 4 bigs deep, is Rui Cao. Ramin Hajiev a peg ahead of him with 10 bigs. 45 players do remain. Danny's number pulled to balance things out elsewhere in the room.
He's deep in every fucking tournament, bro.
Quite a few bust outs here in the early going.
Yeah, we're down to 45 already.
Are we considered deep already?
I mean, yeah.
Pays 27, so starting to creep
Less than 50% to catch, right?
towards that money bubble.
I feel like you have to be like in the money and like.
I mean, he has like now
that's balls deep, bro.
900K, so like
That's balls deep. This is just deep.
I feel like if I say to someone, "Oh, I went deep in the 50K," they
yeah, it's
assume you
more
cashed,
referring
right?
to like, I mean, he made 2 final tables.
Yeah, I'm
Soiza.
not talking about. Huh?
Yeah,
Ace on the
I'm
button,
not talking about
speaks
Danny, I'm
up.
saying,
generally, yeah.
Yeah, I went deep in the 50K. So how'd you end up? I was in for 3 bullets.
Yeah.
Didn't cash.
Didn't catch. Yeah, I did feel like that sounds kind of bad. Yeah, that's, I agree. It's, yeah.
5 seconds.
115.
Raised to 115,000.
A 3-bet from a Jack 5 offsuit. Malinowski wagging his finger at Soiza here successfully
Nice to be around. That's what I was
Yeah.
saying.
with Dusty Kit.
It's hard to make a bag, you know. Like it's hard to
I'll
make
say that. Yeah, it's nice to be.
Yeah.
Nice to be in.
Yeah, it's kind of
Basically,
like
if you
a
make day 2, is a fucking job well
thing
done. You know?
here when you
Yeah.
get to
Not easy.
these stack depths of like
High
40, 30, 40 blinds. Sometimes
Not
the
easy, man. You max
big
it with-
blind attacks
Not
wide
easy. You,
dealer
it's like,
button
what, 20
opens
bigs? Something like
with
that.
these
20, 25 bigs,
kind of
max it with.
goofball,
Yeah, like
big little
25 or
hands,
something,
king little, queen little, jack little even. Getting some extra value out of them and leveraging fold equity versus, you know, the fact that the dealer button has a really wide opening range and a lot of hands that probably won't continue.
159, and how many
Nice
made day 2?
activation there
50 is that?
from Victor.
Yeah, so like, you know.
So
100
it's
souls
one,
that
it's
did not
one of
make
these
it.
spots where
Oh,
you're
no, it was
polarizing a
entries,
3-bet
entries,
range,
yeah,
but
entries.
you can,
There's only.
the bluff portion
There's
ends up being a little
97
bit
unique,
different
right?
than what you see later
how far
on
than
with
half the
tighter
field?
ranges and ICM spots because the value region there is pretty wide. So you can get a little wide and into some interesting hands for the bluff region.
Mosbach interested in ace-8 suited in the face of an early open from James Chen. He comes with 3-bet to 75,000. Soiza wakes up with queens.
I mean, nice little spot for Soiza here. Don't think you can pass. He's going to 4-bet and probably take this down because
200,000.
Mosbach has one of his lighter 3-bets. And
Ace-10 is going to have a tough time taking the heat in the face of a 4-bet.
yeah.
I was just kidding. He was just kidding too.
I'm not kidding. Much appreciated though.
Confirmed. Soiza, real deal. Looking at his Montenegro festival thus far. Went 0 for 4 until
Yes, but I
finishing
cover everybody.
13th in the 50K, bounding Quattro for 76,000.
I cover everybody.
Hunting his second
So
straight cash.
What's the gun guy?
2-time title winner. 10 million plus in career Triton earnings.
Хочешь, чтобы я по 20 поставил?
Not with
Я не
Michael.
хочу.
I just got queens, bro. What do you want me to do?
Shout out to the YouTube chat, by the way. Of course, earlier
You're gonna
was
do
asking
that, Mario?
about
You gotta
Horosha.
just take a chunk that you don't look
That
at
which
and just
Mikolai
slide
had
it
mentioned
over
after the
the
double
floor.
knockout.
Three rows.
Curious what that meant.
Three
Of
bet,
course,
three bet.
Nick
Trying to get
Meisher
a
and
fold
company
or-
all over it,
Or a call though.
saying,
Feels like that's the way
Means
to get
good.
a call.
You'll snap half stack.
okay.
Wait,
Oh,
what,
maybe.
what does?
What Mikolai said after he had the double knockout, Horosha,
Oh, okay.
they've stepped in to let me know. It just means good.
Nothing too complicated. Winning chips is good. There we are.
Right.
$230 to start.
16 blinds.
Mosbach does open fives, but
I was just thinking the same thing.
But
This
see-
is the hand that Soiza, I believe, passed in direct under the gun. Ras,
direct
but
under the gun
stack
with 8.
depth?
No, but it was under the gun 8.
Okay.
And he's now +1 with 7. So basically, he's in the low jack. So it's 2 spots earlier.
Okay.
And I think that matters enough that even though actually Mosbach is shorter, I think it's the much bigger difference is that's 2 less people to raise through. So fives actually does, I think, become one of the worst pairs.
King, king, 8 board. Pretty good one for the fives after facing defense from Jaffe. Who checks over.
Mosbach real likely to bet this. King X makes up a larger portion of his range by percentage, stronger range, and fives in particular benefits a lot from clearing out overcards. Now Jaffe, really doubt he folds this here, having the ace of diamonds. I'm curious how he decides to proceed. He's coming with check raise, which I'm not surprised. This could be a fun pot. Mosbach doesn't have nothing, but he's kind of short. So already, I think this is an interesting decision where I'm not entirely sure if he's going to call or fold. So he's calling, which I think was more likely, but five's already very uncomfortable.
So Jaffe chose to attack with the ace deuce. Now a third king on the turn. So trying to rep that king, if that's what was on his mind, becomes infinitely more difficult.
Yeah, that was a great card for Mario. And not really one of Jaffe's kind of best cards in order to continue bluffing. I mean, right now he has 3 kings, ace high. So if he keeps bluffing, he's essentially trying to get a full house to fold, right? And that's not very likely to happen.
No.
So it just, you know, Jonathan was making a move. He wanted to pick it up on the flop. He did have some kind of eventualities that would make him keep betting. I think surely a diamond. And beyond a diamond, unclear. Oh, wow.
Kings full of 8s on the river as Mosbach checked back. Counterfeits him. He plays the board alongside Jaffe.
This is a spot where the way this hand played, both of them can have quad kings, but Mosbach is really the one who can have, but that's really all Jaffe can have. Quad kings, or he plays the board, right? Because he doesn't have, like, jacks. He didn't 3-bet pre. But Mosbach can also have kings full of something better than 8s, right? Like, he could have 10s here, or queens, or whatever.
I'm playing the board.
Jaffe
So.
jams in 285. Mosbach says, yeah, right.
Agreed.
Folded the king.
GTO Lab approves of the way both of you played that hand.
Is that going to be a feature?
I was hoping I would do the
Is
same.
that going to be a feature? Dan just pops up in the corner.
They got this on camera now because he said it in a very fitting way.
God damn it.
All right, gang. So Daniel Dvorak approved. Well, he said GTO Lab approved, but really Dvorak approved of how both of them played according to GTO principles.
I'll tell you what, if I could get a Dvorak seal of approval on every decision I make in any given poker game, I feel pretty good about myself. High bar for play, certainly.
Yeah, I would pay
Depth
for
of
that.
knowledge, right?
Oh,
I mean,
no worries.
I'm
at all.
just going, boom. Daniel Dvorak says, GTO says no.
Thank you.
GTO says yes. There we go. It's like your own poker coach.
Well, Mosbach will be saying yes to pocket nines.
Oh, it's a call.
And
right?
raise. Oh, actually played it as a limp. I saw the white and the blue, but because he had delivered the single white chip first, I believe it was deemed a call.
Yeah, it looks like he has. It's really 15K. I'm struggling here, but something like 15 blinds.
16 to start the hand
Okay.
by our measure.
Yeah, so that's a stack depth that does incorporate a limping range according to GTO strategies that I've seen, and Mosbach is doing so. He does collect, by limping, he does collect a few hands that probably fold to his open. And now James Chen, an interesting decision here with ace-jack off.
5 seconds.
Does the limp at all create alarm bells from under the gun? I mean, this is a fairly awkward decision, generally speaking, in any given game, right?
Yeah, there's some, James Chen is definitely concerned. He has a pretty good hand. I mean, one of the things he's also thinking, though, is Jaffe and Mikolai very likely have garbage.
Yeah, they're
So
not trapping, but as it turns
let's
out,
clear them out.
Mosbach sort of is.
Now, when he makes this raise, he's probably deciding, I guess I'm getting it in versus Mario. Although he would have preferred Mario to call or fold, obviously. But I mean, we'll see. He hasn't called yet.
But isn't the limp jam, now granted, the two flats that you talked about, Ras, do kind of
But I don't think he
adulterate
can
it.
fold here. Yeah.
But I'm saying he is clearly concerned, and being up against two nines is perhaps on the better case scenario side of the spectrum for James.
Yeah, it is once you see limp jam,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
Which is why he didn't just snap, even though, he did call, he didn't use a time bank. He knew when he raised, he's probably calling it off, but yeah, you don't want to see the jam. And that's a decent possibility when you're James and you make it 50K more out of the big blind there.
Well, you also don't want to see an 8 high flop and a lack of an ace or a jack on the turn, unless you're Mosbach, who's feeling it. Can he fade the 6 outs and find a double? Yes, sir. So business Mario adding to his spreadsheet.
Oh yeah, I did.
Up only.
Yeah. Holy fuck! I wasn't even thinking about that. I did.
Up only, I love that. I hear that a lot in my
You had
little
pocket
investment chats.
No,
The crypto
It's a
streets.
crypto.
Yeah,
It's a
you
crypto
gotta
meme.
Yeah.
From the
Okay,
last
I like
cycle.
Really?
It was up
Yeah,
only
yeah.
till it wasn't.
I did.
Right.
Wow, what a read! I'm not fucking with
Would you say Mario is feeling
How'd you pull that
moisturized,
one?
unbothered in his lane?
Yeah, exactly.
Butterfly effect from the.
I didn't even remember it.
Yeah, I mean, if I raise, you can call.
Let's take a peek at how Montenegro's been treating Mosbach so far. He went 0 for 3 to start things off in that
But I
225Ks and a 30K. Found 14th in the 40K mystery bounty, but for a modest 45 dimes. Did not cash the 50K bounty Quattro, and here
If
he
you
is
raise,
hunting a
you're in
cash
trouble, too. No, if you raise, he
in this
calls.
50K 8
Flop,
max.
check bet, raise, call, turn.
I probably get it in on the flop.
If I check my big blind, he's in trouble.
But you mean four-way or heads up against James?
No, but it wouldn't be four-way
If I raise.
it-
yes,
right.
yeah, yeah. But then if you check calls
Suited
flop,
king on the button could
No, I
have
think
no,
he would check raise flop.
and then I shove.
And then he might call it off, actually, so it might actually just get in either way. But this way you got their money, too.
Yeah, I got 5 from.
You got a little bonus.
In the one sense you maximize, but the other way would have looked cooler.
Редров столов 24 хода будет. Там заново.
James Chen, small blind.
70, right?
Интересно, да, он сыграл?
Moving all in for his last 170. A suited king in the big blind from Mosbach, who now covers.
Там всякие
Like,
залейты.
This line's just going to be a lot more fun.
Потом должны платить.
20%.
How close is this for
И залейты
an
могут
extra
быть слабее.
Focus should be That's what
155,000?
I'm saying.
Потом девятки.
James and I have a very similar approach to this.
Yeah, they've got just over 10 blinds. I think this is.
Yeah, I mean, this might be minus a big blind and a half, but like.
We know what
you
Mario
have a
thinks
good
it
time.
is.
Немецкая школа, они
People don't ride roller coasters. 'cause
Laid
it's
it
good for
down.
But
I think they're good for
you know, I think it might be one of those things where
Just like cold plungers.
There's some people
might be
in
like
the,
a very small call for
6 feet
chips
under who
actually, but Mario is
say otherwise.
respecting some of the risk premium
How many
here
people-
because
How many people do you
we're
think
down
have
to
That's what I
42
was gonna ask.
players.
roller coasters?
And I
Set the line.
believe
Hang on.
we're
No info.
In North
looking
America.
again 27 cash,
All right,
so
still. Okay, set
pretty
that
close
line
to
for
the
us.
money bubble, and I think
I'm not
it's
gonna.
North America has Mexico.
just
too.
enough ICM pressure there. Would be
I was
my
talking
guess
about
that
something
Mario's
else,
going to pass like a kind
I would
of
say
breakish
less
even
than
call
I want to hear
spot.
Dan's line.
Perhaps
on
unexpectedly,
light
the
line.
two shortest stacks in the room
dying is
last
not
time we
the
talked
only
about it
negative
have
Oh, you mean
outcome.
okay,
met their
okay,
finish.
no. If you
You can
rather
actually
have-
easily throw
your like at this.
Leon Sturm,
like, when they
also out of
stop
there,
too abruptly.
43rd. Not going to be out of there. Daniel DeVoris, King,
Dan's all
Queen,
about
up
conquering
front.
fear.
Up we go. New blind level of
have no
10
fear
and
in the
20,000, diluting short stacks even further and perhaps accelerating the pace with which we creep up on this money bubble.
This is the type of thing where if like one person dies very often, 30 just die, right?
yeah.
What do you think it is?
But like I would say the biggest is like a heart attack, and I didn't think about this. You know, like an accident, I think is very
yeah,
rare, and then
турбо режим такой.
I'm saying don't count heart attacks. Let's say it's actually,
Yeah. I assumed that this was like.
accidents by roller coaster.
Yeah. You fell out of
Fault
this
with the
fucking
roller
thing.
coaster.
Not even necessarily though, like you didn't buckle up right. Like it could be you, but it's not heart attack. Like, but
Not buckling in counts.
yeah. Like it can be user error, just not.
Oh, like they didn't buckle in or something?
Correct.
Третье занял в мейне.
No, I'm not counting those. When
Not counting those. I mean, every person
think
has
these count.
potential errors, and yeah.
Well, I was looking at it from the perspective of like an error
Flying
that
off.
I'm actually like
It could happen.
live
to
to
you.
commit. So like I don't think I'm gonna have a heart attack on a roller coaster. Like I think I'll remember to buckle myself in. And
Hear
try
how
to not
arrogant this guy
strike the
is?
security.
You're also gonna do maintenance on the roller coaster
No.
before you.
I
ride
was
it.
only thinking like machine faults.
Yeah, you know, went to Six Flags in the US, and within my trip, I think 3 rides broke down during my
Yeah, but
visit.
how many people died?
None.
Yeah, so it doesn't even count.
I mean, like, it's just kind of
So give us a line.
breaking
Oh,
down.
you're stuck upside down for 16 hours. Oh.
So, but the original, the original was like roller coasters aren't good for you.
Fair, but let's go to let's stick with the deaths for a moment. I want a line from Dan.
Okay.
Pen's no good. What do you like?
Wait. Can you give me like the parameters, like where in the world, and
North
what are we
America.
counting?
The US, I would
Let's
say.
do we'll just do U.S.
And
and
Canada.
it's what we're gonna get from Google, which is not going to say like, oh, he didn't buckle, doesn't count.
I believe that Jaffe is soliciting a line on number of annual deaths on U.S. roller coasters.
yeah.
For some inexplicable reason, I'm here for it, FYI.
For what
Ace
it's worth, I've
King
seen
9.
him tie his shoes and trim, so I don't really.
Blind versus blind.
I mean, the
limp
numbers
pop.
got to be really low.
I'd go annually, like under 4, even under 3.
Yeah. U.S. roller coasters annual. It's
It's a safer than average coaster in terms of global, I would say. Like I went skydiving in Argentina, and then after I did it, I was like, that probably wasn't the place to do it. I mean, we went up in like I'm pretty sure that plane had just finished spraying crops, and then they just repurposed it, took us up and pushed us out. I mean, it was, you know, I don't know what the chute packing oversight committee is, but
yeah. I would guess. I mean, the U.S. I guess there's years with no deaths, and then maybe there's just like something happens and a couple people die or a car or something.
I would take like under 2.5.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll go with 2 per year, U.S.
So 2 is a push. 0 and
No,
1.
that's just like my guess.
Oh, that's
2. I'm staking it.
Well, 2 is
I wonder
the
if they're gonna
position that a
find
pair
out
of
for us.
3s finds itself in after just sprinkling on the flop with complete ambitions associated with this ace of diamonds.
Pair of 3s.
And DeVoris with the 6s.
Okay, so what are the parameters of the deaths?
What's Google going to say? I look up history of roller coaster deaths.
Oh,
and
history.
And what the total tally will be?
This is different, Raz. Total number of U.S. coaster deaths.
I mean, I bet there were more like 30 years ago or something.
Early coaster was a real gamble for sure.
Probably a lot more than today.
I got a line.
I mean, for that matter, early cars was a real gamble too. No seatbelts, you know, no airbags,
That's about where I was.
no
Yeah, like
ABS,
180,
no
right?
power
137.
steering.
180 something.
I don't even know when
Okay,
the
yeah, yeah.
lines were painted on roads.
Said
Yeah, I
180
just figured like
something.
1 or 2 big disasters where it goes really badly, and then like
I've seen
half
it
a
in the
per-
news multiple
and
times.
then half a person a year, or something from just like random.
I'm gonna take under 230.
I like under
Under
180.
237.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's
I
where
like
I'd
under
be.
237 even
I feel
more.
like would have heard about something like this.
No, but it's
I like
over,
under
like, the last
237
100 years.
specifically also because
We haven't
I
had
don't know how
roller
many of those
coasters
coaster
that long.
deaths
There
Yeah.
were
definitely
being
roller
properly
coasters in, like,
reported.
the
You know what I'm
30s.
saying? This is
Yeah.
just what's documented. There might have been some
Hand crank wooden roller coaster.
some carnies out there looking to sweep some
Well,
things under the
speaking
rug,
to
if
what
you know what I mean.
James said, in 2016, this is not just roller coasters, but approximately 30,000 injuries were reported in amusement parks due to rides or attractions.
But not death, right?
Right.
Not deaths, no. 30,000 is a lot. I mean, I
We're
guess
doing,
a ton of
yeah,
people.
but
we're also doing roller coasters only. No,
Yeah. 22 deaths since 2010. We're looking decent on
It's
that
like 2
number.
per year.
Let's see what we have for-
Since
more
what?
amusement
Okay,
parks now
so
than
2010. 14 years,
No, less
22.
deaths now, right?
Okay.
There are some people who are
'Cause
real
they're
hobbyists
gonna be
about this.
safer.
I'm seeing a bunch of stuff.
Mossbach
more
cut
people
off
are gonna
Rays
go.
here.
Yeah,
He's
but
going to hear
I
from
feel like Way
Malinowski.
more roller coasters now than in the 30s.
Yeah, like at the
Yeah.
main amusement park, like near
Ace queen
Toronto,
off
like, one of
versus
roller
the
coasters,
cutoff
like,
is just
it's really old and it's still like
good
everything's
hand.
still
Yeah,
wood.
tasty.
Yeah,
And,
let's get some
man,
value.
It is like,
Let's get Jack 8 suited out of there.
I don't know, man. Even I feel like kind of queasy going on that thing.
I'm not
150.
finding
Take it.
exactly what we're looking for yet, but I'm seeing
One
from
year,
80.
20,
Sorry?
22 in 1 year.
Since
No,
2010.
That was since 2010. It looks like 4.5 a year has been the rate.
But like that's including
We have a result.
issues.
This is not it's amusement ride related deaths per year.
So that's more than just
Could be the heart
coasters.
attacks in there. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
like,
so I
feel
water,
like
water
But
slides
you-
were never a part of
But
it.
you,
still.
but you
Water
said,
slides
you
are
said
failing.
what Google would say, right? So like,
Yeah. I haven't
Yeah,
got
but
Did
it.
you
It
ever
says
see
for
the
deaths.
documentary
I'm a week
Class
right
Action
now,
Park?
I'm like-
So if it's
Yeah.
4.5 a
I'm
year,
seeing
I
the
feel
same
like in the
thing.
200s
It's
is
4.5
a good
from
one.
87 to
Roller
2000.
coasters.
That's amusement ride related deaths. So roller coasters are
US
actually
only
a
as
small
well, right?
portion of
Yeah.
those rides.
This doc that I just talked about,
Yeah.
just briefly, on HBO, is about this
There is
famous water
2
park in New Jersey where, like,
40,000.
people would get mangled, man. Like,
Oh,
the
really?
inmates were running the asylum. It was like a bunch of kids. There was no safety. At one point, not to spoil it, Jaffe Ace 8 opening, Chen will be heard from. All of it, he says.
Yeah, it's
At one point, people kept getting cut on this one water slide. And they couldn't figure out, like, why, when everyone
Yeah.
gets to the bottom, do they have cuts? And it turns out that other sliders had their teeth lodged into a part of the slide that was particularly violent. And those teeth were then creating cuts in subsequent sliders.
that's wild. I mean, that's a little bit gruesome even.
Oh, yeah.
Like someone somehow got their tooth ripped out of their mouth
Yes.
into the plastic and that tooth
Yes.
just stayed there cutting people. That's gruesome.
Good. I would have gone to that park when I was younger, man. I would have been there for it. You know. It was absurd. The things that you would see were just absolutely absurd. Highly recommend it, by the way. You know, do what you got to do. VPN, subscribe, bootleg it, pirate, download. I don't know. But just watch that.
What's the doc called?
Class Action Park,
Okay.
I believe.
прошлой серии, в этой серии 3.25 ты выиграл? Ну, давно еще, ну, в плане, чтобы титул нет.
У меня 2.20.
Ace 8 for Chen. Fresh off of that pocket 10s takedown. Sits this one out.
NBCnews.com. How many die on roller coasters? No one knows. But they've got an article.
I'm gonna find.
Sounds like there's a lot of cover up.
Yeah, there's like such an incentive to not like report
Yeah,
that
yeah.
stuff.
It's brutal.
Oh,
press.
big amusement park covering it up.
Let's just say it's not like Vegas, like reporting someone hit the jackpot. They got us.
Dejan Kalađerđević of Montenegro,
Pretty hard to cover up. If like
hometown man,
but you
has
can-
joined us here
you
at
can,
this
like,
feature, and
you
he has
know,
announced his
Maybe
presence
get the news out at the
early.
right time when
40 of his
not the
330
priority.
deployed. Malinowski, no data points, with King Jack on the button.
Is he gonna? It looks like he's playing it. He's coming with a small 3. No, just flat.
Chip leader Veska Bojnikal likes the look of the suited connector, so a three-way affair developing. 160 in the middle, a jack in the window, along with a 10 and a 6 and a couple of diamonds. Open-ended straight flush draw.
what the hell? I
For
found like
Michalai.
a paywall article on.
Checks it over
Roller
to the
coaster.
pre-flop opener, who really doesn't have a lot to work with.
No, this feels like a give up here in a 3-way pot, a board that's going to hit your opponents that flat you quite a bit. And I mean, I think Malinowski just going to
Seems
bet
pretty
this for
clear. Dan's
value.
line is pretty good.
And
Like 52.
this could be a big pot. I mean, there's a lot of nodes here where he just bets King Jack and 9-8 of diamonds just check raises,
When
and
were roller
think, like,
coasters?
King Jack doesn't fold. So
You can picture like the Coney Island, like.
yeah, I
50s
mean,
kinda
he's
thing.
picking, you
Tough
know,
to imagine they had him in the 20s.
a healthy size, not big.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, just call.
Whoa.
yeah.
Roller coasters first appeared in the 17th
55
century. So
ahead.
now it's, but in the U.S.
Down to heads up.
Best card is a 7.
Comanches were just like
That's not one. That's not it right there.
No, black 4. Dry enough for Victor
I would
to
like
feel
see
good
the
about things,
17th
of course.
century roller coaster. I feel like they're taking some liberties with the term. No engines.
A cart on some reels, hand crank.
Yeah,
Yeah, it had to be hand crank.
Yeah, hand crank.
It was just like
It didn't go upside down, but
it was just like a cart in a mine shaft, and you know, like a pretty
Malinowski's now
bumpy
going
mine
to
shaft.
come with a pretty big size. It looks like 200K.
No, they can just run a crank off the steam engine, right?
They can what?
I mean, an open-ended straight flush draw is so good here that he's actually getting direct odds to call with 9 high. Look, he's a 2-to-1 dog, and he's getting better than 2-to-1 from the pot.
Steamboats.
Wow, he's folding this on the turn.
Just
That's
post Civil War, I want to say, like 1870s.
Oh, yeah, you might be
that's
right.
Wow, a diamond.
I mean, it is uncomfortable calling with 9 high, but
уже поехал.
I don't know if it's a good fold.
Поехали, Глеб. Пришлось бы. У тебя было с чем ехать?
200K. Big enough to get rid of all that equity for Michalai. Feels like you're a bit surprised to see the fold.
Yes. Yeah, I would say so.
Tend to agree just on my instinct. The eyeball test, if you will.
Like I'm saying, it's actually plus EV just a call to try to make your hand, even with no implied odds.
Yeah,
Right.
obviously, if you're up against bigger diamonds or like an ace-king, that reduces
Yeah.
the value. But yeah, it felt like a cozy call to you and I. But Michalai disagrees. Still the boss man, 1.6 million in front of him. Little package passed over to Victor, who now sits in third, just behind Dvoris. So is it just behind him in turn? Shortest stack belongs to Jonathan Jaffe. 275K,
like a
14
polite way to
bigs.
go.
Наловлю,
Got it.
окей, там я поставлю, ты выкинешь. Да. Не наловлю, выкину.
I don't do polite.
Я уже думал.
I'm slowly realizing.
You want to know something? Just ask.
You'll get honest.
Mosbach. King Jack.
But what do you ask?
Boss.
Just curious, or?
Yeah, just curious. Like, you know,
Doesn't want to call with the threes.
if you're
Jacks
I would have guessed the
from
same.
Michalai. On the button with the big stack.
How much play?
450.
450.
So 22 bigs.
Sometimes I just don't feel like an adult. But I'm a
See what he
full-blown
decides
fucking adult,
here.
you know?
Probably
Like,
comes
just trying
with
to gauge
3
other
bet.
people
Yeah,
as well, you know?
But wouldn't be shocked to see a
slowly,
call.
just like over time, realize, you know, like when you're like 8 years old, and like the
Wow,
idea
that's
of adults
big.
is that like, you know,
They got it
Really
figured
big
out.
size.
they got it
there
all
in
figured
position.
out, they're these all-knowing creatures, and then you get into your 30s, and you're just like, oh man, they were just making it up the whole time.
150.
No one knows what's going on.
They were just pretending.
Stings promptly.
Пришла моя. Не, ну понятно, что мне надо выставляться с флопа, но я впереди, да, у меня 60%, наверное, но там 57, наверное.
Не, мы флипаем, думаю.
Не, у меня 50 где-то.
Против вольта спереди?
Конечно.
Where did my time banks go? Thanks for stealing all my time banks, Mario.
Oh, these are yours?
Yes. Casually tried
I
this.
really tried. It's not even that I'm short on them. I've wasted.
Just like super long sleeves on.
Mosbach apparently kited
Leaving the time banks.
Soisa's time banks inadvertently at some point. Mike's like, yo, where'd my banks go? Mosbach's like, my bad. Here you go, bro.
I remember.
Any of his time.
I feel like
I was like confused because I looked at them. I was like, I thought I
taking the time banks is a misdemeanor. If you accidentally take a stack, that's a felony.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it's okay. Good thing I realized before.
Before you had no time.
Yeah.
left.
What the fuck's my
Blind versus blind. Mario in a delightful spot here, sharing a 6 with James, who has limped in.
Just ripping it.
All right,
Pretty
We got
much.
2 perfect of a crew for it. You ready?
Easy take.
Yeah.
Michael?
Sorry?
Don't say it.
Don't say it. Remember the card.
You got it, James?
Oh,
You want this, Dijon? Am I saying it right? Dijon?
No.
How about
Dayan.
Поставил там
Dad?
Dayan. Dayan. We're doing a
а
deuce
тут просто
ace,
что по
right?
дополнительному
Yeah.
факту.
What's going on?
2 is the lowest, ace is the highest. I'm going to ask a subjective question to each of you,
По-дружески.
and you give me an answer that correlates to that card. You're trying to help me.
Чисто,
Okay.
чисто этот
All right.
фактор, он
James,
как бы ключевой.
actually, you know what? Mario, you're not a professional poker player. You have a job where you wear a suit. This is the job that you do for a living.
And ace would be, you know how to.
Yeah,
He knows it, he knows it, yeah.
I have no
Mario's
idea
a
what's
games
going on.
expert.
I'll just listen for a while.
Okay, all right.
You basically want to help.
Do you know what game they're playing, Ollie?
Card
James,
I do.
Not.
It goes from
playing code
Okay,
names.
like you know the card you saw is like ace is the best one you can think of, and 2 is the worst one.
It's a game where
Give an answer to the subjective
ace is
question.
like the best and deuce is the
That
worst.
helps
You
you
give
get
an
the
answer,
card.
and
Okay.
it's not really a gambling game. It's more just trying to get to know people at the table, kind of conversationally.
Okay.
You ask a question, get an answer.
You are playing code
Просто
names.
запушил бы на
This Triton player is your partner.
There's got to be more to the rules than that, Rast. I'm deeply confused still. I hear the word code names being thrown around. I know, never played that game, but that's become somewhat popular. I
So
guess.
like, yeah, and then he's trying to guess
Dan, you're gonna have
based on your
wrestling
answer. He
match.
tries to guess from deuce to ace.
Someone
So
who
there
has
is,
played
you
one of the
could
Tritons
technically
here in
maybe
Montenegro.
gamble on that or whatever,
This is who
but
you're
they
facing.
probably aren't.
2 is who you would least like to face. Ace is who you would most like to face. Whatever the card is correlates to your answer.
So do I answer now or?
Whenever you want, take your time. You guys want a question?
Pocket 3s against ace 4. Bottom set against top pair on this monotone texture. As we continue to try to unpack this game that Jaffe has.
Dan, you'll be doing
Foisted upon us.
commentary or something, and you will get paid according to how good a job you do.
Something poker related?
No, anything in the world. It could be the Westminster Dog Show. It could be how to eat with a fork and knife.
Interesting turn card here after
You don't care
Mosbach
about the fun factor. You only care about doing a good job.
led for 25K, got
This is
flatted,
what you will
Soiza
be
picks up the wheel
commentating.
draw.
Yeah, the 5 of clubs, kind of a nice card for Soiza, giving him that gutter. So if he's behind, unless it's a flush, he has more equity now.
The Westminster Dog Show.
Westminster Dog Show. Who's your codename partner?
I think with that gutter now, I don't see Soiza folding here.
Faces the 85K second barrel. Lack of a spade in hand, inconvenient.
Sure, but still have top pair, which might be good, right? Pair of aces.
I'm not going to say anything because
So,
anything else I say
just
will be a hit.
blind
only
versus
I can
blind
say.
situation. So Mosbach would love to see just like a red brick right here.
And instead, it's a spade, but it pairs the board. So Mario actually doesn't mind it, perhaps, given that he's got 3s full of 5s and ambitions that a spade combo is what Soiza has been coming along with.
Sure, yeah. I mean, Mario has a really nice hand here with a boat in a situation where Soiza is going to have almost, I mean, very few boats, right? Given that he checked back pre-flop, but on that card's pretty tough call. I mean, Mario's probably going to end up. Let's see. He could check raise. He could bet. I mean, if he checks, Soiza will certainly check back. If he bets, it's a pretty tough call by Soiza. I mean, it's hard to find too many hands you're beating. Okay, he's doing a block.
Or at least trying to make it look that way. 45 into 280.
Yeah, but sometimes you block with really strong hands because, like, let's say Soiza has the king of spades and raises, you re-raise.
House, very good.
Well, he finds a size that leaves Soiza too tempted to bin the ace in spite of all the threats that loomed, namely the spades.
You can use the app. Anyone that's played any of them.
And a little
Take your
balance
time.
transfer from the Malaysian delegation
Phil Ivey,
over to
codename
the
partner.
Austrian
We still
one.
need Mario. He was being really dickish and playing a
What was
hand.
your question and answer?
A suit job. And we've got Westminster Dog Show is what he's
What was the
commentating.
question? Oh, something.
Yeah, he's commentating and ability level is all that matters. Catch you later.
Oh man, I was having fun.
That's why they moved you.
I would sell real estate.
Mario is a real estate agent.
Dan Dvoris's talents being
Dan is
moved elsewhere in the room.
Dan. Arm wrestling,
But
Jesper.
that's myself, right? Me versus.
Yeah, you against that, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. You guys got similar builds, but you look more muscular. So I give you an edge, but he's not the easiest. There's some easier. But I think he is really thin.
Rast, I got a confession. I'm still stone confused
Yeah,
about
there's softer matches for sure.
the game they're playing. But that's all right.
I understand
Be good at
in principle, but because I don't know exactly what's going on right now because
I think
we're watching the hand and this, so
Yep.
I'm missing some of the conversation.
and the Westminster Dog Show. Dan doesn't own a dog, I don't believe.
3-bet jam
You do something.
and take it from James Chen's
Yeah, but I had
ace
actually
jack as
pretty
Nikolai.
fucking good hand as well. Yeah, but bad
Let's
river,
go.
I guess, you know. But
So just to be clear,
if,
Dan,
river no spade?
ace is who you would
big,
most
like,
want to arm wrestle. 2 is who you would least
No
want
spade
to.
though.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so usually like ace would likely be the weakest.
Yeah,
Yeah,
That's a good bet. That's a good bet, I guess. I mean, kind of
Fuck,
got
I'm a
maximum
little
for
bit
me in a way, you
confused
know.
All right.
Maximum for my exact hand.
That one throws me, because the others I all thought were like 4-5, and I thought Johannes is like a jack. But maybe I'm wrong. He's tall, he's got the legs.
Full house is a candidate to block, I guess.
Okay,
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Aye, aye.
Just hope I have the king of spades,
Back at it is Mikolai, and James once again with an ace-jack, although Vaska Boynikau has a little bit better kit on this occasion. See whether or not Chen wants to get after it once more.
Not 5, what is it?
You ever respond with the sense that if somebody opens, gets 3-bet, and mucks, and then opens once more in the very next pot, that they're doing so with a bit better
but
hand?
I mean, there's some people who will
Just in general?
Yeah, that makes sense. But that's coming from the perspective that you're going to beat half the people.
Not too often nowadays. I think people are really or especially in a tournament like this.
That's the tricky part.
It's too early to be making an adjustment, per se.
It's just like, it's a one-off thing. They open, they got 3-bet. One hand later, they're probably not thinking, oh, I better tighten up. Or, maybe if it happens multiple times, or maybe if I was in a WSOP 1K or something, I'd start thinking about stuff like this. But in this tournament, I think it's going to take more data points for guys to start changing their pre-flop opening strategy than just getting 3-bet one time.
Well, this time, Mikolai obviously a little bit more suspect of what's going on for Chen, so he drops a couple of time banks out there.
Did you lock in an answer yet before?
Yeah, fucked up.
So do we reveal now? They told me. Oh, they told you? Yeah. I thought I had a good answer, though. He's an English speaker, right? Like, if there's people in Triton who speak, not,
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
This would be a pretty thin call
I don't know
here for 16 bigs. I mean, he did open under the gun. It's a fold technically. I think Mikolai is starting to think about what you were saying, though. This idea that he's now been 3-bet twice, so maybe people are going wide. So that was maybe gonna try to get him to talk himself into calling.
Ends up making a good fold, given that he was dominated.
What you had? Huh? What you had? Pair or?
Is the fog rolling in?
Yeah, but pair or?
We got the smoke machines working.
They're announcing the final table.
Someone pull the fire alarm.
Big ace? What about you?
Ace, but not so big.
James with another candidate to get himself involved. Pocket sixes this time. Min raise open.
I didn't think I was
Represents
gonna be
about
off by 3 with
10%
that
of his
crew.
stack.
That was a strong
King
crew.
10 suited here for Soiza.
Yeah, I think he didn't think about the language thing. Otherwise, like,
might see him
No, with
3-bet.
that in mind,
I actually surveyed the whole field to survey.
Did you think that real estate would be lower?
It's not boring, but there's
As you suspected, Rast, in it comes to 105,000.
kind of let those two anchor me. I felt better about those answers. I thought
But
real estate anywhere from
eight is the
4s to a queen jack probably.
Eight is the middle answer. I'm surprised, about real estate. I would have thought it would
65 more
be like.
on request. James wants to think about it. With 370K back, the flat is even more of a commitment off of his stack depth.
Yeah, pretty uncomfortable spot here for sixes. All the options seem bad. Fold, call, and all in.
Got my 2 Mario for suit. Bathroom attendant in a strip club.
He agrees that at least 2 of the options were bad, settling on the fold.
Well, sometimes you just go for the least bad option.
I like that.
36 people left.
If I'm not mistaken,
Pace
in,
27.
I mean, I think those
Let's
guys, like,
just
they're wearing
maybe we cash. Just fold our sixes here.
in the field of psychology, I do seem to recall being introduced to the notion that human beings are quite good at picking between multiple good options, but find it much more challenging to pick between multiple bad options.
Really?
Let it
Seem
go.
to recall something to that effect being
Like I was gonna say, like you're speaking from a lot of
submitted to me at
experience,
one point.
While he's in the booth, he's already on a story right
Yeah.
Definitely believe that. Intuitively makes sense about humans.
Well, I'm tilted right now because Jaffe said, if I'm in the booth, I'm already all over a story.
6 million.
I don't know what they were talking about because I was
I guess at how many?
babbling about psychology.
Well, so yeah, you were on a story.
Not the one
Yeah.
they wanted me on, that's for sure. Small blind limp here from the chip leader, dominating his Jaffe with the queen 9.
All in.
Ooh, just piles it on him. That was a spicy one right there. It's Q9-0. Let's go.
Yeah, I don't think any of us expected that, but expect the unexpected out there. In particular, when we've got Jaffe in the cockpit, he knows how to deviate. And we know how to innovate. Hence, our arrival on Pluto TV, in particular on the United States, or in the United States region, rather, is where you can now stream us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Catch up on everything that you may have missed, prior festivals, full replays of those available, ancillary content as well that we are shooting. We have multiple crews, storytelling, putting together a really wonderful documentary series designed to supplement and create a little bit more human interest and familiarity with a lot of our heroes here on the Triton Super High Roller Series. Very much looking forward to that dropping. Victor drops 40 out there from the cutoff with ace-5.
Chen's going to find a nice little hand when he looks at it, and likely a call.
$110 in the middle after the defense. Paired rainbow flop. Ace-high still in front. Chen interacting with the queen of diamonds, checking over.
Yeah, I think for a c-bet this small, king high, not even just any king high, king 9, backdoor diamonds, it's just way too much to fold. Probably just check call here. Guess you find slightly worse hands to check raise.
Normally, I wouldn't fold.
Oh, wow.
But either you're cold or your hands are shaking. And I've never played with you a bunch. I've never seen your hands shaking. I'm like spooked.
No, it's kind of cold here. I don't know.
But
It's a bit cold, yeah.
I was thinking, but you're still wearing like a jacket. So I was like, are you cold or like are you not?
Wow. Confessions in real time of all that's being taken into account by James Chen.
And then like Jaffe's here in like shorts. So like, I was like, like both times you put his
everyone's kind of bundled up compared.
I mean, I would certainly make sure you're baselining before you look to make too much out of that. And in fact, as incredibly sharpened
Coincidence when Victor had quads.
and successful as Malinowski has been, in particular in the online streets where he goes by the name Limitless, there have been a few occasions on which I too have observed him in the live streets, and you're tempted to think, okay, something's uncomfortable or something's off over here, but he doesn't play live nearly as much as he plays online. This is for sure. And he just said, I'm cold,
Yeah.
you know, so.
So, yeah, I think actually if this was not on stream, James probably doesn't say anything. But he might have felt compelled by the fact that, you know how I said, okay, I think he's calling or not folding here.
Right.
So he did make a non-standard play. And so after he made it on stream, I think he acknowledged, like, hey, like,
I want to make sure people know that this isn't how I'm
fooling. Like,
right.
Listen, I understand I'm supposed to continue with this, but my man's hand's shaking over there, so
right.
I'm just gonna. It's close. I'll let it go.
So
But yeah,
Dayan
I don't think,
Djurdjevic all
you
in
know
and
what my
take it.
read is I don't think Limitless had a hand where it makes sense for his hand to shake. Like, he didn't have a big
No.
hand. He just has ace high, C betting,
Yeah.
tiny. It just, you know, just got the jitters. Maybe he is cold.
There's nothing worse than being cold when you're out there playing poker, too. It just kind of like occupies your headspace a little bit. My shoulder's always creeping up to my earlobes, especially because they crank it up pretty strong in any of these big MTT sort of events.
Yeah.
At a lot of the venues. You get underneath one of the industrial, you know, air vents, and you're just getting blasted with
You've been
Arctic.
there at the WSOP before?
Right.
When you're like,
That's
your
what
table's like
yeah.
right under the AC thing. Yeah, it can be.
40.
It's
exactly what I'm talking about.
100%.
It does feel absurd, though, when I'm home and I'm getting ready to head down, and it's 112 degrees outside, and I'm reaching for a thick hoodie.
Yeah.
Jaffe reaching for 40,000 with Queen Jack off suit. So is
Like
dominated.
275.
Doesn't know it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Verifying stack depth.
Call.
Defending.
Jaffe with the dominating jack here, so you can see that reflected in the equities.
2 clubs, 2 aces, and a 3. So he's a knuckles over.
Pretty big range advantage for Jaffe here. Ace-X makes up much bigger percentage of his range, as well as just pocket pairs. So he's coming small bet, which implies range bet, and that'll be that.
Jaffe now sitting 345K deep, good for about 17 blinds as it stands. But you do got to get involved. Spectating for too long will absolutely leave you
I saw it.
bled out in short order. You see the blinds creeping up now. 10 and 25,000. Ace King for business, Mario.
You have like 520?
Yeah, nice hand to wake up to on the dealer button. You open wide here, right? I mean, earlier we saw in this type of spot, Limitless 3-bet was the Jack 5 offsuit, right? So
yeah.
when you have a hand like this here, you can get some big time action from the blind. I mean, here, listen, 5s might just jam it all in. Now, unfortunately, for Ace King, which is a really strong hand, you are actually a small dog against these small pairs. But
if you're Mario Masbach in this situation, you are the covering stack against the Montenegrin Djurdjevic. 36 remaining.
Ooh.
Queen Jack 6. The 5s still ahead. Vulnerability to the backdoor diamonds and the Broadway gutty. Board pairs, and now you can get counterfeited.
Wow. But the equity did finally move there, but so many outs.
And the 10 rolls off, giving Masbach Broadway as Dayan is unable to maintain his presence here at this feature table. 4th event played here at his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series, and still has not found a cash.
I haven't seen my hand. I just making
I
sure.
realized afterwards. Like,
Yeah.
Can't tease me like that, Michael.
Those walks get lonelier and lonelier, and that walk has been shared most recently by Sam Grafton. Out in 42nd, Thomas Santern, Nikita Badzikowski,
Yeah, of course. Yes, of
Matthias
course.
Eibinger, Shingis Satubayev, Aram Oganyan,
Fun.
and just now,
Every time
Kala
the
Djurdjevic.
table set up,
35 players remaining.
it's like
Oh, you mean
34.
Yeah, I don't
Punat
like
Punjri just busted.
Oh, wow.
Because it's like so intense. Because everybody.
Yeah,
So
I'm
we're
old
7
already,
away
I
from
want
the money.
intensity on
27
legs,
get
skills.
paid here. Min cash of 80,000.
That's okay,
What everyone's
but
on the
you-
hunt for.
Sometimes you get
34, so that must be, we've got 5 tables right now. They're about to bust one of them. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. I don't have the hot.
We go
mentality.
down at 32. We go
I'm
down
cool
to
mentality.
4 tables. So
Cool.
2 more players bust. 4 tables, and that plays to the money.
When I was young.
The players down at the bottom, we got Brandon Whitmire, 10 blinds. James Chen here at the feature, 12 blinds. David Yan, 14. Jonathan Jaffe, 14. Elton Sang, 15 blinds. And then starting from there, you go up, it's 20 blinds and up. So yeah, it's not going to happen this level, that's for sure.
No, but
I mean, call.
we do have something brewing. Soiza
Exactly. what
flats the 2 10s. Victor, ace 4. He always leaves me feeling like maybe something explosive is going to happen. You know what I mean? He's got that look on his face, like
Yeah.
we're on the edge of some cliffhanger in the script.
You're never quite sure if he's just going to, do something crazy. I agree.
Yeah, it's nervy.
Okay.
Like, I wouldn't want Victor to be my cab driver or pilot. You know what I'm saying? There's just that. Buddy, are we sure about all this here? 9-5-4. Bottom pair checks over to the open ender.
And he's coming half pot. Almost half pot.
Good board texture for Soiza with the overpair, of course.
Oh, yeah. Very good flop for 10s. How do we proceed? Call. Do we raise? It is nice to take it down right here with 10s and clear out some equity.
Malinowski, easy fold. Now Mikolai.
Mikolai has shown that he just kind of gives up on draws when presented with the heat. I mean, he did check call it open-ended straight flush draw and then check folded on the turn. This is not a dissimilar. Wow, he's just calling.
You thought maybe if he was going to proceed, it would be in the form of let's get it in?
Yeah.
With 335 effective being played for.
I mean, he kind of has, he's the one who has like queens, kings, and aces, right? So.
Well, what he lacks.
He has like the only draw he can have really on that flop with real equity.
What he lacks, I was going to say, is any improvement here on the Queen of Spades turn. If your Soi's on a rainbow texture such as this against the under the gun open raise,
check it back.
You do have some questions to check back. Brings a very dry river card.
Now this, I mean, you got to find this bluff. And Sois is going to be in a tough spot. I mean, you have 7 high. It's actually impossible to have. He has the nut low. 7 high is the nut low. You can't have 6 high. That's a straight.
Absolutely zero showdown value. And as a result, he's going to jam. You see, Michael doesn't really love it, but what makes sense in terms of hands that we fall to here?
Well, we're falling to jacks, queens, kings, aces, flop set in terms of hands that open, potentially 5-4 suited if he was doing that. Ace-3 suited. Potentially a hand like ace, queen of clubs or hearts that calls flop. But, so you can come up with a fair number of those hands. Now, hands that we're beating, 6-7 suited. Does he call with like 6-8 or 7-8 suited? Hard to say. Maybe a hand like ace-king, ace-jack suited. That backdoor flush draw. that may or may not peel on the flop. So it's actually not that easy to find a lot of bluffs, especially if our opponent's not peeling with like overcard backdoor flush draw hands. That's one of the issues here. I mean, Mikolai has one of the only real natural bluffs with 7-6 suited. Like hand that just, you know your opponent wouldn't fold on the flop, and then as played is going to bluff river.
Big decision for Soiza, and he bins the winner.
Tough one. Better. Yeah. But it's tough. Similar.
Well, that was quite the pivotal exchange there for Soiza, Rasti. Giving credit to Vasco Boinicao. Remember, that was an upfront raise, big stack, hung in there. After we raised him up on the flop on the C-bet and just decided it was part of that range that you described that had those 2-10s in trouble. So Vasco Boinicao, 1.9 million in front of him, 20 bigs in front of the newly arrived Artur Martirosyan. James Chen, Soiza, and Jaffe down toward the bottom of the leaderboard with the blinds at 10 and 25,000. That peak brought to you by betacr.eu.
Yeah, I mean, really, I kind of understand his fold at the end of the day, especially the way Mikolai's been playing.
Have all the sets.
I don't think it's kind of hard to find a lot of bluffs for him, to be frank.
Good bluff.
He hasn't been showing himself to be a really out there kind of loose player that doesn't fold, and those are the type of hands you need him to have. Calling the flop raise, and it's pretty easy to find a lot of value hands.
I would call myself the stand.
Sorry?
I would call myself the stand.
Well, it's a good thing I'm not you. We see anyway. The beauty of the feature.
Yeah. That was terrible. I guessed 5. You don't have a dog, right?
Get 200. You're addicted to tennis now, huh? Even 30 minutes.
Blind versus blind.
Gonna get a session in, you know.
Victor playing the aces a limp, perhaps in part due to the depth of Vasco Boinicao, who menaces
Oh, I haven't
to
seen
his
Watson
direct
out there.
left.
I didn't know he played.
Snap check back from Mikolai.
He played with.
He played with coach.
Oh.
Tennis?
Teacher.
Yeah.
Nice.
He just played for
Another round
20,
of
25 minutes. It was
rapid
enough
fire
for me.
checking.
After illness,
Love of the game.
Vasco Boinicao at no point showing any interest in this
Warm up.
pot.
I just thought even if you were a dog person that like, what the fuck would you know about like having the right package on a Cocker Spaniel?
They're still
What's
talking
that?
about this. They're still talking about this game that they're playing. It does seem like kind of a fun game to get to know people.
Rast, I got to tell you, if they ever pick up the phone and say, we need you for the old Westminster, I'm in there. That dog show that people go crazy about, like every Thanksgiving in the U.S., I mean, worldwide phenomenon. I mean, dog lovers, like, you know, best in show, this whole deal. You in?
I will defend it.
If I call you and say, Rast,
Listen, I'm
we got
sort
an
of
offer to
What's
do a dog show.
commentate a dog show. Listen, I can't give a blanket. You know how much they paying, dog. You know,
We got to go easy with the dog thing, right? Like these guys take it serious. We got, sir. You
how
know?
much they paying, sir? You know.
I think it'd just be fun.
just knowing when you get down here and you need to like.
Listening to you break down, like,
It's actually different though.
you know, wire hair versus short hair and, you know,
Yeah.
GTO snout.
I'd have to study for that or something.
I think it's
I like
better if
dogs,
we
but I
don't.
don't know that much. You know. Okay, just come in winging it.
What do you think I'm doing?
Yeah.
Martirosyan cut off ace
Touche.
10. Announcing his arrival. Jaffe, king 9, defendable. Why do you have other ideas? No?
Ooh. just looked up at the top of the leaderboard, and all of a sudden, Brian Kim, 2.5.
Hello, hello.
What?
King
Alex
8-8.
Kulev on that other table we were talking about doing some damage. He's in third now, 1.7.
On the topic of damages, front and center is the damage being incurred by this ace-10 on this particular flop where Jaffe is well in front.
Oh, we got Artur Martirosyan at this table?
Late arrival, my friend.
They just keep filling it in with killers.
There's not a whole lot but killers really to choose from, if I'm being honest. From the looks of the leaderboard, 25K C-bet.
Oh, and he's coming with some spice.
Is this a little, yeah, a little tickler?
Oh, there's no way
raise to
Martirosyan's
60.
folding the ace of spades here. Not with 1.3 million in his stack. It's not happening. It's just a call. We're just calling. Yep. Jaffe's getting some value for his king, but we got a big pot, and that's a brick. You could build
What is the
houses with that brick.
October, November,
Oh, yeah.
February, March time? Do you have something for that?
Now Jaffe, he's got a little less than a 1 SRP.
Yeah.
He check raised. How's he going to proceed? Can't really jam here and get called by worse.
Taiwan as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Probably has to come up with some 3-street sizing.
Looks like he agrees, at least for a second barrel.
Or at least can't get called by much worse. I'm not saying it's not possible, but
Partnered with Chichi?
you know, maybe like the worst King X suited type hands. But and Martirosyan, now it's getting kind of dicey to keep floating. We didn't catch another spade. We only got ace high. The big blind has a lot of 8X, maybe even some King X playing this way. It's just time to get out of Dodge. We are beating bluffs, or semi-bluffs even, but, you know, sometimes just gotta let it go. Move on. It's like
Could
when
be
your
drawing thin or dead.
girlfriend breaks up with you and just gotta let her go. If she
Oh,
loves
is that
you,
what
she'll
we're
come
supposed to
back.
do?
How is it? You let it go, and if it loves you, it comes back to you.
Nah, man. Sometimes you got to go grab it.
Grab it by the balls. What kind
we
of
were
girls
talking
are
about
you dating? What kind of girls are you dating?
I feel like we've just generated a lot of questions out there just based on that exchange.
I just love the sayings, and sometimes they don't really fit, but I use them anyway, you know?
Oh, well, something fits, and it's aces into the equation and the story that's been told thus far on the day for Mikolai.
It fits its needles into the pincushion.
Up only. His chip graph. For the most part.
Ooh, Jaffe might get into a little trouble here with King 10 off.
Now remember, this is the same guy that in the face of a small blind limp took the Queen 9 offsuit and stuffed it into the chip leader. No lack of heart. And
oh,
is that what we heard?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, same hand.
Oopsie. Same hand. Jaffe trolling.
My man.
Little gallows humor.
And we're probably going to be less than 34 here soon. Jaffe's with that 14%. It does come in, but not very often. Oh,
Okay.
there's half of the work.
5 outs twice. As it stands for Jaffe, who connects with the 10, but not the turn. Can he be retained? Will the deck keep him in his seat? No.
Look, guys.
Had he flatted, he'd be out of here.
Fair.
Yeah.
Not to be
10,
results
7,
oriented,
5,
but yeah.
2 clubs. He flats. He probably just check raises flop, gets it in, and boom, boom, boom. Only way he's fading this is by folding pre-flop.
So a very bloody altercation there that flatlines.
Короче, сейчас
Jonathan Jaffe,
эти столы помедленнее
perhaps
играют.
he's off to the table
Они сейчас
tennis.
должны столько же раздать, сколько мы разыграть, и потом возобновим.
То есть мы сейчас на паузе, да?
Да.
Меня это
My
устраивает.
guess is there's a racket sport of some sort in his immediate future.
2 aces.
А хорошая
Not to mention 100K, which gets underway
Подожди, так а мы сейчас...
Wait, so we have
here
like
today.
Oh, yeah. Just game what half? No, 2 hands and then break. Oh.
So Nikolai,
We have to
less
check it,
than,
or-
just about 100K,
Not my fault.
pardon me, behind Brian Kim.
Nikolai
Ben
putting
Tollering,
me
2
all in
million,
the river.
sitting in third.
That's why we are slow, because I have to use 2 time banks and fold. Fuck. At tens. He did small blind. Okay, he raised. I thought I'm button because
Malinowski.
so I raised, but actually it's just a call
Raise
on the
and
button.
take.
It's like 9-5-4. Check. Oh,
Let's
you
take
wanted
a
to
look
three
at
bet. No, I raised.
Malinowski's
I didn't realize that.
Triton resume, shall we?
I was the button.
This
Yeah,
is the
hold on,
first
I thought
event
two
that he's
blinds
played
and I
so
raised.
far in Montenegro.
Yeah.
Only played 2 events in Jeju,
Same.
but
Wait.
finished 13th in the 100K main
Yeah.
for $330,000.
Yeah, then 9-4-5.
Bricked the 50K 7
call.
max.
Check.
London
Bet
just
lead
came
into
out and
one
played 3
game
events,
running.
but a
Raise
deep run in the
220,
125K main of
300,
18th for
fold call, turn
226K.
queen. Check. River he jams.
Overall in his
River, you
career,
have top river deuce.
2.7 million plus in earnings. Across
Yeah,
7
River-
caches, looking to notch his 8th. At present, 33 players remain. 27 will be paid. Martirosian hoping to be among them. 2 nines. Looking to aid the effort.
How will Malinowski proceed with Queen Jack off here? Just thinking about some nefarious actions, but just folds it. I'm curious about Artur's history. I'm gonna look him up.
Soiza defends the big with ace-8. Does not improve.
He's got 15 caches for 2.3. So Artur Martirosian hasn't had a ton of success here at Triton, all things considered.
Ну правильно, а то знаешь, бывает никто не спрашивает, когда фигня, и потом. Может поэтому он и мало кто об этом думает. На опыте.
C-bet and take it for Artur.
Хотя не в онлайне.
We could perhaps start to see a little bit of that money bubble consciousness creeping into some of the choices from here forward. Difference between $0 and $80,000, not negligible.
I need a double up.
Next player that busts, we go to 4 tables. So, and 4 tables is how many there'll be when we break the money bubble. All right, fold it to the blinds. Little BVB action. Soisa's got a playable hand, but that said, he has 10 blinds and he's OOP to Artur, who's got heaps. Knows he can put the pressure on, does so. See what he's got. Might not be a great hand. They really don't want to show us here with the graphic. There we go, ace-5 off. All right, it's a hand that makes sense, but he could have done it with some garbage in that one.
Always conceding after the limp. Does feel like a little bit more weight in the air. Perhaps it's simply the loss of the likes of Dvoris and Jaffe as presences.
Yeah, Jaffe was chatting it up. So definitely noticing that difference. The table's a lot quieter now. I think Jaffe was #1 conversation driver.
Chance.
That just means we have to work now, Ollie.
I was going to say, should we start setting lines on other
All in.
things? How many people lost a foot on the tilt-a-whirl since 1925?
Listen, I love gambling on that, on whatever.
You played a lot of Laden thanks.
I
Is that
did.
what you were going to say right now? Yeah.
I did. Yeah. How could I not? I mean, Antonio was is still, you know, but back in the day when I played it more at tournaments, yeah, good friends with Antonio, and so.
He was a great presence at any given table in terms of being able to keep the mood light. But, you know, listen, playing lights out, and there is a little bit of value at times. I don't know that that was tactical per se by Jaffe, nor that it would be effective against the average Triton reg. But, you know, maybe we're thinking a little bit less about the poker in like a big MTT with some recreational talents out there.
It's hard to say it was super tactical for Jaffe because he was definitely the person talking and distracted the most.
Right.
So, and I'm not saying maybe he can talk a bunch and play great, but he was the one who was the most engaged throughout that conversation.
I definitely have a lot more fun when a table is talkative, both as a player and as a commentator for that matter. James Chen looking for a little fun with aces. Pocket threes binned.
So far, no takers.
Kings. Better.
Whoa. Better than
Kings.
Yeah, the best. Nuts. It's 5 suited, I was thinking.
Unable to get any action.
Then.
Disappointingly, is James.
Yes. Yeah.
Taking a look at
immediate table. Yeah.
his career Triton resume, just shy of $3 million in earn. 5 cashes, hunting his 6th. 0 for 3 thus far here in Montenegro.
275.
Trying to break that spell. Back in Jeju, he went 2 for 4. 5th in the 150K 8 max.
This is James Chen?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, big cash in the 150K, 1.25 mil.
Ace deuce suited now for Artur. Makes it 50 to go.
Oh, here we go, 9s. Versus the cutoff who has a bunch of chips opening. I think you just smashed this in.
250 back.
Just like you should smash the like and subscribe button.
Oh, nice, Rast, nice. There we are. Now at this price, the ace deuce suited a candidate, I assume, with 1.3 back, or no?
No, I think you fold.
It's 4 suited. It's 2 suited. Close enough.
What's the price for that ace deuce suited hangs in? 200K?
I mean,
175?
Yeah, probably something like that. A problem you run into is just you're dominated by all ace-x and pairs, which are a big part of the jamming range.
Yeah.
So you need a pretty good price.
Also with
Presume off of
The
that
deuce
stack
isn't a
depth.
fun card.
Yeah, I presume off of that stack depth by James, though, there's going to be a decent amount of Broadway combos that
no, I just mean
we're
from
doing
the
okay against.
last 2
But
levels of the tournament. No, it's just that hand.
no,
I don't think he's going to get too carried away with it just because it's only 10 blinds, so he gets called a decent amount. And he can just defend his big blind, right? And I think that's definitely a function of it's like 5 people out till the money or something, right? So
Good point.
The last level, I went from 1.1 to 580. So, tournaments, huh?
Here we go. It's like 14 blinds, pretty comfy all in with an offsuit ace here.
Small blind rip from Chen. Mosbach. Nothing to speak of. Lays it down.
Couple pots in succession here for James Chen. Chipping up at. He's still short, but out of the danger zone that he was in.
Folded around to James on the button. Jack 10 off.
So James doesn't have many chips, but
he's picked up a few over the orbit.
Yeah, but the blinds don't have a ton of chips either. Malzbach does cover in the small blind, but he covers Soisa in the big, so this is a hand where, in a situation where there were big stacks in the blinds, maybe he makes, you know, a tighter fold here because of ICM, but with that not being the case, views it as an opportunity to keep on winning pot chips and collecting, something he won't get the opportunity to do from earlier positions. For example, in his next position in the cutoff, Artur has the big blind with well over $1 million, so he'd probably fold this.
Well, Jack 4 not folded by Soisa, who was dominated until this Queen 6-4 board gives him the side card for bottom pair. Chen, however, will sprinkle 35K.
All in?
Wow, Soisa just plays it as a check jam.
Yeah, just wants to clear out overcards and take it down. Not too happy when you get called, but you take it down quite a bit.
Хоккеем занимается. Вообще классно, научили уже на коньках кататься. 3 года? Ну так, пока знаем, детские игры катается.
Soisa had an interesting defend there off of 10 blinds with Jack 4 off. Feel like at this part of the tournament with a pretty high risk premium, that can go both ways. I'm not a play I disagree with. I just like seeing different opinions in those spots, and it's an unclear one to me.
Ace-9 suited, looking quite clear to Mikolai. Jack 4 suited has become the big blind defending hand of the moment, although it doesn't perform as well for Artur. Can't say the same for Mikolai as the sun continues to shine on that seat. Top pair here. $50. Board texture that is supposed to favor Martirosyan, I would imagine, here.
No, this type of board still favors the hijack opener some.
Okay.
It's just not connected enough, so
check raise
9x over pairs
to 150 from Artur as he wants to see what's what across the way.
Yeah, Artur is taking a pretty interesting combo here. Backdoor hearts, jack, bit non-standard, but he's, you know, attacking the c-bet and trying to clear out stabs with just over cards. But we can see that Mikolaj doesn't have that. He has top pair, top kicker, so you would oh wow, and he's just playing right back.
This is street poker.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense though, because ace-9 against the big blind, pretty happy just to get it in right there. Like the big blind doesn't have many overpairs. Can have 10s and jacks maybe and not 3-bet them, but definitely not queens plus.
There does seem to be a little bit of familiarity between the likes of Vaska Boynikau and Malinowski. One wonders whether or not Martirosyan also is
I like that play with
a
ace-9
guy they have
there.
some history with. Yeah, opportunity was presented, of course, courtesy of Martirosyan taking it to the streets a bit.
Ace-9's like a little vulnerable, but like a very good hand right there, and so it's a great hand to fast play there. So I like that find.
Looked like a great pair of hands on Kulev there. He's getting stretched out. That was a peek at our next featured table, the one that really raised our eyebrows at the top of the day. Certainly looking forward to welcoming them to the stage.
Queen deuce. I think I would fold.
Well, the ace-9 has been transferred over to Martirosyan, unsuited variety, small blind. Red time banks associated with the fast action system, unopened pots pre-flop, 10-second shot clock. You can use those time banks specifically in these situations for a little extra think.
Now it's normal time bank. Yes? Can I use normal time bank? Yeah, sure. Yeah.
What's going on here? I mean, Artur wasted a number of seconds just during the conversation with the dealer, and I suspect that this is not a tank related so much to the hand, but perhaps something else I'm not catching. We're not on the stone bubble. 33 left. Ultimately, he comes with a limp, Rast.
Yeah, I have no clue what just happened there. I mean, you would think it's related to another table, but I mean, he's not really short, so maybe he just really was thinking, what do I want to do with ace-9 off?
Well, Malinowski's going to get a free peek at 9-8 tray. Once again, a 9-high board presenting itself to an ace-9. Once again, quite a measured pace with which Martirosyan acts, leading for 75,000.
Страшный тайминг.
See, like, I'm fairly certain that
Можно было после пола выкинуть просто.
Malinowski didn't have anything other than fold on his mind. But when we take that shot of him, Rast, dude will leave you pretty nervous about what's about to go down. I don't know what it is.
That time I felt pretty confident.
But you know what I mean? Just the imagery of it all. Well, if you lack confidence, perhaps, and are looking to improve your poker game, why would you do anything other than head over to our good friends at GTO Wizard to help make you make optimal decisions in high-pressure spots? They've got you covered. You can study any situation using any bet size. It truly is the ultimate tool to help prepare yourself for those critical moments at the table. Check them out at gtowizard.com and transform your game in as little as 5 minutes per day. Every time I say that tagline, I feel like I'm pushing exercise equipment. In as little as 5 minutes a day. Well, in about 3 minutes, we're going to come back with continuing coverage here as it looks like it's time for a little bit of rebalancing, a little bit of redraw. Not particularly sure, but I know we got to step aside. Don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage from Maestral after this.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
In poker, every small decision counts. Introducing the Game Changer, Daily Dose of GTO. This is your free guide to mastering GTO strategies in just 5 minutes a day. Join the thousands of players transforming their game and results. Gain the confidence you need for high-stakes decisions. Scan the QR code now to get your free copy and follow GTO Wizard on Twitter and Instagram for exclusive challenges and giveaways during this Triton series.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
So we're back with a little bit of deck shuffling, filling in some holes. Arm Sargisian. Justin Saliba joined the party, bringing us back to 8-handed here at the featured table of this 50K 8-max event. Creeping toward the money bubble. 31 remaining now.
Her family actually owns this super famous
David
player
Yan
in Malaysia.
Oh, wow.
and Tom
My
Hyung.
father made shoes
Both
for the
been
Hunters and
eliminated.
stuff like that.
Wow.
Those are the two
You
most
got
recent
to make you one
casualties.
as well?
Brandon
So
Whitmire
all
and
my
James
shoes are from
Chen.
them,
Wow.
because,
Two shortest stacks in the
friends.
room.
Yeah.
Yaroshevsky, Saliba,
That is cool.
also part of that. So
Yeah.
I think I've seen you in the video.
here is Saliba looking to find North Brown trajectory.
Practicing for invitational, you know.
Sixes.
Yeah,
Bin.
mucks the
Gotta build
sixes
in.
there. We can see under the gun 7. So, yeah, he's got 13 blinds. We're approaching the bubble. Just something I think to take note of. Some of you out there trying to learn a little bit about poker, some of the value of these smallish pairs
Oh yeah, maybe
up
I don't know,
front,
depends on
raising through a lot of people, especially when
Is it
there's a
fresh-
risk
Is it a
premium.
fresh one or you've been wearing the whole time? From outside?
Up.
Then you
working.
have to
Yeah.
open it. Yeah. No worries. I mean, just a suggestion.
Yeah.
Jack 8.
Because I think it looks better with open.
Arturosian.
I didn't think about it.
Open is better.
Raising.
Normally, if you don't wear a tie, you wear it.
Basket point Cal wakes up with a couple of 10s. He really is the hot hand.
1.150.
Chip lead, the product of more than simply card racking, but obviously that phenomenon is one that does not hurt the effort.
This is not quite tuxedo.
So that's just a call.
Interesting choice. Not really the kind of hand that is a candidate for a trap, I would imagine, but look at 7-3 deuce, an overpair, a dry texture.
Yeah, good.
Maybe he manages to lure some chips forward from Artur, who has the action check to him.
Oh, I think he will. I think Artur's going to c-bet this. Artur plays pretty aggressively. I mean, we just saw him check raise Jack high, and now he's versus the big blind heads up. So, yeah, here comes the c-bet.
How much?
It's not a small one either.
Yeah, 90 into 155.
Yeah, well over half pot. So Artur is going with a somewhat polar c-bet sizing here, which he should have. I mean, he has a lot more overpairs, but we can see in this case that Mikolai actually has an overpair. So versus that sizing, 10s just calls, which I like.
5 on the turn. Again, Nikolai checks it over.
Yeah, he's just playing his hand kind of as a bluff catch right now. It is ahead of value as well. Obviously, Artur could have had hands like 7x or whatever on the flop. Artur just gives up here with stone nothing, no equity. Now Mikolai has a lot of hand. There's definitely some hands Artur might play like this that he checks back that call. Jack high isn't one of them, but hands like King 3, you know, Ace 7, 9 7, etc. So he might want to bet for value versus those hands because some of them might check back.
225.
A really tidy run out for
Yeah.
the 10s, which in the face of the check back from Artur announced 225 and a snap fold from Arturosian, who shoots him a look.
Like you just keep winning every pot we play.
He's had to go to the multi-spire configuration. You remember it was just twin towers. Now he's got the quad towers working.
But, I mean, yeah, I guess that's what happens, Artur, when you really just have nothing. And your opponent has pretty good hands. You just lose every pot.
Arturosian, still 40 big blinds.
So Mikolai is from Belarus, which, if I'm trying to match that up, isn't Mikita Badziakowski also from Belarus?
Correct.
I don't know if there's any other Belarusians, but
I know I've seen the flag flown over other names. They're not coming to me at the moment, but obviously a nation that has produced some poker talent, much of which has gotten wind of the Triton Super High Roller Series and come out to test itself. James Chen tests the durability of Ace-10 suited.
Chair and do like a shot
50 of 3 1/4.
It's going to be
Put forth.
Benny, you, Phil, and Linus. So, because like in the half circle, like Landis, you couldn't really see.
You want to guess?
Andre is gonna sit.
So 27 cash. There's 31 left. There's 4 people that won't cash. You want to guess one of the players that's in those bottom 4 stacks right now?
Well, I know that 2 of them are right here.
Yeah, we got James
Saliba
Chen.
among them, by the way, who now looks down at a couple of 9s. He did throw those 2 6s away.
Saliba's 27th. It's Igor Yaroshevsky. Just won an event, but every time it seems like he's just short stacking his way all the way up the ladder. Here he is with a short stack again.
Perhaps we've got a new Sean Winter on our
Yeah.
hands. Saliba has ripped.
I love that. He's the what flag is this? The blue and yellow?
Ukraine.
He's the Ukrainian Sean Winter.
There it is. Well, Chen concedes to Saliba. I guess that rip off of a shorty out of the big blind versus his under the gun position assigned plenty of credibility. Didn't want to wind up against what he probably expects to be pairs and better aces the vast majority of the time.
And also just massive risk premium on that call. Again, only 4 people need to bust in a 31-person field to make the money. So it's like we're really just going to call everything off with ace-10 here. It's just wait, stay alive and try to cash. So you need pretty big equity there to call versus your opponent's range. And ace-10 suited just does not make the cut.
I will say that you and I definitely have borne witness to people who have different math when it comes to the risk premium, just cut from different cloths. A lot of times, there are guys who find this specific time in a tournament, and even without a big stack, will approach things in a more aggressive fashion under the assumption that they'll get away with a little bit more and try to chip up.
Sure, but we're talking about calling, as James Chen at least, right?
Yes, yes.
Calling's not aggression. So, I
Good
mean, you're
point.
just risking the chips there, and you have to win the showdown. But your implication would be that who was it that shoved? It was Saliba, right?
Right.
Saliba might be shoving a little wider, for example.
Perhaps. Blinds will be headed north to 15 and 30,000 with a 30K big blind ante as you get one last peek at this crew. Brought to you by sportsbet.io. Vasca Boinical up there toward the top of this leaderboard. Martirosian second in chips as this crew is going to give way to a new feature table back at the desk. Ali and Rasty with you. And it was something that started out real light, chill, talkative. Obviously, we lost the driving force behind the conversation in Jonathan Jaffe, who also got showered. But now all of a sudden, that weighted blanket appears to have fallen upon the field right now, as you touched on, getting close to that money bubble and things like an ace-10 suited not wanting to tussle, indicative of that.
Yeah, I think it's just the double reasons of, we lost Jaffe, and even his other partner with the GTO poker school.
Dvoris.
Yeah, Dvoris. And they were really driving the conversation with that game. And then, the other factor just being, hey, man, we're, 4 tables left. We're on the money bubble now. So the implications have ratcheted up, and some of the intensity of now big stacks can really drive it to pressure, and the small stacks need to really focus to try to find their spots to stay alive, yet eat a few chips here and there so they don't just blind their way out like Broomcorn's uncle.
Brandon Whitmire, shortest stack in the room right now. James Chen, 9 bigs. Yaroshevsky down there, the aforementioned Ukrainian Sean Winter, as you've designated him. All right, let's step aside. Brief break, scheduled in nature. We'll be back in just a few moments, continuing coverage of the 50K 8 Max as we play down to the money.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
Where I was like late the other day because our driver bailed on us.
You got bait and switched in the
Okay.
taxi streets in Montenegro.
Who else? Mosbach. I ran into Mosbach and Fedor down by the outside by the pool and chatted with them a little bit yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, that I was like, hey, you guys aren't playing the tournament? And Fedor's like, hands up, like, look at this, man.
Yeah.
Today's beautiful. Okay, we're gonna chill here. I'll go up there and play in an hour or two. You know, 100 big blinds is fine.
On the topic of beautiful, Ace King suited is the way that we regard such kit under normal circumstances, under the gun open, and yet we've got a little beast on our hands in terms of Razai with pocket queens.
I don't see this going any other way than 3-bet, and they're gonna be flipping.
Razai 21 bigs deep to start this one.
Oh my.
Ding
Okay.
Yao, 14 bigs and pocket kings suddenly surface in front of the chip leader. This is early violence.
Terrible news for pocket queens.
I mean, it ain't great for the ace king suited either.
Yeah, three-way all in, ace king suited won't perform too badly just having that ace in the suit. It's probably going to be a three-way all in. I mean, I think Daniel's not going to love it, but he only has 20 blinds.
Well, that's more than Ding Biao's got. Obviously, when we open from under the gun and the heat comes in a 3-bet and a 4-bet versus that position, we have concerns.
Certainly. I don't think he's deep enough to fold, though. Yeah, and I don't think Daniel is either.
Yep.
Wow.
That is
A lack of excitement in both those seats, and with good reason, as all of a sudden,
What a spot.
a cooler develops, and we could lose two of these guys in short order here, Rast, unless
but see
one of them finds improvement.
You see the odds? Ace-King suited's way better than Queens here.
Yeah.
Just because of that nice overcard. I mean, it's not short deck good, but, you know, it's doing all right. Three-way, 28% could be worse.
Side pot is between Ding Biao and Vasco Boinicao. 8-8-9 board. One spade cooking. Nikolai would love to keep the back door shut, but on the turn, the 10.
Oh, I like.
Now,
Queen's picked up some outs there.
Yeah, giving Razai the 4 jacks. But on the river, it's a 7 and a double elimination here at the feature table.
Good breakfast.
Yeah, it was nice.
Before we'd even settled in.
Swimming. Clean living.
Tremendous amount of propulsion for Vasco Boinicao.
Were you swimming in the ocean?
Where did you swim?
I saw someone swimming in the
Specifically
ocean.
where? I was there
The
without
scene,
quick
the
limit.
scene.
Yeah, maybe it was me, Fedor, and Dan.
Нормально, там 1500, да, я собрал, по-моему.
We got a quick dip in.
I mean, it doesn't look so bad. 350, наверное, да, было?
To join us here at the Triton Super High Roller Series, and of course,
You knock me out, and no
every
problem
Friday you
happens.
play with the pros in Rush and Cash.
Otherwise, probably tomorrow.
Red Jacks for Danny Tang.
Table tennis.
See.
Ah.
Under the gun
Did I
raise.
tell you I did one coaching session?
Yeah, you
And
said
I
you're
almost
sweating balls.
fucking died, bro.
Ah,
It's a fucking workout. It's
What was
intense.
that? Yeah, I don't know that I ever sweat as much as
In
table
table
tennis
tennis, right?
lessons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit, sorry. Yes, it was, yeah. The coach was like, I was like, I'll do 2 hours. And she's like, are you sure?
2 hours.
Are you
tough.
sure?
Oh
I was like, okay. I
yeah.
was like, okay, fine. 1.5 hours. You know?
Yeah.
I was like,
A6 suited
You're
played
getting
as a
multi-ball.
flat.
It's fucking exhausting.
and you got to squat. I'm a bit taller, so I got to squat
Peeking
lower.
down
right?
at Ace King. Might he find
Yeah.
a little bit of trouble
180
here?
BPM.
Yeah.
Fucking
I can play tennis for 4 hours, but table tennis for an hour and a half is a lot more.
Nikolai and
But it's
Dvoris
not my
are really
style.
deep.
Attack and tennis.
So, I mean,
Attack
versus
and table
Danny,
tennis.
he may or may not find a kind of
The
rip
pace as well,
sizing,
you know, you have the razor sharp
but
focus,
not
you
with
know,
Nikolai in the
fast.
pot, and they're both, you know, 80 bigs or something. But it looks like I just don't think Danny's gonna find a fold to this with jacks.
All in?
Yeah. So we're gonna see a flip here. Danny has a solid favorite.
Yep, the 3-bet to 170 from Ace King, a rip from Danny, and we're off to the races in an almost 1 million chip pot. Not quite the classic, but the same architecture.
2 пары, тут 6.
2 overs against the big pair. Dvoris the covering stack. Tang needs to hold. So far, so good. Queen 9 deuce board. Diamonds do work for Dvoris.
Yeah. Nice board for Danny right now. Just needs to fade the 6 outs once.
Which he does.
And this is the player of the year
430?
doubling up.
Danger.
Danger.
Dvoris, by the way,
GTO says no.
Thank you.
GTO says yes. There we go. It's like your own poker coach.
well, Mosbach will be saying yes to pocket 9s.
Oh, it's a call.
And raise. Oh, actually played it as a limp. I saw the white and the blue, but because he had delivered the single white chip first, I believe it was deemed a call.
Yeah, it looks like he has. It's really 15K. I'm struggling here, but something like 15 blinds.
16 to start the hand
Okay.
by our measure.
Yeah, so that's a stack depth that does incorporate a limping range according to GTO strategies that I've seen, and Mosbach is doing so. He does collect, by limping, he does collect a few hands that probably fold to his open. And now James Chen, an interesting decision here with ace-jack off.
5 seconds.
Does the limp at all create alarm bells from under the gun? I mean, this is a fairly awkward decision, generally speaking, in any given game, right?
Yeah, there's some, James Chen is definitely concerned. He has a pretty good hand. I mean, one of the things he's also thinking, though, is Jaffe and Mikolai very likely have garbage.
Yeah, they're not trapping, but as it turns out, Mosbach sort of is.
Now, when he makes this raise, he's probably deciding, I guess I'm getting it in versus Mario. Although he would have preferred Mario to call or fold, obviously. But I mean, we'll see. He hasn't called yet.
But isn't the limp jam, now granted, the two flats that you talked about, Ras, do kind of
But I don't think he
adulterate
can
it.
fold here. Yeah.
But I'm saying he is clearly concerned, and being up against 2 nines is perhaps on the better case scenario side of the spectrum for James.
Yeah, it is once you see limp jam, for sure.
Yeah.
Which is why he didn't just snap, even though, he did call, he didn't use a time bank. He knew when he raised, he's probably calling it off, but yeah, you don't want to see the jam. And that's a decent possibility when you're James and you make it 50K more out of the big blind there.
Well, you also don't want to see an 8 high flop and a lack of an ace or a jack on the turn, unless you're Mosbach, who's feeling it. Can he fade the 6 outs and find a double? Yes, sir. So business Mario adding to his spreadsheet.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Up only.
Yeah. Holy fuck, I wasn't even thinking about that. I did.
Up only, I love that. I hear that a lot in my
You had
little
pocket
investment
fives?
chats. The crypto. And welcome back to the march toward the money here in the 50K 8 Max. Maestral Hotel Resort and Casino, the backdrop to the Triton Super High Roller Series. Ali Nejad, Brian Ras still with you here at the booth, but still haven't burst the bubble. We are currently 4 players away from that happening as just 31 remain. And as we dive immediately into the Triton Poker Plus app, not only will you get a glimpse at the new feature table that everybody's been salivating over, demanding that we bring to the stage, which we've done, but you also see Michalai Vaskaboynikau up top, 90 big blinds in front of him. Brian Kim, Ben Tollerine rounding out those top 3. Smith and Ivy, of course, not to be overlooked. A murderer's row of sorts, if you allow me to scroll. No real spots to speak of, not that we're ever looking to designate anybody in any given field in that manner. Average stack, 1,034 big blinds. As we're going to be playing at present, is it 15 and 30? Yes, it is indeed. Scrolling all the way down, by the way, shortest stacks, touched on it briefly before we went to the break, Rasty, Whitmire, Chen, and then the Ninja Yaroshevsky, who, of course, is fresh off of that victory. Could we get there quickly, or do you think we're going to grind?
Only 4 left, some sub-10 big blind stacks. I mean, I think we probably get there in the next hour or so, I would say. Yeah, so not right away, but relatively quickly.
All right, well, let's take a little dive into this featured table, looking at the stacks, looking at the faces. I mean, just take your pick of interesting little situations that we have on our hands.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can see Brandon here. He's got 5 bigs. He's the shortest stack in the tournament. So immediately that's somebody who's kind of on notice. And on the flip side, Ivy, if you scroll, he's 5th in chips right now, 1.7. Petrangelo's right behind him, 6th, 1.6. So a couple big stacks, real short stacks, and kind of the rest sliding in between, with Ponikov's being the other kind of standout with well over $1 million.
El Conquistador making another run, also present at this table, 26 big blinds deep. A name that everybody has been demanding specifically is that of Linus Lolliger. Linus Love, online legend, not unlike Malinowski, who we were watching moments ago. He is a guy that really does things, not unlike what we observe from Malinowski in a spot or two perhaps, but hyper-aggressive at times and just, whoa, where did that come from? So edge-of-your-seat stuff we've got in store.
Listen, this table is full of guys who are known for their aggressive play, but also being really good. I mean, that row right there, Kulev, Linus Love, Adrian Mateos, all three of them. I mean, Nick Petrangelo, also just a guy who rips in bluffs in a lot of great spots, you know. And then Panakovs and Phil Ivey. So, you know, this table is just chock full of guys that you just love to watch all at one table. So I just can't imagine we're not going to get interesting hands.
Listen, one name that I really want to make sure that we do call him, we're going to see him shortly as we step back into the arena, is Maher Noida. Noida's a guy who I've seen evolve. I've seen him develop. He has yet to cash in a Triton. But here he is on the precipice, sitting 7th of 8 runners here at this feature table, 22 big blinds deep. I would imagine he very much wants to make the money for a first time, and perhaps we'll see some spins from there.
This is his 4th stop, so, you know,
he's been at it.
2 Cypresses, and then Monte Carlo, and now Montenegro. So it's quite a few. He would love to break that streak right there.
Listen,
that's not a fun one.
21 consecutive events without a cash from Maher Noida.
And that's
now,
not including potential rebuys, right?
Of course. It's not a one-and-done bullet situation, but
he's in good shape.
Do feel compelled to mention that 0 for 21 isn't some point of embarrassment. Some of the greatest to ever do it have had mega dry spells here at a Triton. Davies, Petrangelo coming to mind always about that stuff. Obviously, we're not looking to forever cement that as their legacy in a Triton. You know, these guys are greats, and they've found, you know, the corner and turned it, but point to be made there is it happens.
He's a favorite to cash here. He's got over 20 blinds, and there are, it looks like that's 6 people below him who are all sub 15 blinds. So
minimum 8.
Should break that streak today.
Well, that man that we just saw folding on this occasion should break the chat. So many Linus Love fans out there. Always brings a little bling and a little flavor to every one of our featured tables. Today being no exception. Looks like you might have reached into Martirosian's closet in terms of the Gucci selection.
Yeah. Martirosian always comes blinged out.
He's Gucci'd out.
Yeah, Gucci'd. Is it specifically Gucci?
He's big on the Gucci.
Okay.
Was rocking a Loro Piana hat earlier, but that man is Gucci to the core, no question.
But you might play
Raise a ticket from the button for Petrangelo is Panakovs and Noida
Don't take risks against bigger stuff.
having a chat. When I talked about Maher Noida, by the way, in terms of the evolution of his game, anybody that's out there actually trying, paying attention, it is almost impossible not to improve. When you've had a chance to take the front row seat to legends, the likes of which we see smattered throughout this particular feature table and any given Triton field, you just soak it up. You collect the ideas, as Schulman likes to say. And the idea for Ivy with Queen 3 offsuit is to limp against Maher. King Jack suited, he's just going to rip. Fortunate that Ivy wasn't trapping. Showed his hand.
No, King Jack.
But that's risky business there in terms of trying to make the money.
And did you hear what he just said?
To learn from your mistakes.
No play against Phil, only pre-flop.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't want to play.
Thank you.
No 3 big blinds.
I'll tell you what, at this table, I don't think I'm showing many cards. Okay.
I'm not showing cards. I'm not discussing strategy. I might not even breathe.
You think?
Well, notice everybody's just listening to him. It's like, you want to talk? All right, buddy. Tell me what you're going to do. This is a shark fest right here. I've ever seen one.
Razor sharp teeth surround us no matter who we are at this featured table. Ivy taking it to 65,000 on the button. Noida ace deuce. Spins it. Ace jack suited for Panakovs right behind. He'll play as a flat. King 4. Alex checks with the flow of play.
Ponikov's also a guy without a Triton title, but listen to this. 13 cashes for just a hair under 8 million USD. So, I mean, you just scroll down, it's like a bunch of final tables. Final table, final table. Guy only final tables when he cashes, basically. Like 4th, 6th, 5th, 5th. That's the first 4 cashes he made. 10th, 6th, 6th, 4th, 5th, 5th, 7th, 19th, 17th. That's literally me reading his like 2 non-final table cashes.
Right.
Ponikov's.
Well, here we are at the turn, which goes check, check after Ponikov's did call the 45K C-bet on the flop. River arrives and improves Alex, who didn't need it, in a significant enough way to perhaps hunt some value, one would imagine.
Sure. Sure, but I started with 11. There is no
Yeah, I mean, he's got to feel pretty good about his hand. The question now is after Phil checks back turn, does he think he gets more value by betting or by checking? Right? I mean, we could see that, you know, the actual hand Phil has is a hand that
115
isn't going to call but might bluff. So Ponikov's decides he gets more value by betting.
$215. No interest, of course, from 10 high. Take a look at Ponikov's resume, as long as that's what we're doing out here. 13 cashes, just shy of 8 million in career Triton earnings. 0 for 5 thus far here in Montenegro, and a big dry spell after cashing his very first event in Jeju, the 15K 8 max. He then finished things off with an 0 for 9 stretch, so 14 consecutive events entered without a cash for Ponikov's. Would love to fix that here today. Petrangelo, ace 4. Clears the king jack of Noida on the button. Queen jack for Kulev in the big. Alex. Comes along and flops 2 overs in the gut shot on this coordinated 9 high flop. Ace high, still in front.
Order some food. Food.
And water.
Two checks bring us to a turn. Sort of texture that one presumes Kulev can lay more comfortable claim to.
$175.
175 announced. And concession from Nikki P. Diving into Kulev's Triton resume.
Yes.
11 cashes,
11.
2.6 million plus in career Triton.
Yeah, I understand.
First joined us in Vietnam.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me. Could I get a
2023.
Thank you.
Had a couple of FTs in that one. His best finish at a Triton is 4th. That happened in the 40K Mystery Bounty in Jeju a stop ago. Still yet to win a title. Tough to do, of course. For now, the task, make the money. Worry about the rest later.
You have 7? 775 something.
7 and a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, 775.
Okay, thank you.
That's about right.
Kulev.
What's here?
9-6 suited.
Same. Call.
Played as a limp.
Linus here, 9-7 off. Size just wants to realize. We'll see a flop.
Queen 8-5.
Did I get
Both
the
players
grilled chicken?
with the gutter, but Kulev with the heart draw.
$70,000.
Coming with a big bet and sizing up to just under 80%. It's about 3/4 pot. 9-7 off. Probably floating most small bet sizes, but might have to just let this one go. Linus disagrees. He's very uncomfortable though. Ooh, and he picks up a 10, which gives him an open-ended straight draw now. So both players have 9 high here. Both are known for their aggression, so I gonna expect that someone's gonna try to win this on the turn. Alex still with a combo draw, and actually also has a double gutter, right? Because a jack,
yeah,
gives him a straight as well.
So no second barrel out of Kulev. Action on Linus.
Wonder if Kulev is looking for check raise with his hand. He has kind of a sexy hand to just check
lean.
raise versus a bet and lean, right?
Well, Lawler doesn't give him the opportunity, courtesy of the check back, and Brick River leaves both players with 9 high. Note that the 7 would play at a showdown here. I'm not sure anybody has that on their mind.
We're not getting a showdown with bet and call.
And it's not going check, check, giving Kulev leads for 65,000.
Yeah, call is just not in Linus's brain right now. If he's going to continue, it's going to be for a raise. Even though he would win if he called. But that's kind of an absurd proposition with 9 high. You can see he hasn't given this up yet. The bet is small, so you know he could make it like 165K to try to win 295.
Is the 9-7 the candidate for that?
I mean, not necessarily, but
the 9 of clubs is a bad one to have in our hand if we're going to choose to do it, which Linus appears to be doing. I'm asking.
I mean, kind of. We check back turn, so it's like blocking the straights doesn't matter, right? Like, you check back turn, so.
Oh, look at this. As you suspected, and as we somewhat prophesized when we first identified the presence of Linus Love at this table, we are seeing, albeit on this occasion on the more modest side, but fireworks nonetheless early on out of that seat.
That was a pretty sexy hand there.
Mm-hmm.
I think Linus just decided, hey, you know, sometimes you're bluffing small here, and sometimes you're value betting something weak. So if I come with a big raise, the bluffs have to fold, and maybe the value bets that are like betting this size, not the trap blocks, fold as well.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Good golfer?
Not so sure that one was about blockers.
I played for a while. I haven't played for a while. 60? Kind of like that, you know. How about you?
I like golf, but I play like twice a week, 9 holes now.
Okay.
That's it.
Where do you play at?
No. Wait, Dragon Ridge?
Dragon Ridge?
Yeah,
Okay.
a little over there.
Ponikov's suited one gapper. Took us to 60. Paused upon the A7 suited of Linus. Might he have more ideas percolating?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, he does.
It was taking up too much time, so I had to stop.
Yeah.
So now
Leveraging the bubble a little bit, along with the stack deep enough with which to make a few moves. Lolliger takes us to 210. Mateo's King Jack suited.
You gotta practice if you want to enjoy it. At least I do, because I just started a few years ago. But tennis, play for an hour and a half, get your heart rate up, get a little sweat, and get on with it. Golf.
Wow, so Mateos has one of these combos that you could do something wild with here for like 25 blinds. I mean, just like 4-bet jam. So he's thinking about it. Yeah, wow, okay. This is like the lightest combo that you kind of do because King-Queen can't call you. You're blocking kings and jacks.
So Mateos 4-bets it to 740,000, leaving 5K back. This is a jam. Easy release for Ponikovs and for Lolliger.
This table's delivering so far.
Yeah.
We got a river bluff raise. We got a 4-bet jam with King Jack suited. I mean, these guys are... I mean, who let the inmates out of the asylum?
I got to tell you, I almost feel like I owe everybody at this table an apology for having subjected them to this particular feature. I mean, it's just a random draw in a tournament, and obviously many of them up to the task, as we can see, but boy, we're not making it easy out here.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that. Mateos using a little bit of Linus's cookbook. As he says, I'm the chef in this kitchen.
I mean, it is the
Glass pot.
fun thing about, for me, commentating kind of as the analyst for these guys, because you know how you've been with me a lot in the booth, Ali. We're talking about hands. I'll speculate on like the fun, the fun outcome. Where okay, like the person could kind of bluff with this, but you know they don't always do it.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
Like this table's full of guys who are just live to really do it.
They do it, yeah,
like
exactly.
at a decent frequency. Like King Jack suited, okay, yeah. You look at a chart here, King Jack suited sometimes piles. Sure enough, you know most people just pass that, but Mateos didn't.
No shortage of ambition in this crew and no shortage of gambling opportunities over at betacr.eu, where you can elevate your sports engagement experience. Exclusive Triton Super High Roller Series action is available. Predict your favorite players' outcomes, tournament results, and receive a 15% bonus up to $250 on your first top-up. Join today at betacr.eu.
Yeah, which is why, like, if I'm just going to pontificate or whatever on that a little bit, what it means is that you look at some of these GTO ranges and versus, you know, very good players, but guys that don't always take those spots, sometimes you have to be a little bit tighter. Because, like, you look at the response to what you call off versus somebody in that 4-bet spot is either the opener or the 3-better. And if that 4-better doesn't have the King-Jack suited once in a while or some of these other hands that mix in that aren't, you know, aces, kings, ace-king, you call just a little bit tighter. But against a guy like Mateos, who does take the spot with King-Jack suited, even on the stone bubble right here, basically, yeah, if you're calling too tight there, you're not doing the right thing. You got to call more like GTO because he's shipping it with that with the actual weak GTO stuff, but that you're supposed to do.
On the topic of shipments, Mateo started the party. Petrangelo 3-bet with Jack 10. Whitmire with a big commitment already in the big blind. Will play for his tournament life. Unfortunately, his 10 is dominated, but he does find a 7 on an ace-high board with no spade to worry about. 280K pot. Fourth spade on the turn. Pietrangelo does pick up a gutter, can chop with the spade. Jack will be a clean winner as well. Can Whitmire hold? Well,
it up.
sort of. They're going to carve it. By the way, love that Triton hat that Whitmire's rocking. That's one of the newer drops. Got the logo embroidered on the bill. Head on over to our Triton website. You can head to the shop. Pick one up for yourself.
Yeah. I wanted to get that blue hoodie with the gold zipper, but
they've got one in large. Are you large?
No, I extra large.
XL?
The Triton stuff's like a little tight.
It's a little snug.
Like you wear large for most things, but I get extra large for Triton stuff.
And they're all out?
They're all out. Next stop. Brutal. Brutal. I do like that hat though.
That hat's flavor.
Yeah.
I mean, when I'm out playing poker, I'm wearing either GG gear or Triton gear almost exclusively these days.
Yeah.
And not because of, you know, oh, I need to play for the home team. I can wear what I want. And I got nice clothes. I just, like, this stuff feels great.
Do you have
functional.
No.
I mean, a lot of that Triton gear is tailored a bit to poker playing. They got the extra zipper pocket, so you know you store the chips or keys or whatever. It's nice for playing cards.
Pietrangelo, fresh off of the chop with Whitmire. Looks like he's going to book a table for two once more, barring Ivy waking up with something, which he doesn't. So let's try this again.
Trouble again.
This time, Pietrangelo gets to be the dominant holding. $10-4 deuce. Nicky P is staring over at a wheel gutter, but he's got top pair.
Yeah, Brandon trades the 3 for a 5.
4 outs one time to keep Whitmire involved and running deuces.
Be good. Good luck, guys.
Will
Take
end
care.
matters for Brandon. Unfortunately for him, that end will not include a payout as he fails to make it to the money. Something that both Daniel Dvoris and Michael Soiza, the 2 eliminations since we returned from the break, also know something about.
Next time on the left
We're
corner.
on the bubble now. The
Stone
actual
money bubble.
Stone bubble, yeah. There's 28 left. It pays 27.
Shortest stack in the room belongs to James Chen with 10 big blinds.
Ah, yeah.
I was winning a lot.
Huh.
Build my
I believe you.
Bluff on the river?
Was it a really popular game?
I was bluffing as well, that's what makes me.
You were born in Tunisia?
How low was your bluff? 9 high.
Listen, I'm no alchemist
You too?
nor
Okay.
jeweler, Rast, but as I look at the shade of gold on that herringbone chain, I'm not thinking that's any. That might be 25 karat gold that Linus is rocking. That looked pure, buddy.
This is like a necklace. I haven't noticed it
How
yet.
could you not notice?
I noticed his glasses. but
Okay,
not his
also
chain.
golden.
Yeah.
I'm sure you caught the bracelet. Golden.
Oh.
There's a
I didn't
little
know there
peek
was
at it.
All the
Oh yeah, and he's got the Gucci shirt.
Feels like a lot of
He's
old people play this game.
very decked out right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the only way he flies.
Yeah,
I'm with
I
it.
get it.
I guess he's kind of eschewed the loud shirts because he was in a loud shirt phase that I remember
I
previously.
believe the House of Versace was responsible for some of that,
Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken. He has that strawberry shirt as well, which I think is Gucci. What he also has is 25 bigs, and as we've already observed early going here at this feature table, no shortage of get after it, even on a money bubble.
Never had a guy.
Stone in nature now with 28 left, 27 paid, min cash, 80,000. Those don't look like sunglasses.
You know when it cut from Mateos to Ivy right there?
Yeah.
I was like, wow, okay, how similar are these two? They both wear just like very understated, comfy looking clothes, say almost nothing at the poker table, like have like a really mean stare, give away nothing. Just, I don't know.
Interesting. I had never really likened the two to one another, but you're kind of right about it. And Mateos books a trip to a flop against Mahanoida, who does defend. Ace, queen board. Noida checks.
In a pot, face doesn't move very much. Eyes dart around. I don't know. Just.
Mahar comes out from beneath the hood.
For that type of board. Can I play, man?
Lays it down.
Explain me. Impossible to play, man. Cheated.
Nice.
Ace flop. Well, I can have this.
Ace, queen, rainbow. Kick their play. You have other.
That's a ribeye? Looks pretty small today, you know?
If I don't have the ace, you must have it.
Huh?
Of course. I
It looks small.
Minimum.
Allegations of a petite cut on the ribeye by Ivy here today.
Had the nice.
Oh, that they gave him a tiny piece of meat.
It would seem that
left
way.
top corner. Nope.
I mean, like a fillet, you can go petite.
Yeah.
But a ribeye is just, you know, you gotta bring the beef.
They're doing it for your own good, Phil. They don't want you to have too much meat in the stomach and, you know, ramp up the blood, the digestion, and slow down your thinking process.
Looks like we got something in progress elsewhere in the room. It involves Artur Martirosyan raising to 60K. Pre-flop, Mosbach defended from the big blind. Queen 8-3 flop. It went check call of a 40K c-bet by Martirosyan. And now Mosbach, after the 8 pairs, elected to lead for 80K. We saw Martirosyan make the call.
Yeah, leveraging his 8x advantage as the big blind defender. And kind of a blank river here. King. Not either player has very much King X, given the nature of the board. Just so disconnected, no draws. Kind of hard to float the turn there with King High as Artur. So Moss kind of, probably because of that, like a slightly good card for Mario. I think he has a range advantage. Expect him to bet here quite a lot. His Queen X doesn't want to bet a ton, but his bluffs and his 8X do, and if somehow he hit a king, that wants to bet as well. He's bet, it's hard to see exactly. Maybe that's 115K. There, it looks like a black and 3 blues. Yeah, it's 115,000. Yeah, into a pot of almost 400.
Martirosyan doesn't look done with it. The line here designed to just be straightforward on a stone money bubble with an 8X, especially given that last barrel comes in spite of the arrival of a king. Rask, what's your thought?
Yeah, but my breakdown, he's got to 8 a king or a bluff here.
Looks like it did get called.
It's hard to see the hands. Looks like Artur's winning the pot.
It was Queen 6 for Mosbach, Queen Jack for Martirosyan, so both of them flop top pair. And the king makes it a chop.
So
Mosbach
Mario's
fortunate.
queen there, he's just setting the price on the river with the blocking bet, knowing he can't get raised very often.
And then he goes
Bubble remains intact.
That could be Phil. Yeah, if you get the context.
Artur, man.
Back at the feature.
No, usually
this meme is for a relationship with
Yeah,
a very
yeah,
big
yeah,
guy.
yeah,
and-
cool.
Peek at Lolliger's stack. 25 bigs deep, brought to you by
Who's short?
GTO Wizard. Back
don't
behind
know.
the lenses he goes.
10 bigs.
It's a lot.
Linus has the look of a man who knows how to live the good life, does he not? La Dolce Vita? You know what I mean?
You're gonna have to explain that.
Summers on the
this to me
southern
right now.
coast of France feel like they're definitely on the menu.
It's okay. It's okay.
All right. Ivy putting in a little work
I
on the
fold
ribeye.
it.
Perhaps an avocado?
Don't, he didn't know you
Yeah,
can.
he didn't know it.
I thought you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Queens for Mahat in the small. We await his approach.
I mean, hands may be good enough to trap with a limp. Yeah. Now he's just hoping that Ponikov's gets aggressive here.
Oh, it's dust, but sometimes dead bottom of range likes to activate.
Yeah, a little like 3x to 90k.
90.
What was that, Rast? Rastradamus?
I mean, you know, it's not the most complex spot, but you know, sometimes blind man still hits the bullseye.
Nah, far from blind, my friend. An eagle eye for what's going on the screen, hence your presence here in the booth to help us decrypt it from time to time.
Only.
And no decrypting necessary for Mahat. The all-in, the only way he wants to play it from this point forward. And picks up more than he would have had he raised, is my guess.
Yeah, and Ponikov's not getting
Feel your
the Ivy treatment there.
Feel your hand.
Yeah, I mean,
Pocket eights.
close. I could have done 195. I could have raised 195.
Oh, then it's way stronger.
But it's close.
A little post-mortem.
Tens. Jacks. Jacks.
You will see. Surprise. You will see the surprise.
Mind you, wait.
I will see your shit handles.
I had terrible hand.
Super terrible.
Yeah, like bottom 20%.
Okay. Not like terrible, but you could jam over 190.
No. I fold. You bet 190.
This one. I will tell you after.
3 other tables in action in the room right now as we hunt the money.
Ponikov soliciting a little bit of info there.
It's allowed.
Yep.
Next hand.
Pauses courtesy of hand-for-hand action. Keeping the playing field level here. Preventing any incentive to stall. 10-9 suited for Mateos.
Wow, he lets it go. He has a decent amount of chips. I mean, I guess he's right at the average. So,
All in.
yeah, a lot of stacks that cover him. 3 of the 5 stacks behind him cover him, so just doesn't want to mess around right now on the bubble.
Yeah, you were a little bit surprised, as was I, to maybe see him bow out there. It does enable Ponikovs from the small blind to jam and take it, however. And if you're wondering what could be so important and pressing that these players will be grinding their phones in a moment such as this, it is actually keeping tabs on what's going on elsewhere in the field on the Triton Poker Plus app more often than not. And it looks like developments are afoot elsewhere in the field on this occasion. Involvement.
Kiat Lee and Ben Tollerine.
Well, this was Tan Xuan raising to 60K. Kjatley, small blind, flat. Tollerine came along. Ace, Jack, 9 board. Both blinds
Rainbow as well.
in here. I think Kjat's checked it over to Ben. Has Ben checked as well? Yes, he has. And so Tan now barreling at it. Snap fold from Kjat.
Tolerating in the big blind, not a great board for the big blind here. Ben's not going to have too many really strong hands, so you can expect a call, maybe pure call. Total brick does bring spades.
The 70K C-bet got called. Action on Tollerine, down to heads up.
Imagine he's not leading much here. He's taking his time, which Ben Tollerine is apt to do. But I wonder if he has any leads. Has Ben checked yet? I guess he did check, yeah. It was a very curious spot to take a long time because given that Tan has a range advantage as the raiser from and Ben's the big blind, even though he called flop on a card like a 4 that doesn't change the texture, I think usually nobody ever leads there because even a solver would say you're probably not ever supposed to lead, but
Well, it did create a backdoor spade draw, but point taken, no doubt about it, Rast, with regards to the Tollerine check being the anticipated course of action. Not clear what Tan Xuan was going to do, but as we can see now, he's chosen a barrel once more, 225,000. And if Tollerine's done his homework, he knows Tan is a guy who likes to play a big pot, who isn't afraid to get his chips into motion, typically a cash game player.
so I guess Ben was interested in that card because it looks like he just raised and it looks like that was all in. So
yeah.
And he covers Tan. So this is for, wow, this is on the bubble and it's for Tan's tournament life.
Well, he looks prepared to make the call. Although the facial expression looks pretty displeased. Mucks it. So Ben Tollerine now can break his stoicism. Feasting on Tan Xuan's chips.
So interesting, the super long check there, not a sign of weakness.
Data points being logged by Rasty here.
I feel like in those spots where the board changes and you have a weak range and somebody just takes a super long time to check in a spot where they're like always checking, usually they have not a good hand and they just want to get to showdown and they're trying to freeze you. That was the exact opposite of what happened there. So
I think it's 25, 20.
Yeah, eventually, yeah, then everywhere I figure out I'm stupid. Why me 10 and
This will give you the extra 10 seconds.
I paid less?
But if you need more time,
I
you
pay
can
my
use
buying less than
Maybe. I can see you pretending you've been tilted.
Someone open is the normal 20 seconds.
Yeah, I did this yesterday. And I double up next time.
Who will be the unlucky one?
Mateo's just past 10-9 suited in the low jack, and now he has 6s. So makes sense that he passes that in 7 max under the gun.
Nikki P, King 5 suited. Chip leading here at this table. Getting it through.
Yeah, Lawliger with a tight fold, respecting ICM right now on the stone bubble, queen deuce suited. Normally would call that, but not with a kind of medium short-ish stack, and against the big stack right here on the stone bubble. Let's it go. I like collecting these data points. That's a Linus Love, great post-flop player, passing queen deuce suited.
Well, looks like chips. We're moving around briefly. Shirzal Chisu appears to have 3-betted Dan Smith open and taken that one down, and a pot being awarded here to Elton Sang. So it's not just a muck parade. We are playing some poker.
Dan Smith is 4th in chips now.
Walk us through the rest of that leaderboard.
Yep. Brian Kim, who we just saw on screen, 2nd. Benjamin Tollering, who we just saw as well, 3rd. And Mikolai at our former feature table, still 1st.
Saying no matter what.
English. Nick Petrangelo, the leader at our current feature table, is 5th.
Ace-8 suited, mucked around to Kulev's butt.
Alex folded.
270,000.
Exactly half his stack. The raise sizing.
Must be 9-8 suited. Good odds.
Oh.
No taker.
No.
No. Man. Oh.
I said 8, he said close.
Really?
Alex, by the way, you know, we get into these conversations, Rast, you and I, with a number of the other players, many of whom we have pre-existing relationships with prior to taking on these roles. The names come up, people to watch, people that have been playing nice, hand history is being recounted. Anytime Kulev's comes up, it is with some acknowledgement of his talents, some praise, some kind of cool things he's doing out there.
Monte Carlo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pleasure watching him in the booth.
Yeah, I agree.
How much we're gonna lose again?
Then I will race in August.
This has a nice table presence about him, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't give much away. He's pretty friendly.
70,000?
Yep. Seems like he's always pretty confident in his decision making. Just gives off that vibe.
I think a lot of times when you are confident, when you are comfortable, when you've done the work and the study, that's certainly in part how it is that you're able to free yourself up to be a little bit more personable, have a little bit more of that table presence, because you're not preoccupied with uncertainty.
Yeah.
Then you activate more.
Queen Jack offsuit. Cut off open. Petrangelo, Ace-9.
Nice.
Let's dance.
Terrible. Imagine you can do this.
He's not just like.
Flop is queen high and all Kulev. Check from Nikki P, facing now the 80K C-bet.
An 80K into 185 is relatively large. It's what it strikes me.
Where are you gonna
Queen
stay in the
7-3
house?
rainbow. You normally think you'd see slightly smaller C-bets. Maybe this is a function of both being on the bubble and Nick being just massively out chipping him.
Yeah, true, and that's important.
Discouraging floats from weak hands that might call quarter pot or third pot. Or even check raises from those same hands.
How do you want?
I'll do just 3 weeks. 4th to
Just
4th of June to the 25th.
Simple check muck on this occasion.
Always. Or he's not in the tournament, or he's chipping.
On the 25th.
Before later, right? It has small
Yes,
stuff.
yes, I'll play all the big stuff.
Sometimes it requires.
Dan Smith got himself involved here, as does boss Paul Pua, and it is ace queen against ace four. Dan Smith is the covering stack, but dominating
Ace of diamond
is Pua.
of clubs. We're gonna see a flop.
Here comes the flop.
The flop is king 9-3.
King 9-3, all is well.
Turn, please.
To the turn we go.
Turn is a four of hearts.
A four hits Smith. Can boss return the favor with a queen? No.
We lose Mr. Ball in 28 place. We have 27 plays remaining.
Well, the bubble is burst, and Dan Smith has disappointed more than a few people in the room, just given that that is your Triton Super High Roller Series co-founder there, without whom none of this exists. But no breaks given, and you know boss would have it no other way. Loves the competition, but on this occasion it's one that proves fruitless for him.
Yeah, I don't know how it
as
works.
Smith
When Hassan
ensures
goes over and
everybody
blind against me, he
will
always
pick up
has
an 80K payday. That was dirty.
Oh yeah, it was. Big blind for jacks.
I can't.
Small blind.
This is why I don't have
quad of jacks.
what it takes to get out there and play tournament. I mean, listen, for multiple reasons, but I'm just saying those spots there, the ones tough for me to digest. I don't have the innards for it.
Yeah, it can be, you know, when they'll start adding up in a row, it can get pretty annoying, to say the least.
So back at the feature, we fight on, and perhaps some wheels will be greased, given that the bubble has burst. Presume we'll see chips moving around in a different manner.
Definitely feel for Paul there.
Yeah.
It's a rough beat right on the bubble, but I think he's going to be all right. So
Yeah,
shake it off and
listen.
move right along.
I have never, ever seen him look legitimately upset. He always takes it in stride, always has a terrific attitude on him, and I got to say, in that sense, he sets the example for how one is to carry and conduct themselves at any given Triton Super High Roller Series, where your attendance is not a right, but rather a privilege. Ace 9-5. Ponikov's the pre-flop raiser. That's queen high, up against the gut shot straight draw for Ivy, who defended.
Yeah, he's got a hand that it's a range advantage, ace high flop versus the big blind. This particular hand probably likes c-betting a decent amount. That was very confusing.
I think it was a check that maybe we missed, but not necessarily a miss. Is this 3 on the turn, because Ivy picks up a double gutter now, but on that dry ace high board, he knows that Ponikov's isn't always checking back having missed, but in fact he could have a decent chunk of this board.
So I wonder now if Ponikov's decides to delay c-bet. Yeah. It's not too likely he's going to check this ace-9-5 twice, and now Phil has a nice hand. How's he going to proceed? He could check raise, decides just to call. Very reasonable. He's getting great odds. Let's see if he leads on any cards here on the river, because he only has 7 high, so that's not going to win if he checks.
With ice. Thank you. Yes, you can.
Well, he is unimproved, failing to find the 4. The 8, 6 or a 7 would have worked as well. Ponikov's didn't improve either. Ivy does, however, decline to get after it after having check-called the 55K on the turn.
115.
Ponikovs happens to have the best hand. Can't assume it, of course. So he'll barrel 115,000.
Phil is never calling. I would imagine he's not check raising very often. This combo isn't really one of the ones that likes doing that. But Phil, maybe he's picked up something. Because if he check raises here, it's because of some kind of live, like, read. And maybe he was thinking about it, but didn't pull the trigger.
Today I break my 35 tournaments in Triton with no cashes.
Fortunately for Ponikovs,
35 bullets.
able to take any heat with
35
queen-high.
bullets, no cash. Today is my first.
Congratulations.
Thanks, guys. Thank you so much. But 2 bullets, so I'm still losing money.
Tears? Huh?
Still losing money.
No tears?
No. Oh, look.
Well, Noida, obviously excited as he shared with the field. This is his first ever cash.
That's how
1
you
for
invite to this
22.
game. I see.
Let's go. Breaking the seal here. He did say he's in for 2 bullets, so even the 80K min cash leaves him minus 20K on
can do better.
the outing for now.
So now that we've broken the bubble and slid, we're going to see players go out at a much faster pace for a little bit. And this is a function of the ICM pressure. Really just the valve has been blown off, and the pressure will escape because you got these 80K, pay jump, pay 4 spots, 87.5, 95, 107 a couple spots. I mean, 12th place is 132,000. So you're only going from here 25th to 12th. It's not even doubling. And up top is 1.76 million. So just a reminder to everyone out there that right now this ICM pressure, desire to stay alive, these tight folds you've been seeing guys make with the occasional move to take advantage of that on the counter strategy, that's gone mostly right now. And it's kind of back to playing poker just to get some chips. Try to make a run at the big money up top.
So the ace-9 of Kulev opened and got smacked around by the ace-king of Mateos, which 3-bet. Again, an ace-x pops up. This time for Noida, folded around to his small blind. He plays it as a limp. Ponikov's happy to check back. To a flop we go. 90 in the middle. Jack 8-6. Neither player connects. On the turn.
Kind of an interesting card. Gives both players gutters, and it's a card that makes it pretty clear to Ponikovs that if he wants to win this pot, he's going to have to bluff. It's not going to be much queen-high showdown value. So I'd expect him to bet here. And, okay, he checks back. A little curious.
Ace rolls right off for Maher.
It's actually a card Alexis. I don't think he bluffs that if it's checked to him. You never know, though. Pretty scary card for him. Yeah, and Maher's just going to go for value. A raise doesn't really make any sense here, so yeah, just letting it go seems like the prudent play.
$80K bet. Ends the affair. 20, 40, and 40. The blinds brought to you by Poker Stake. 100K in orbit, the price of poker. Checking up on where we're at after the money bubble has burst. Upon the departure of Paul Pua, James Chen collected the first 80K payout. Tan Xuan right behind him, nabbing 80 for himself. Still 2 80K payouts do remain as Mateos looks down at jacks. Min raise, ace-6 suited for Nicky P.
He has a kind of interesting hand to maybe 3-bet bluff, but definitely don't need to get carried away with it.
Concession from Nicky P there. Everyone passing around to the button of Panakovs. He's not interested. Kulev, Queen Jack suited. He can get in there.
Right at about 14, 15 blinds, so
600 behind.
wonder what he's going to do. This is kind of an interesting hand. I mean, you could raise. You don't need to jam.
No. I don't understand.
You don't mind if your opponent
110 in chips.
Yeah, I kind of like this. It makes sense to me because when you jam, you don't get called by hands you're dominating really, but this raise might keep them in.
Motivation.
You can't raise fold this though, so I mean Linus is probably shipping here, and you're going to see Kulev call.
Pocket eights.
But normally I prefer everything like
605 back.
perfectly.
And he does jam it.
Yeah. I prefer. Yeah, when I play my setup.
And Kulev will spin the wheel. Delighted, of course, to have two overcards.
Raise call.
Pretty close to a pure flip.
3% edge for Switzerland's
Queen Jack all in.
Linus Lolliger. In a 1.2 million chip box.
Queen Jack will win.
And Kulev work his way up the payout ladder and stay intact. Ace 10-3 says it's going to take paint to get it done. Any of the above.
Alex Kulev is an art collector for the time being.
Unable to add to his collection in the necessary fashion. Can he find it here on the end and stay alive? Yes! Jacob.
Wow, well, Linus wasn't all in technically. I mean, for all practical purposes he was. He's left with not much more than one big blind. Not dead, though.
Lucky. No.
Wounded, but perhaps not mortally, is Linus Love.
We are breaking table, bro.
Will fight on with significantly less than he had moments ago as the dust settles.
They're breaking this table?
Redraw.
Ah, full redraw.
Ah, one more hand?
With Kulev.
Unlucky. They got you.
Hi.
Just
one big.
Almost.
If you negotiate, maybe.
Just north.
They're doing a full redraw, I guess, at the next table break, and Maher isn't going to be too upset about that.
No, I would imagine it's only going to get easier. Maybe not easy, but relatively speaking. Give me any other table, but this one might be the thought on his mind. Laliger, give me some spins. That's the thought on his.
A little ace 7-0 on the button. Should find its way into a raise.
90.
You see we're down to 24 players, by the way. Patrick Antonius has been vanquished in 25th. So he takes his turn, collecting 80K. That does put us on a pay ladder. Not the biggest.
This is amazing.
7,500 separating 24th from 23rd, but
if I put like
something
this,
to be acknowledged nevertheless. Laliger already invested
when I play,
20K from the small, puts the other 35 in behind it with the 5 deuce offsuit. Seeking a triple here as the side pot is active between Kulev and Mateos, the former of whom opened a 90, the latter of whom defended the big.
I have a lot of
Jack 8 deuce, and Linus has the only pair.
bag of a tea.
With the check in front of him, Alex gets after the outside.
One corner, it's like trash corner.
55 for Mateos, who could hunt some backdoor equity with this combo, but I don't know how much having the main pot be complete and being out of position for this side pot will appeal to him.
Enough to call.
Wants to take a turn, one that hits him, giving him the best hand now. Second pair on the jack high texture. No, Kulev does have the bad end of a gut shot. Ace would work as well.
Side pot is pretty considerable. Kulev thinks about it and just seems like he's given up on this one.
Diamonds come in, 4-liner on board. Alex does make the 7 after checking back and bringing us to this river free of charge. Full shutdown, and of course, that was never a board that the Deuces felt that they were doing altogether good on. Gentle wrap of the felt, and the loss of the great Linus Laliger. He collects the 4th and final 80K payout. Add that to his 7.6 million plus in career Triton earnings. This will be his 15th career Triton cash. No second title in store, however. First event he's played so far in Montenegro. Plenty left in the tank for him. Was that a velour sunglass case?
Yeah.
How about it? Well, we're going to fight on. Pay ladder achieved. I'm going to step aside. Griffin Benger is going to take you from this point forward as we seek a champion in the 50K 8 max. Keep it close. Table redraw on our hands.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in. In poker, every small decision counts. Introducing the Game Changer, Daily Dose of GTO. This is your free guide to mastering GTO strategies in just 5 minutes a day. Join the thousands of players transforming their game and results. Gain the confidence you need for high-stakes decisions. Scan the QR code now to get your free copy and follow GTO Wizard on Twitter and Instagram for exclusive challenges and giveaways during this Triton series.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series. I'm Griffin Benger, joined by the one and only Brian Rast, and we are covering the 50K 8-handed.
Yes,
I've been a bit out of the loop. I had a nice little day to myself, but now that I'm here, catch me up a little bit. What's been going on? There's 23 left now. We've burst the bubble.
Yep, we started. There was about 50 players, maybe a little bit more. We're down to 23. The bubble broke not that long ago. 27 got paid. Dan Smith, I guess, is the current chip leader. He hasn't been on camera all day. Maybe we're going to see him at the next feature table. Not too sure. I think they're doing a redraw, which is why we just had this little break. Yeah, I mean, the last table that we were covering was just full of killers. One of the toughest tables I've seen. There were some really cool hands with some bluffs, like a 4-bet jam with the king-jack suited. It was nice. The poker was nice, and here we are playing down to the FT right now, so you came in just in time.
Yes, very exciting when we get down to the FT. And, of course, Dan Smith getting a little lucky there against Paul Fu. I did manage to catch that right before the break. So, yeah, let's get right to it. Let's see what's going on with our guys on the table. So we are going to have actually 20 more seconds of that. That's my bad. I'm a little rusty today. Just, got some sun, all that sort of stuff. Brian, tell me a little bit about sort of a previous feature table that's happened. Got about 10 seconds here.
Yeah, no.
Any big hands stand out today?
Yeah, I mean, Adrian Mateos had a pretty cool 4-bet jam with king-jack suited. We also saw a nice little bluff raise by Linus Love, who basically just busted with 9-7, 9 high. So
That was 9 high on 9 high, right, against Kulev.
yes, Kulev bet small on the river, and then LL thought about it and just put it in his face, and it worked.
So those were the 3 final tables there. 23 remain. There's Phil Ivey.
Okay.
What are yours? No.
No.
What is that? Spicy lime. Oh, it's a.
That is not Nick Petrangelo, but the graphics will catch up eventually. There we go. Aram shoving the ace-queen off of the cutoff. Very, very happy to do so. Going to be about 12.5 big blinds. Pretty standard stuff. And gets through. It's like nice and clean when that happens, you know?
Pretty sick table, all things considered. I mean, I was checking, like, I didn't see for a second because I guess he folded under the gun just now. I'm like, what table's Dan Smith at? Maybe I'll bring that up on my other table because you can have 2 on the Triton app. But sure enough, Dan Smith is at this table. So we got the chip leader right now, and he has a pretty commanding chip lead. We kept Ivy. We got Danny Tang, which is pretty cool because, you know, I mean, playing for the Triton Player of the Year. This is the last stop for that. Danny Tang's in first. So that's just a little side adventure that we can follow.
And Nicky Petrangelo, too. Like,
Nicky
just
P.
hits keep coming.
Yeah, great player. Ben Tollerine. And Noira from the last features here. Still sliding along with a short stack. And we gonna fill it out with Mikolai, who was the chip leader early in the day and now is second in chips. So we have the top 2 chip stacks at this table. And the very last player here is one of the shortest stacks, Aram Sargusan.
Well, now I know why we picked it. Top 2 chip leaders, many, many legends in the game.
Yeah, good pick. Triton crew.
Bit of a theme here for Dan Smith. Cracked the ace queen with the ace 4. Now out flopping Phil Ivey with the ace 3. Not going to be the most fun continue across the streets.
No, but I think he probably does. Depends what he thinks about Phil's C-bet here. It is not too small. It's like 3rd pot. And it's just enough to get him off the 3. See, Dan didn't like folding that.
Yeah, imagine it might be the best hand he folds there.
Yeah.
And that's always, I have found that always seems to make,
earplugs.
You know, the top players cringe a bit.
Yeah, not connected to anything.
Really?
Yeah.
It's like for sleeping.
It's like eating your vegetables, you know? They know they need to do it, but...
Yeah, I guess Dan's wearing
some are made for
earplugs.
sleeping that like block out all sounds. Some just block out like excess noise. Or like if you wanted to like go to a concert and not have it be too loud, you could use them as well.
He doesn't like the ambient sound, just wants everything muted a little bit so he can stay in his thoughts.
Are you an earplug concert guy?
You know, I did buy a pair of custom plugs for that purpose, but I don't go to many concerts. But yes. Although the last time I went out, I actually didn't bring them, and I'm not sure exactly where they are right now. So we did a little move in the last, like 6 months ago, and I may or may not know where they are anymore. But yeah, what about you?
I never have, but as I'm getting older, I'm starting to see
the light.
Well, I'm just starting to see my friends doing it. You know, they weren't really doing it 5-10 years ago, and now they're all wearing earplugs. I'm like, am I supposed to be protecting my ears, my old ears?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
you can get some that don't mute like too much. So you can still hear what's going on.
Yeah, well, a lot going on in this hand right here.
Oh, yeah.
Danny Tang with the open of the very strong pocket tens. Pietrangelo with the flat, at this 40K big blind level. Don't always just have to like automatically sort of 3-bet and get in 40 big blinds. Nice to stay a little under-repped.
Danny has to worry about Nick behind him, but Nick doesn't have to worry about anyone behind him, and I don't think he's gonna fold here. Probably call. I mean, Jacks is a big hand to fold. It's one of his strongest flats.
Yeah, he's too high up in his range. I agree with you.
So Mikolai would have loved to get that through with the king-queen off, but we're going to a flop, and I mean, you got to think Pietrangelo, he's got to like that flop. Mikolai doesn't have a diamond either. Doesn't have a real natural hand to just blast off, but he's in position, and king high is probably not good.
Yeah, and you've written the first act of your story here with this big 3-bet against, pretty strong ranges. So you kind of need to write the second one, pretending like you have those queens, kings, aces type hands, hoping you're up against, the part of Pietrangelo's range that might fold here. Unfortunately for him, he's up against the top of that range.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not folding flop, right? But Nick's already concerned for sure. It's pretty clear Mikolai's repping the hands you just listed for value. So, you're not loving jacks here. That said, you are ahead above basically everything else that he has. I wonder how much experience Nick has with Mikolai, because Mikolai's not a person I knew at all before I saw him today. So I wonder, if Nick has any experience with him. Oh, wow, and Nick's just ripping it here. Interesting. He's
couldn't
decided
even see, couldn't even see the cards go in.
He doesn't want to give over cards that equity. He just wants to win what's in the middle, and if he's beat.
Yeah, if you have one of the 3 hands that can beat me, hey, tap the table, nice hand. I only started this hand with 45 big blinds. Let's get a little more value by just flatting pre, and then when the board comes low,
grip it and rip it.
We'll protect our holding here.
Kind of like collecting that data point from Nicky P. I like that, especially because right now, and I just said this with Ali, but I'll repeat it here for you and any new listeners. We're at the stage in the tournament where the ICM was pretty high at the bubble, but we've dropped off and we got a bunch of flat payouts, and it's all about collecting chips. And that was probably a plus EV chip play. That's why Nick made it, and it makes sense. These hands, king, queen, ace, king, let's not give them 3 outs twice. We check call either the turn, you're not leading turn, right? So it goes check, check. So you check call flop. Those hands are getting to see 2 more cards.
Yeah, and a lot can happen.
You're just giving 20-some% equity, So there's a lot in the middle.
Yeah,
I like it, Nick.
It's a bit of a learning moment, I think, for me. How you might want to navigate those sort of stacks.
Those are, I think, in the moments in a tournament, too, just to talk to everybody. It's why it's teachable. Where, even though, listen, I just said, hey, ICM's lower here. Got to play for chip EV. It's like you're deep. There's only 22 left. You look, you get 3-bet. You just call, I think a lot of players just call with jacks there, right?
Yes.
Because they do want to stay alive. They have a lot of chips. They can just call. They can see what develops. But you're probably leaving some EV on the table. I like Nick's play. So, teachable moment.
Yeah, and of course it depends, what you imagine about your opponent, what stakes.
Well, yeah, if your opponent can't have any bluffs.
Speaking of stakes, how about Poker Stake? Check this out app at pokerstake.com, or you can do the little QR code thing, which I think is always cute. You can buy action in people. I know Moneymaker had some money on that first event where he ended up winning, which is exciting. And you can have a piece of some of these players, and it'll give you even more reason to watch our incredible free coverage. Check out pokerstake.com.
Man, when you said speak about steaks, I was just thinking like ribeye, Kobe.
Oh, dude.
T-bone. I'm like,
don't even
what's
get me
going on
started.
here?
I had an early dinner mishap before I came on where I was waiting for my food, kept reminding the guy I got to go, and then finally he said, "Oh, they forgot about your food, but we'll get out of here in 5 minutes." I'm like, I got to go, man. Like, so I didn't even eat. I just ate some Doritos on the way here. But it can happen, you know. Ali left me some nuts, actually, which was really sweet.
I don't get to eat. I'm just here in the booth doing the stream nonstop. Yesterday I did like 3/4 of the day, and here I go.
I literally had
I'm
all day to eat, and I just couldn't manage it. And I'm just like, oh, my life is so hard. You're literally. Is that a chain to your foot there?
Must be nice. Get to order.
You'll get dinner tonight, though, which is great.
Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe,
I'm not
maybe.
even done.
Yeah.
I got to come back in. Maybe just producer James just keeps me in all day. Let's go. I want to see what happens. We got 100K later. I can just, order from the bar over there. We got a restaurant in this room. It's beautiful.
They did let us order from the VIP menu the other night, which is real nice.
Nobody lets me do anything, Griffin. The double champ does what he wants, okay?
No,
That's
we went
where
really
we're at
late
right
the other
now.
night, and they let us get, a special menu, which was real sweet. But that might be just a Griffin Randy thing. I don't know. I'll ask James about it. So picking up the action here, Nikki P, quite a bit behind. Can't get much more behind than 7% going to the river. But based on these positions, and this is why poker can be so interesting, Nick Petrangelo definitely has the range advantage here. Checking back, this flop was the ace-queen.
Finds the lead.
Yeah, finds the lead. I mean, perception is everything.
I like it.
Especially these high stakes. Look how quickly a 7% hand turns into 100%, and the crowd goes wild.
And you know what? Nikki P hasn't won a title yet here at Triton, but I've been hoping for the opportunity to sweat him because I love watching him play, man. He's a great player. He just got all the gears, all the moves. He can play solid. He takes spots when he wants post-flop. He's an animal. And I enjoy watching him. So I feel like when I've been in the booth, I just haven't really seen him kind of run good. And this could be the time. I mean, he's chipping up. I don't want to jinx it, but he's second in chips right now. 22 left. This is a nice one. There's that fly blue hoodie. They just don't have it in extra large. Just so jealous, Ben Tolerine. It's sick.
That is sick. Look at that zipper, just sparkling. Just teasing you.
Yeah.
Taunting.
Can't buy it right now. What's Danny going to do here? Ace-8 suited. A lot of options. Really all options are on the table.
Yeah, I think this is okay, right? Maher's opening here on like 16 big blinds. Going to be doing that with some blocker hands. Isn't just always going to have a nutted range. Feels too tight to fold the ace-8 suited, right?
Pretty tight, but yeah.
Whoa.
I think call is reasonable.
Whoa.
Yeah, look at this flop.
Made for TV hand. Top pair, nut flush draw for Danny Tang, our Ivan Liao Player of the Year leader.
They're not really deep enough for this to be like a truly fun spot. The SPR is less than 2, so
the money's just, probably going in.
Yeah, although Danny's not going to raise.
No.
So there could be some runouts where he actually doesn't full double Maher.
Yeah, black king, and then or say a king of diamonds, and then
like a
10 or
9
even
of
another
diamond,
diamond.
shove, like I don't know,
Yeah.
stuff like that. It starts to get pretty dicey.
Yeah, Danny's hand is shrinking up pretty quickly.
Yeah, when Maher bets again here, which he's very likely to do, like Danny calls it. You're not really thinking your ace-8's good too often.
No.
I mean, sorry, just the pair of aces is good too often. You love having the flush draw with it. Oh, wow, check. But here's the thing, like, Danny doesn't need to bet his particular hand.
No.
Because, like, let's retain really weak draws that we're beating that are folding to a bet. And if I'm ahead, my opponent probably doesn't have a ton of outs. You know, hands like queen, jack, whatever, we can give him a free card. I like this check by Danny. Danny's been playing sharp to stop. I love it. Oof. Oh, I mean, the deck's just trying to hurt our man Danny Tang here. That was not a fun card for Danny and his chip stack.
But does have an air of suspicion about him right now.
I wonder what size Maher's going to come with here. He's coming with, did he say? No. Oh, that's someone else at the table talking. I mean, all in is only like 1.25.
Yeah, it just feels like it would be. I mean, maybe he does just find like 9-10 suited or something and just bluff shoves the river trying to fold a queen.
Yeah, 235 is kind of a snap.
Good.
And yeah, didn't get a full double.
Yeah.
So Maher didn't get a full double on that one.
Yeah, I think we'll probably feel disappointed if he did see that hand or when he sees it later on the stream. Or I guess the way time works, if he sees it right now.
Could have been worse. Could have been better, but could have been worse.
Looking around the field, Dan Smith is the cheap leader with 3.26, and he is also on our feature table. There is Nick Petrangelo in second after that really interesting play with pocket jacks. Mikolai losing some chips there, down to 2 million in that pot against Nikki P. Toleran, 50 bigs. There's some chips on this table. We're pretty deep stacked. Phil Ivey, don't forget about him. 32 blinds. And then the bottom three, including Danny Tang, on his way to another cash and more points in the Ivan Liao Player of the Year rankings.
Speaking of looking around, I'm now looking around the room right here, and the 100K players are coming back from a break. There's, you can see it's 43 of them. So looks like Isaac Haxton might be first in chips over there.
Okay.
They're just right over on the other side of the table. Nice little setup here, Triton, Montenegro. Here in this casino with the poker rooms. Nice little setup in the area as well. The weather's been pretty sweet. I mean,
yeah.
You've been getting outside. I know you have. You've been playing tennis. Yeah, man, it's beautiful here. I mean, if you're gonna come to one of these stops and you're selecting for the spot, this is one of the best. Like, just, it's really nice in this little, like, the weather is great. You know, there's like nice little beaches. I don't know. It's got that like kind of perfect.
I would say it has that like almost perfect like bubble energy where like we feel like we're in our little like, you know, hub down by the water with these castles, and it's just I mean it's serene.
Yeah, with the Mediterranean weather that you want, you know, like where it's nice, kind of cool, but not too cold at night.
And it's technically
like warm,
technically
but not too hot
off season, so it's like not
it's
packed.
Season.
So it's
apparently for the people here, they think it's cold, but it's like,
buddy, I came from
great.
Montreal, Canada.
Yeah, it's like they're like, oh, it's cold, it's too cold here. It's like, no, dude, it's perfect during the day actually, and in the night, like maybe it's like high 60s, but like that's great, you know.
Have you gone in the ocean yet?
I did, yeah. I've been doing the sauna every day, and so you can actually just walk right out the spa, past the pool down to the beach. I walked down there because Robo was there with his family. Actually, so was like Jason Kuhn's wife. I said hi to him, and I'm like, I jumped in the ocean. It was a very nice little cool off after the sauna.
So
came back. So yes,
back to the action. Wow, rare four-handed pot here.
Double top pair in a set. No big deal.
No big deal at all.
And the worst of those three hands finds the bet. Can't blame him. necessarily. You know, backdoor flush draw, top pair. It's kind of nice to clear out an ace or a king. But Danny's going to continue, and I think this is a spot with Nick where you probably just call.
Yeah, it's so
like,
dry. Like,
it's so dry.
You're not really worried about.
You're not worried, and I mean, dude, after calling, the flop is 755K. Like, literally, Danny Tang has a pot size bet and Phil's like 1.5. So
yeah,
it's not like you have to work too hard to get more, more money compared to stacks in.
Yeah, raise here and Ivy folds and maybe even Danny. Sometimes you just call and the turns. Now
here's the thing, Nick. You can balance.
Yeah, it feels like he's about to raise.
Yeah, you could balance this. Like, if you're going to raise here as bluffs, now you do have a pretty sweet hand because you're unblocking the Queen X that you want to call you. Those are the hands that you want to call when you raise, right? Queen X. So let's just see. I mean, Danny Tang is going to be a really good measure. I think Phil's got to fold this with a call and a raise behind him. I think he finds the fold here. I mean, he does have the backdoor hearts, but is that really enough? But like Danny, between both of them, it's the measure of how balanced do they think Nick is raising the spot. Yeah, Phil's fold's not surprising. Now, Danny, this is a pretty tough spot here.
Yeah, I think he might be more inclined to call this if that was the 6 of diamonds.
Yeah,
at least
and he
you
had
have
the backdoor,
backup
the 5%
when your opponent does just have a set. It would be a pretty massive fold.
I mean, the difficult thing for him too is he puts in 200, and then just what happens on like a 10 turn, and he's got 500K with 1.15 in the middle. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's like you just check folding there. Maybe, but it's just such an ugly spot for Danny Tang. Because it's funny, he has a strong hand, but like with Nick raise here, he's not really beating value anymore.
Yeah, look, this is a player that has, almost 16 million in Triton earnings. Look at that. So world class, 5 titles, 32 cashes. There are going to be some things that he does, in crunch time that are just elite, and just finding a fold there for 2.5x basically, 2.6x with the top of his fold range. It's good stuff. But I think it goes to show what you said. Maybe that's not a raise there for Nick B. Both people are folding hands that are drawing dead, and they have big hands.
I get that theoretically it might be, or you're supposed to do it some of the time. But like the weird thing is if people are just folding top pair, it's like you should probably bluff more and do it for value less.
Yeah.
You just 2 people make big folds, boom. So it's just interesting. I'm not even really saying it's right or wrong. Like I get why he's doing it. He's unblocked, but it's just real interesting to watch what happens, and then think like, how could I take advantage of this? Well, maybe with 3 tables left, you just go animal style there and just like.
And make it what you would make it when you have it. I mean, it wasn't a very scary. It was very like small raise, right? It was very. Yeah. It was
like
made to look
it was
really
4-6 queen. So I'm trying to think like what hand I want, like the ace 5 suited backdoor.
Yeah.
I'm blocking ace queen or aces.
Nice.
I don't have any immediate draw because I could just call that in position.
Yeah.
I'm blocking if someone for some reason had 5-7 suited, very unlikely, and I just got the nothing ball.
Yeah.
And you just
I like that
200 to win a boatload.
I like that.
I'm not saying I'm gonna do it, but like people folding king queen,
you
like
better. I'm gonna check in on you.
Maybe not.
Every once in a while, I'm like, you do the ace 5 thing yet?
Listen, if this spot comes up with 3 tables left in the WSOP main this year, I'm doing it,
okay.
Griffin.
Great. You hear that? Take that to the bank. And he is a man of his word. Like when he paid me yesterday for the bet, he lost right away. We might have to find a moment today to.
They're going to be pooping their pants, man. And they're going to fold the king queen. These guys aren't. These guys just thought they were probably beat, but.
One thing I am really noticing for my first Triton stop, as we see Ben check this flop. This is just your standard blind on blind. Actually, Maher has picked up some equity here with the clubs on the turn, so Ben will get some action. What I was going to say is the players really like the Triton gear. I mean, I love it. I just bought some more. I feel like I'm just going to wear them at home, and people just think it's some cool like brand, you know?
Oh, even better than Ace-5 suited. Ace-4 suited.
He's still fixing
now I'm blocking
the bottom
the
pair.
set.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
yeah.
aces. There we go.
Why not even Ace-6 suited?
Yeah,
It's still not
that's
good enough
fine.
to call, and like, you know?
That's fine also, yeah.
Yeah.
They don't have 5-7.
No. So you don't have to worry about having like
Yeah.
Ace-7 suited. But it's still better than having Ace-9 suited or something. So, you know, these little innocuous pots, it's just not, you know, it's so cool to see how Ben has found a way to get the only money that he could have gotten, right? The check through on the flop. You know, a lot of people might just like bet here and then hope to get a call by like king, 7, a queen high. Lets him get equity on the turn, bets pot. And now, of course, you know, should get a fold, but did get the max in this hand.
If there's one thing you can say about Ben, it's that he's a very thoughtful player.
Mm.
He is one of the players that takes a pretty long average time to make his decisions, but he's very thoughtful, and he does put chips in the pot, so you can't necessarily, you know, those guys who just like take forever and check all the time. He's not really that type. He does take a while, but chips go in. So
how thoughtful are we talking? If I forgot to put up my ante, he would like put it out for me?
No, I mean, yeah, nice play on words. I like it.
For those unfamiliar, Ben Tolleran is also known as Ben86, one of the really biggest legends of the game, coming originally from the online scene. I think it was you who told me yesterday that it was widely considered the best PLO cash game player in the world, but very proficient at No Limit Hold'em as well. Heads up, I think, mostly his specialty.
I think he does play mostly heads up.
Yeah.
But I'm not entirely certain on that. But yeah, I mean, it seems like now he is playing more No Limit Hold'em tournaments. Not like a super regular, but comes out from time to time to stops. It feels like, and I can't say this for certainty, but relatively certain that he's backed off poker a little bit compared to how much he used to play. I do believe that to be true. But amazing poker player.
So this appears to be only his second stop on the Triton Tour.
Yeah.
He was in Cyprus in 2022, where he actually won his first Triton title for $808,000, and it was a 30K No Limit Hold'em six-handed. And then followed that with a fourth place in the six-handed 50K. So that was good for $1.4 million combined. So had a very, very impressive
So I probably
showing.
overestimate how much he was coming mentally, because I did that Cyprus stop as well. So I've been, you know, this is, I think, my fifth time. And so, you know, he's come to 2 of the 5 that I've done, but 0 of the many that I didn't. So yeah, he's not really a big tournament player when it comes down to it.
Big advantage here against Dan Smith, though. Top 2 pair with the Jack-6. And
what a card for him.
Yeah, a pretty incredible card. One that... do you think
Smith
Dan
is
Smith's going to lead a lot of the time, this popularized sort of method of...
No, but it's top pair. It's not middle or bottom pair.
Right,
but the point is that is more like Dan, you know, it's just less likely his opponent has a jack. It doesn't hit any other overcards. It doesn't fill in any draws.
No, it's a big card.
So pretty good card for Dan all in all. Might probably gets him to lose more money here. Ben checks it back.
Well, maybe just deciding that he has the board too crushed. Wasn't going to expect his opponent to have a 6. You know, maybe allow Dan to bluff some out-of-position floats on the flop or diamonds, stuff like that.
Sure, yeah, no, it makes sense. Just another data point on a decision. always interesting to see these guys navigate the streets. Says Dan, go for value here. I mean, the king's not is a better card for Ben's range, but a 6 is still good, a decent amount. Really tricky spot. Dan comes with under quarter pot, just a little block. And Ben loves seeing a block because he's going to raise anything on the river anyway, and a block is just one of those where you might get called light sometimes, right? By an opponent who just thinks you're bluff raising the block because it's small.
350.
Raised to 350,000.
Yeah, you kind of need to make these calls as Dan Smith a percentage of the time. Maybe a spot he'll randomize. Maybe he thinks he needs to call it 20% of the time. And finally, we see some randomizing.
Yeah, Dan is not happy about this.
No.
It's not really an easy call because Ben can really have like a king here as well. I think versus a block, Ben could raise a hand like king queen, right? I mean, he also didn't raise like super huge, you know.
So it's harder to call on this card because he could be very well capable of recognizing this as a block of a 6 and bluff repping the king, right?
He could bluff repping the king. He could have a king. He could obviously have checked back something good. You don't think he has 3 jacks too often because he bets that again, but maybe a full house. But, you know, we're blocking full houses. It's just a really tough spot by Dan. And as you can see, he's not very pleased, and he's taking his time, using multiple time banks, and he's going to go in the tank. And Dan Smith, another great player. I mean, Dan has been playing big tournaments as long as anyone, really. Longer than most people even here, right? Like, Dan, I think he played the first 1 drop. Like, I was in there with him. You know what I'm saying? Like, Dan's still playing the biggest tournament. So he's just been around these streets, and he thought about it for a while and got away from it. So Dan's like a cool mix of he's a very good technical player who understands kind of like GTO ranges, bets, that's like all the technical stuff, but he's also pretty good with the like he's been playing poker long enough. He was really good before solvers were out. So he's not like so lost in the sauce.
Yeah.
You know, with that where he's like not he knows about exploiting. He can do kind of just dirty animal stuff from time to time. So yeah, Dan Smith is a great player who you know, we're going to have the opportunity to watch him as well. He's got a huge stack right now as this winds down, and we can see he navigated that pretty well. That's a tough spot.
Yeah.
You know? And he made the right decision.
Ace queen for Ben Tolleran now. Going to raise just over minimum from the cutoff. Oh, and wow. Same, but different. Ace queen, ace queen.
They're pretty deep. And because of that, Dan decides just to call here out of position. Could have gone both ways. And by that I mean call or raise, fold, not an option.
Was that Jack 7 suited right in the muck for
I
Ivy?
didn't see. All right, Dan Smith with what's known as a free roll in the biz. He doesn't know that, of course. Cards are face down, but he can only lose this pot by folding. Club check. It's there.
And water and 5 seconds. Hold.
Brick City on the turn, so both players still just have ace high. What's Ben gonna do? I feel like you never really know. I just don't think a double barrel works here too much unless he goes huge. But what a weird hand to just blast. But like I say, Ben thinks a long time and sometimes just puts a lot of chips in the pot. But not this time. And as played, I gotta think the river probably goes check, check. With the ace high this good, even though neither player thinks they win a ton, are you really turning it into a bluff? I don't know. Let's see what they come up with. It wouldn't be ridiculous, that's for sure. But yeah, it feels like Dan agrees with me, and I think Ben will in position as well. No reason to bet in position. That's the easiest one. Whew, I passed the test. If either one of them had bet the river, I would have felt stupid there.
Don't worry, I'm just waiting for my moment where I think there's something that I could make a good bet against you. That wasn't it.
Well, the last one I offered, I think I brought it up, right?
Which one?
The,
oh, yeah.
I
Oh, yeah.
lost,
Definitely you did. Yeah, you said $100.
Yeah, I got to get that hundo back.
Yeah, you do. More action for Ben.
Yep. He gets to play another pot. Lucky him. Oh, and Dan with another good hand. Another hand that he definitely might kind of can go either way with it. I'm curious to see what he picks. I think flat is probably the more normal route here. You keep in hands you dominate 100% of the time. You really hate 3-betting and getting 4-betted with this hand. It just really sucks getting blown off ace-jack suited, especially if your opponent can have 4-bet bluffs.
5 seconds.
Call.
Call.
All right, but the flat lets Jack-9 suited in, but not the end of the world for Dan because it's diamonds and he dominates the jack.
King 6-4, 2 hearts. Great stuff for Dan Smith. Still technically behind Benjamin Dollar in here.
Yeah, Ben does flop that pair of sixes, but Dan Smith has the nicer hand to play because he's just drawing to the nuts, you know, so much more robust. Middle pair, real dicey, even though we can see in the equity they're supposedly equal. You'd much rather have Dan Smith's hand and be in position. Now he has a decision again between call and raise. This one I think is less clear to me. I think pre-flop was pretty clearly a call. But yeah, raise. You do like keeping the big blind in with worse draws. I'd still probably have made both decisions that Dan made, call and call. Just like presenting options. So you guys watching, sweating with us at home, think about, you see these guys sitting here stoically thinking, like, what are they thinking about? So I'm trying to give you insight into some of it. It's really what it boils down to. sometimes they're pretending to think, right, Griffin? But a lot of the time they're not. A lot of the time they're actually really.
They know what they're doing, yeah.
They're really weighing options, and maybe they kind of think they're probably doing this, but they might do the other thing. They might even randomize, like who knows? But just saying that there are options in a lot of different spots. It's not like you always have to do one thing.
Very curious to see if Dan takes the lead here, and he does for about half pot, and probably designed to really attack those like small bets on the flop of hands like a 6x or pocket 7s, pocket 8s. You know, not necessarily expecting a king to fold. Certainly not actually.
Yeah,
but
no,
not wanting to lose its showdown to pocket
Griffin.
5s. Do you know what I mean? Like that would have bet small for protection and just.
Good breakdown. I agree. But looks like Ben's getting sticky with the ace-6.
Yeah, recognizing that Dan's range should be split between heart draws and kings.
And
feeling like the price is good enough.
We can see here that Ben doesn't have a king. And if Dan finds this barrel here on the end, he probably wins. But the pot is huge, and it would take a real bet. Let's see what decision he comes to. Ace, really, you have no showdown here with ace high.
Yeah, not with the action there. And how many kings do you even value bet on the river is a problem, right? You value bet king queen, probably king jack, maybe not king 10 after.
No, I don't think king 10. Definitely not.
So if you're ripping a really thin range, yeah, he's.
No, but he can have other hands. Like he could have king 9 suited, 4s, 6s. I mean, not a ton of hands. Maybe what the 9 came on the turn, so 9s. It's not a ton of hands, certainly. But yes, you can't get too carried away like bluffing there, right? But it's also hard for you to have too many worse hands. Yeah, there's some worse heart draws, but like not a lot, right?
Yeah.
So it's a spot where Dan definitely could have bluffed for sure, but thought about it and decided not to. Probably wishes he did after he saw ace-6.
Yeah, once he sees the hand, I mean, you know, Ben could have been playing that hand with the king 10 we discussed, or a king 8 suited or something that would have just called a bet on the river, and then you feel silly trying to get, you know, Ben 86 to fold top pair in the river.
So yeah, it's one of those spots where I'm really curious if, like, I was going to ask Dan, you know, were there card reasons with your blockers why you didn't bluff? Was there something you felt in the hand, you know, coming from Ben 86? Was there any live reads? Was it a spot where you just don't think you're supposed to, you have enough bluffs with like worse than ace high kind of draws that you have?
Raise to 100,000.
Ben really getting dealt some nice playable hands here, and pretty much playing them perfectly so far. Has done a really good job on this feature table, all the way up to 3 million chips for 59 big blinds, and now gets the beautiful 10-9 of clubs.
Yeah, like just thinking a little bit more about that hand, like when you're Ben tolerant, one of the only hands that Dan would beat, right, would be if like Ben check called turn with ace X of hearts, but he can't have that because Dan has the ace of hearts.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like, how else can he have like worse than ace high?
He can't.
Yeah, I don't think he really can. And even if you said like queen jack of hearts because the 9 hit, but Dan has the jack of hearts, maybe queen jack of hearts, you know, with the gutter there to the nuts. So yeah, it's just almost can't have a worse hand. But Doesn't mean he needs to bluff. Just breaking down the spot.
So one more value hand that Dan Smith can have is pocket nines.
Yeah, for sure.
Calling flop, finding the 9 on the turn.
Not 3-betting
half
turn.
pot. Yep.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
So there are hands out there. Pretty interesting hand.
Yeah, 4s, 6s, 9s, king 9 suited, king queen, potentially king jack.
We have an all-in and a call. I thought I heard call. Did I hear call? No, I heard fold, I guess.
Fold. 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 Fold.
Did you just put it in now?
5 seconds.
Could have.
Another jam here by Aram.
Should have made us wait another 20 minutes.
Seems
I had a good hand.
prudent. And gets it through.
Good hand fight, but 6, 7 of spades.
Wow, we're down
That
to
would be a
20
good hand.
players, and previously on the feature table earlier in the day at that super tough table was Ponikov's, who something must not have worked out with the leave a chip behind, because he's got exactly 10,000.
Oh, yeah.
So,
well, you know what? We can actually look into that as we look at the chip counts. Nick Petrangelo with 64 big blinds. Getting hit a little bit with the deck here on that level, but playing it quite well. We saw those pocket jacks, pocket sixes, you know, open up a lot of discussion between Brian Rast and I. Ben having a great level, 59 bigs. Dan Smith just chilling with the 52. Having a little trouble there with Ben 86, but who doesn't? Phil Ivey lurking, sub 20 big blinds. And rounding it out are the 3 other individuals, including, can't forget Danny Tang, going for that Ivan Liao Player of the Year and 200,000 and all the glory and the respect.
all right, and another hand for Aram. He's just picking him up, chipping up.
Can you count the whites, please?
Wow, and this is 12 and a half blinds. Feels like a lot for Jack 8 off.
Oh, no, he's not considering this. I don't know what this is.
We asked for a count.
Mm-hmm.
Guess he just wanted to verify.
Yeah, we can do that sometimes to find out how much someone's shoving so you know how much they'll have next hand when they're short. So, would you like to hear the Ponikov's hand?
I actually looked already, but yeah, please
I'll
say for
recite it.
everyone
Yeah,
else.
so
Yeah.
it was blind on blind between Chris Brewer and Alexei Ponikov's. Brewer limped in the small. Ponikov's ISO'd to just over 3x to 130K from the big blind. King 7-5, check call from Brewer. Turn 10 of diamonds, bringing 3 diamonds. Check call another 215,000, and the river paired the 7. Brewer checked, and Ponikov's couldn't resist and bet everything but 10,000 chips, at which point Chris Brewer called with the King 10 for top 2 pair, and that's why Ponikov's, we didn't even get to see what he had.
How is it that you know this, Griffin?
Oh, well, it's funny you should ask that, Brian. I'm actually so glad you asked, because I've been meaning to talk about it. The Triton poker app. Let me tell you about this thing right now, okay? You get on here. You get on here, okay? You click on Watch Live, Montenegro. Boom, you're there. You're seeing the table right now, what we're seeing, but it's on the app. You can see the table, the players that are on the table, what their chip counts are. You can see the leaders. You can see the money payouts. You can go to YouTube chat. You can go to Twitch chat. But That's not even the coolest thing on this thing. You can also click on the event here and, well, as a matter of fact, you can click on any player and see every single result they've ever had in Triton, how many titles they have, how many caches, how much money. You got all the information on there. I don't know how they did it, but it's blowing my mind every day.
Also, when you click on them before you go to the profile, which
oh
is
yes,
where
which I was.
you just said,
I didn't even answer your
the
question.
The actual thing where
So
you found it is
yeah.
you see a graph of
There isn't
every
some PA
hand.
giving me this information. I have it all here on the app.
Every hand, you see a change in their chip stack, and you can just click. And like when the number goes up or down a bunch, you just see what the hand was. And sometimes you don't get to see the cards, but I mean, like their particular hands, because if there was no showdown, they don't show. But I mean, pretty sick. Have to admit.
And you know what's the cool thing? You're probably wondering at home, you're like, well, how do they get all that information from the outer tables and the exact hands and everything? There's literally another like dealer writing down every single street. Like, this is serious stuff here at Triton. Just like real hardcore reporting. Ivy outflopped pretty significantly.
Yeah, it's like blending some of the cool features you would think you only would get in like online poker with like a live poker experience. You know, like seeing the exact chip counts and even hand results, which isn't online. So it's pretty nice. Pretty nice.
Shout out to Insight Informer on YouTube that just said Griffin Bender is IMO, the greatest op to ever play Counter-Strike. Thank you. I don't agree, but I was definitely one of the best. Probably Kogu, in my experience, the Brazilian in my Counter-Strike days. It's like 15 years ago now, but he was the guy to me. And of course Fraud, who was my rival, but I don't like to give him credit because he...
You mean sniper? You were the greatest sniper?
I was considered one of the great snipers,
Yeah, the Arctic
AWP,
Winter.
yeah.
Yeah, that was a great gun, but my preferred, my favorite two guns back in, because we had this conversation, but yeah, my favorite two guns back when I was running a clan and match play were the Colt and the AK.
Yeah, they were the main rifles for CT&T.
I did use some op, but
pretty much
not
the
much
meta
in matches. Mostly like I was use it just like in the
the meta was
games.
only those three guns.
Yeah,
like pistol rounds, and then like nobody
go to
used
one of
anything
those
else.
guns. Yeah,
literally. But at the highest level when I was playing, it was only those three. It's changed now, of course, but
yeah, I was even a little bit before you, I think. Similar time, but 15 years is too soon. I had definitely already quit. I'm talking more like I was like 19, so 23. The betas.
Yeah.
Version 1. It was a great game. One of the best games that's ever been made, for sure.
I wish I was smart enough to keep better care of the things I got from that era of my life. But they did make when I did my tour in China, they made me a like glass mouse pad with my face on it.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah. I probably preferred the Colt slightly to the AK, but they were both great.
Me too. I love the silencing of the M4.
What?
Ben just getting a lot of reasons to raise. Kind of appears like he's dominating this table, and in a way he is. You know, that ace 6. I think it's really interesting when the card distribution is really in your favor and you're playing a lot more hands than like on average.
Yeah.
And then the few that you show down, it's like, oh, you kind of outplayed Dan in that hand. Like you check called with third pair on the turn. Like it kind of puts the table on notice that it's like, okay, Ben seems like he's in the zone. He's getting a lot of hands to play. He's reading such situations correctly. And that, I don't think it affects the top players as much as it does if you're on your average table that you and I might be in a, 1,500 event or whatever it is. But it definitely still plays, I think, a small part.
Yeah, no, that's for sure a thing in poker. I think if you go to a table and people, know who that guy is, and all of a sudden you just see him playing great poker 4 hours straight. You're like, okay, great.
Yeah.
Stay out of, I don't know. I've felt it's a thing.
Yeah. Danny, trying to get away with one here at the cutoff.
I have a random CS question I just thought of. Did you play early enough? Because early, I think this was still in the betas where you jump and you curve in the air and you
bunny
go
hopping
faster.
Yeah, no,
okay.
I had a good. I was pretty great at bunny hopping.
Yeah.
I think it's worth more than 500.
Up 56, 67. No?
So a pretty interesting three-way pot.
4667.
Pretty interesting board. That jack going to hit Sargisian's range a lot here too. Brian, do you find with a combo like King 6, you still just want to clear out equity, hope he hasn't connected with that jack, or are you checking back as Danny does check back?
I mean, it can be nice to clear out equity. The flip side, his stack is...
Yeah, you just don't have room. You don't want to put money in the pot and fold here. Your hand is too good in that way.
You don't really have the chips. I mean,
Yeah.
he's got less than 15 blinds or whatever behind to just bet fold. It's so disgusting. It's a tough spot. I wonder if Ben gonna find a bet here. Yeah, I kind of, this makes sense to me. He's got a hand where, and he goes for a small size. And I think his thinking is, okay, I'm clearing out overcards when I'm called by a better hand, because really only better hand pairs call. I've got the open-ended straight draw. Kind of has a cool hand where maybe he finds bluffs on this on a fourth spade.
Well, we can see how he actually ended up clearing out a better hand. Let's just say Aram had something like, Queen 10 of
so see, but a
hearts
jack
or
didn't
something,
fold. But so now let's see, if a spade comes, does Ben bluff the river?
Doesn't need to.
Okay, he doesn't need to because he gets there. So this is the cool part about doing it with 6-4. But yeah, also it was it was a cheap bet, That wasn't a big investment on the turn bet.
And now Ben has to decide, how much do I think my opponent might call with, let's say, a jack? Do I want to just go all in and hope for the best? And yeah, that looks like what he's doing. That's 1.2 million. Pretty almost overkill, actually. Just in case this wasn't enough, here's another stack.
Yeah. Let's make sure we get them all in. I mean, Aram only has 550K. But, there's a class of hands Aram's beating. For sure, hands like 7-8, 7-9. No pair, but with the spade. But he's not beating any value, that's for sure, with Jack 10. Ben looks like a guy who might bluff you too. Let's see what Aram thinks about that. He's got that. He's kind of gripping his chips like he's about to call, but no.
We've all been here.
I've got
Pushed
no read
all
on
in.
Aram. Do you? Do you think he's... Oh, never mind.
No, we could have bet it. I would have said fold.
I think me too.
No, you say that now. No, I agree. Nice takedown for Ben. Just unstoppable at this feature table.
He's just... I mean, this and I think another tournament, he's just played really solid and has pre-flop and hasn't taken many chances. And, you know, 20 left, 19 left, pure bluff catcher. Is he calling it off? I just would have bet fold, I guess.
Yeah.
Although it did start to feel like maybe he was going to call, but yeah.
Sportsbet.io. Please come check out. It's the ultimate sports prediction destination. It's fun. It's fast. It's fair. It's green. And I highly recommend it. It is one of our official sponsors here at the Triton Poker Series. Look at Dan in the background there getting that stretched out. I've seen him do that before. Trying to stay active. Trying to stay loose as we play down to our final table. I mean, we can start talking about that. It's 19 players left. And Aram would have been out the door had he called there on the river against Ben Tolleran. So get back to the action.
Oh,
there's Chris Brewer.
Outer table.
And it looks as though another hand might go the way of Chris Brewer. Shares that with a little hand funeral.
Oh, Brewer's up to 3.3 mil.
Oh yeah, that was a massive hand that he won against Ponikov's.
That's a lot of chips. Brewer's second place now. Tollerin's in first. Brewer's in second. Petrangelo's in third. Dan Smith is in fourth. Adrian Mateos is in fifth. Hello.
And Kiat Lee will probably be in second or third at the end of this tournament.
Where is he? There he is. 13th out of 19. Dealing it up here at this outer table. You can see.
Chowing down.
There's Mikolai.
Oh, he's just taunting us now. We're both hungry, right?
Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
I'd love a nice ribeye.
Yeah. Really great. I mean, the service in every respect here at Montenegro has been top class. The luxury here for the players, for the staff, it's just lovely.
Surza Hizu seems interested.
Mm-hmm.
Comes with flat.
Sure as that just seems like someone who's done a lot of work on his posture. You know? Like it's this, there's an intentionalism to him that I really like. And it makes me want to sit up more, you know?
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, we
so,
can see
yeah,
that.
8-6-9, 2 hearts here in this pot between Hisu and Chris Brewer. Not a board that should really thrill either of these players, but I'll tell you what, Jozu in the big blind might be interested, and he starts with a call. No, pardon me, that looks like a check raise. So nice work. You know, we were
Ooh. Did
kind
you
of
see that glance? Hizu shot him.
Oh, really
right after he
nice.
folded.
Yeah. We were sort of lamenting towards the end of yesterday that maybe Joe might have misplayed a hand or two, but was able to sort of like only make one street mistake in those ones. There, he's looking a lot more confident and a lot more fed.
It looks like Nick P is watching the stream.
Would you have
Big fan of the stream, Nick P.
Yeah.
I've noticed that all the players seem to be massive fans of the stream.
Really?
It's almost like there's all this vital information on there.
I mean, I'd throw him a shout out, but I bet
I think
his
we're on mute.
volume's off.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
probably
yeah.
just.
What I've slowly learned is that I feel like maybe they feel like they'd be nothing without our analysis, specifically mine, you know. And they make sure to get those subtitles on.
Yeah.
Don't want to disrupt the tables.
That doesn't count.
Sure, they're
You asked me what I
really, really
Just
looking
drinking
forward
it
to
in.
what we have to say about the poker.
He had total air.
It's like that Chappelle joke. What does Ja Rule think about this?
No.
What does Griffin Benger think about this hand? We got to get Griffin Benger. The best players in the world. No one's going to be able to help them better than they can help themselves and each other. Incredible network of
You're doing fine. You're
players here, you know, friends. Talking about hands. You just walk into a restaurant, they're talking about spots. It's just like a big mind meld out here.
Ben's got the Queen mystery card.
So I already figured I
Comes
wouldn't
with
want
limp.
Now I just need to figure the other one.
Against the 16 big blind stack of Maher in the big blind. Ooh, the 7-3 off. The last time I saw this, someone raised Maher was 7-3, and Maher had limp shoved queens. It could be the same hand because Benjamin is live to have pocket queens. This was before the bubble. Literally 7-3 off. I'm trying to remember who had raised Maher, but I
It's funny.
Oh, it was Ponikov's.
You know
Yes,
what's one of the trends I've noticed is just that, like,
You cut your hair by yourself.
I mean, maybe I should have thought about it already,
You cut your
Brian,
hair by
but
yourself,
the weakest spot in the entire table you can raise from is from the big blind when the small blind limps. It's just so often absolute nothing, right?
Yeah.
So it's just, we're watching all these hands. You know, we just reported on that Chris Brewer and Ponikov's hand. We didn't see Ponikov's hand, but he 3-barreled it off, you know, probably had one of those bottom of range hands. And it's just the players have done the work on this spot, which comes up more than you would think. And it's just, you know, raise your worst hands and then just try to rep the best across the streets, and it can get really messy.
So Tolerant can have a lot of cards there as his mystery card. I mean, any club, a jack, an 8, that are all quite nice. Even like a 10's not so bad. Maher still got 7 high. Picked up a gutter, but not a lot to work with here.
Yeah, was one and done after a texture like that. And probably interacting with Ben's hand in some way, whether that's a queen jack, you know, a queen 10, maybe a queen 9 of clubs, something like that. So I just want to highlight almost a bit of a cliche comment on YouTube. Victor Lima said, "It's unbelievable that every time I watch Phil Ivey playing live, he's always card dead. Come on, give the GOAT some aces." I want to highlight it because I feel like Phil's kind of been a bit card dead over this week from what we've seen on the feature tables. So I want to give you a little shout out, Victor. Benjamin Tolerant all the way up to 72 big blinds. Nick Petrangelo, 3 million. Dan Smith, chilling in the cut, 49 bigs.
This is the USA table right here.
Yeah, it is.
Top
wow.
4 All-Americans.
Okay. Sarksian's really been holding on with those 11 bigs. Nura tried to get away with one against, you know, the god of the table. Didn't work out. Danny Tang hanging in there. Always so good at that after that great fold with the king-queen earlier.
Just makes me proud to be an American. Or at least I know I'm free. Well, not so much anymore, but...
So, funny you should say that too, is that we did notice that 4 of the 7 players here are American, but how about this? How about 5 of the top 6 in chips, also American? Ben in first, Chris Brewer in second, Nick Petrangelo in third, Dan Smith in fourth.
Oh, he passes the ace-4 off in the cutoff. Oh.
Danny Tang?
No. Right now on the stream, brother.
I was looking at the list.
Aaron.
Asking, oh, Aaron. Okay.
That's see what I'm saying? Tight.
Yeah.
Tight. That's tight right there. I mean, I'll tell you what. For 11 blinds, it's a pretty clear shove. I'm pretty sure any ace for 11 blinds in the cutoff shove. Big blind ante. All right, versus the big blind versus a button open here. We saw Jack 5 3-bet earlier. Dan was thinking about it.
No.
Just make it like 440.
No, it's a gear, but
literally saw Linus Love do it earlier.
No, I know, but I just like when you're 2 to the left of someone playing this well that's this good, I'm going to try to keep my shenanigans to when I'm in position on them.
But you don't do that when you're in position.
Right. You don't make it 440.
So you're just saying you're just never taking any big blinds. See, stop, Griffin.
No. Okay, let me be clear. I know all about the spot you're talking about. I just don't think it's something that Dan wants to
maybe
attack.
Not. Maybe not. I'm just saying, like, you can't keep it to when you're in position.
No. I'm just saying, like, let's, Ben's a tough out right now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you 3-bet there and you go big, I mean, you're just getting folds from a lot of button open hands, right?
Yes, it certainly would have worked.
Problem is, once he's in position, now you have to be at least Ben opening from the hijack. So range gets a lot tighter by then.
Sheepish look on Ben Tolleran's face.
And Ben is cruising. Just raise and take it. Dan Smith has slipped back a little bit. 2.3. It's good enough for 6th, but average stack is 1.7 right now.
Which is good for about 35 big blinds.
Well, Dan's in position. He's got it. Got the goods.
Pretty good opportunity to slow down the Ferrari that is Benjamin Tolleran, but is still just going to go with the flat line. Doesn't necessarily want to create a scenario where he has to 5-bet all in for 45 big blinds, perhaps. Would rather keep in some worse tens, worse aces, worse queens. Maybe get a squeeze shove from someone behind. Danny deciding, I didn't like these blues anyway. Puts in the call. Quite live.
Right, little something for both of our key players here in this spot. Tollerane with the only open-ended straight draw available, and Dan Smith with second pair.
But perhaps recognizing how much this board, favors Dan Smith's range. Not he sort of unblocking all the pairs is Ben, unblocking the spades. Sometimes you bet here and you get sixes to fold, but maybe deducing that Dan Smith's going to be ahead a lot of the time here.
Yeah, you can get sixes to fold later on in the hand. And wow, what a rough card for Dan Smith. this is going to be a question, should the board not come with an ace or queen, of like how much does Ben Tollerine win here? Let's see how he decides to proceed at this point. Can definitely, now it's nice unblocking all the pairs. Probably nice, best to bet at this point. Charge flush draws and try to build the pot versus 1 or 2 pair. Dan has a hand, feels like in position we just call here.
Mm-hmm.
Can never, I mean, can't really have aces, kings, or queens, right? So kind of like our best value hand is a straight. It's very small range if you wanted to raise. This is a nice kind of trap, but we can see he's not trapping in this particular instance.
Ooh, great card for Dan Smith to perhaps get away not as scathed as he otherwise would have been. He's going to feel sick if Ben decides to bet this river, but, you know, would have felt much worse had he, you know, received an 800K bet on a brick river and had to call what represents, you know, 40% of his stack. So sometimes the good fortune comes in a way for you to not lose more chips when you have a big hand, and this might just be a situation like that.
Yeah, and I think Ben can't really, like, if this was the 3 of diamonds, Ben could go pot or more, right?
Yeah.
But now it's like, can you really bet like 1.2 million with just a 10 on a 4 straight with a 3 flush with just having a 10? You know, no. Like, I'd be surprised if he bets over $1 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now it's a much smaller bet. Probably like less than half the size of the bet would have been. Right, so, and Dan still doesn't have to call this bet, although he probably will. But
okay, you want to bet?
Might not. Ooh. Want to bet this one?
I'll bet he folds.
Okay, you got it. $100.
Let's go. Come on, Danny boy. You've been in this spot so many times before. You think Ben is taking a random bluff line like this? You're one of the best in the world, Danny boy. Come on. I need some walking around money. I want that USD. Huge spot here for Dan.
Oh,
And
uh-oh.
Griffin gets paid. 2 for 2.
2 for 2.
All right. If other people aren't counting, don't worry. I will count. We can all count together. Great hand from Ben. Tried to get some value on the river there. You know, just wasn't the river card he wanted. As we take a look at the chip counts, Ben is just can't lose a pot.
No.
It's almost up to 90 big blinds, 4.375 million. I mean, I keep showing you this. You can see it. The American contingency. Ben, Nick, Dan, Phil, all these very American names too. All the way down to Danny Tang with 10 big blinds, who's trying to gain more ground, create more separation at the top of the Ivan Liao Player of the Year standings. He's been playing well, made a really nice fold with that king-queen earlier.
Fold, queen 10.
And blinds are up. 225,000, 50,000. We're already playing that. Maybe we're already playing that.
Being dramatic.
And there's Aram has a great shove spot.
That one I kind of didn't really want to bet you, but then I just did it. After you said
For
it,
the stream?
did you notice the pause? I was like, I might fuck it, whatever. It's $100.
I'll tell you what.
That was a nice ask by you. I'm gonna use my judicious next time and just.
I'll tell you what. I'll use this 100 towards us having dinner or something one night. Okay, we'll split it.
How much?
Gets the shove in.
550.
And Nicky P.
The other one I liked.
No, I know.
That one I was like, I don't know.
Yeah, you
After
did take. I was surprised you
like,
took the action actually. Oh, Nick can't resist, and who can?
Still a nice fold by Dan though. I mean, it's a tough spot.
Yeah, who can resist the siren call of King Queen suited? You all know exactly what I'm talking about. You want to see this run out. You're not even that upset when you see Ace Queen. You're probably still think you're going to win, and you will 29% of the time. But not like that.
Yeah, no, that's not much offered by those three cards in the way of backdoor outs.
Nice and clean. Nice and clean for the Armenian. Nice job for Aram there, who you've been very happy with the way he's been playing. Solid, finding a good spot, did it. Here's the next feature table. Oh boy, look at all those sharpshooters. Kiat Lee, Chris Brewer, Shirzad Hisu, some Spanish guy, Joe Zhu. That's a good feature. That's exciting.
Yeah.
One of these days they're going to give us a feature table where, like, that's not exciting somehow, but I don't know how they're going to do it with the players that are in these events. It's almost like Triton Poker is a guaranteed good time. Tell your friends. Like and subscribe. I haven't heard you say that once since I've been on. You were all over that yesterday.
I usually only repeat it like a macaw after my booth partner says it.
Okay.
I don't really say, it's more about the smash.
Okay, yeah. Oh, you got to smash it. Yes.
Yeah. You gently click physically, but mentally you smash, just like the players on the table.
Yes, because we don't want your money. We just want your like and subscribe.
See right there.
Emotional support.
Dan placed in the 100,000, but mentally he smashed it in order to smash his opponents.
Got you. Yeah, okay.
Right? Just like you can't smash your monitor, you'll break your computer, but you just click it, but then smash.
Just tap it in, but also smash it.
Yeah.
In a way that Happy Gilmore would. You hear they're making Happy Gilmore too?
Really?
They just announced it a few days ago. Netflix.
That was one of my favorite comedies when I was younger.
Me too.
Just tap
it in.
Just tap it in. Don't you want to go to your home?
You're too good for your home? Shout out Will Jaffe in the YouTube chat asking, does Mateus ever bust? I did see him bust one tournament out here that I can remember. He got it in really good with jacks against threes on a final table, and somehow the river was a 3.
He got it in
I saw it
really
one time.
good in the last one. He got Ace King versus Ace Queen. And,
hey, listen. Okay.
And Punat Punzri rivered the queen and went on, had a much higher showing, but it was the chip leader after that for a while. And Mateus was out shortly thereafter. So
it's
it
good
was
to
a
know
very
that
big swing pot earlier on.
It's good to know that gods can bleed,
Yeah.
Speaking of gods, one of the old gods, Phil Ivey, all in for about 13 big blinds with the king queen off.
Technically not all in, but functionally,
right.
yes.
Functionally.
He did leave that 40K behind.
You've written the first act of your... Oh, someone started watching our stream, I think, on the table. The volume up. See, they do listen to the volume on.
Yeah. Or I guess they don't, right? Because
they very quickly turned it off. Like, whoa. Sorry, guys. I know that's a rule we all have, that we don't listen to these guys. Yeah, getting caught up on some hands from what would be half an hour ago. Ooh, I like this from Sammy Sauna on YouTube. Dan, the good cop gone rogue. We were remarking on that yesterday, the sort of Miami Vice vibe he's been giving off with that sweet stash.
Small pot.
Sounds as though we're doing some catching up elsewhere on some other tables, if you're unfamiliar. So much fairness worked into things here at Triton, player-friendly stuff, making sure that, you know, other tables, when we're this shortened tables, aren't playing too many hands more than another. So, and now we get a little balance as Mayor. You recognize that voice, Brian?
What? Yeah,
You recognize that voice?
I do.
That's you.
Nicky P sending out data points. Where is Nicky P's nestled right there behind the dealer?
One more time with the chip counts. I'm going to let you do this one, Brian.
All right. We can see that an American fell out from the top 4.
Oh, no.
Phil Ivy's down there in 5th now, 16 blinds, just ahead of Danny Tang, 10. Aram with that double with ace queen now, just over $1 million in chips. And then America filling out the top 3 with Dan Smith, Nicky P, and Ben Tollerine.
Dude,
the heroes.
That was perfect. So Ben is the, we should say actually, Ben is the significant chip leader of this entire tournament with 4.275 big blinds. Second place, of course, Adrian Mateos with 2.765. Chris Brewer right behind him with 2.6. Artem Martirosyan with 2.5. And then all of our guys that we've come to know on the feature, like Nicky P with his 2.4, Dan Smith with his 2.1. But yeah, this next feature table, afterwards, we are going to get to see everyone's favorite Spaniard, Adrian Mateos, do his thing, which is, you know, crush these poker tournaments, and also get to see a little bit about what's going on with Chris Brewer, who's had, you know, an incredible rise to fame and success in the last few years, largely thanks to his success on this tour. But again, let's just finish things up over here first. Danny in that danger zone of 10 big blinds as Nick accidentally folds out a turn, which creates one less spot for a player to worry about. And yeah, Tang effectively going all in, using a little less chips than we're used to seeing. And maybe this is an adjustment that the players are starting to make after what happened to Chris Brewer in that three-handed. Where they don't have to put as many chips in. You may as well keep a little more back if there is ever a situation where you'd fold. We're going to see a real nice, pure, clean flip here between Danny and Aram. Of course, this 330 you put in, fully intending to put the other 165, but maybe just poking around, looking at potential pay jumps. We have 18 players left, and there is a $12,000 pay jump to 17, so that is significant, and maybe Danny does want to, you know, start using some of those time banks.
Yeah, I mean, Danny is going to be happy to see ace-queen suited here because he definitely can't see pocket twos, so the fact that he's going to be flipping.
Good point. That's a great way to frame it.
Going to be good news for him.
I'll play 12, I think.
Yeah. I'm
showing up a week late and leaving early.
So you say you double that?
Gonna hang out. How about yourself?
Sama!
I'm gonna play some.
3. I need a 3.
So all the chips are in the middle.
Hold.
And Danny really wants it.
Please.
He really does. Obviously, the player of the year. It means so much to him. That's a good start.
About a 7, so maybe they can chop.
Yeah. Ooh, that's not a good card.
Add 6s and 4s.
Yeah, for Danny. And the diamonds. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, yeah.
Jeez. We got to get on top of that. Look at this. Ba-boom. Oh, dodges it. Yes, and he loves it. Phil Ivy's just looking at him like, pretend like you've been here before, man. Oh, gosh. I wish we could quickly rewind to just him looking him up and down like like Ryan Gosling in that movie with Steve Carell. You know that gif where he's like looking him up and down, disgusted at what he's wearing? I'll send it to you later.
Yeah.
And Aram, just after fresh off winning that, having that nice double up ace queen to king queen suited, is back down to 11 big blinds. And Danny Tang, the unkillable.
I mean, I think Phil is like, the other reason I might be looking at him is, who knows? Maybe Phil's thinking about the Player of the Year award. Maybe, maybe not. But Danny, I think Danny's first, right? And Phil's like third. Is that?
So I haven't looked at it in a few days. I remember seeing Ivy more
second.
around. Phil's second now. Seventh. That's what I thought. Yeah, that's
okay.
what I thought. Yeah.
So he probably isn't thinking about it.
No, I don't think so too much.
Nah, definitely just pretend like you've been here before moment.
Yeah, a little bit, a little bit. You know, just keep him in. I think you just want to keep him in check a little bit. You know, like come on, man. You just want a 10 big blind all in with 20 people. Like you're supposed to be the guy right now.
It's
like
cool,
you think Jason
it's
Kuhn
not
would do that?
It's
Come on.
not that big a deal.
No, we're just teasing. Of course, you know it's good for us to see the emotion. To be honest with you,
Yeah,
I appreciated
nice.
it. But yeah.
Dan decides to call, and Phil's got a comfy shove here for sub 15 blinds with an offsuit ace.
Damn, that's a big fold.
You showed it?
I had 6s.
We're seeing it now.
I told you already, though. I don't know why you're so...
I wouldn't fist bump that fold. Terrible fold.
And of course, they're talking about when Nikki P had 6s, and both of them folded queens, and they just fist bumped. And Nikki said, "You shouldn't be fist bumping. That was a terrible fold." You know, obviously regretting that maybe that he had raised because those two hands somehow folded.
50 minutes?
15.
Arm here has a hand that's a shove in the hijack for sure for 11 blinds, but we've seen him pass some of these bottom of range spots.
Yeah, and sometimes maybe even sort of last hand before break kind of thing. You want to just get there and come back, you know. Reset. You know, don't want to just shove this, get called by ace jack, and suddenly you're out. Take a little break. I mean, it shouldn't matter. I'm just saying, you know.
He's just tight. It is what it is. I don't know if it's break. I mean, ace 4-0 and the cutoff for 10. He's just playing
Full, but Phil Ivey getting a really nice shove through here. You know, Dan Smith has to raise that blocker and has to fold for the 17-18 big blinds.
Yeah, there we go,
So
Phil.
that's a nice little takedown before the break to get him up to about 1 million chips.
Here we are. Oh, America's back.
Oh,
on
America's
top.
back. So
no,
much
sorry,
symmetry.
It's not America. It's America.
Yeah, Toleran, incredible level. Going to be coming back to 30K, 60K.
Maybe another feature table.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a different feature table when you guys come back.
Yeah, no, we're talking about it. But Mateos, we have Chris Brewer. We're going to have Shirzad as well. Kiat Lee. So that was a very exciting looking.
Your prediction's looking better and better. He's up to 2.2.
Who is? Kiat.
Kiat,
Okay. He's always up to 2.2. He's so great, Kiat Lee, over the course of this series. So let's talk a little bit quickly about that table.
Talk to me.
Ben, really the story, performance-wise.
Yeah.
Just getting a lot of hands to play, seeming to play almost every street.
Yeah, it was the
Pretty bladed, right?
Ben T show.
Yeah. So Ben was definitely the biggest thing about that level. Phil Ivey, nice to get that shoved through before the end of the level there. Danny Tang, the celebration that we were sort of joking about, but we are going to not only get a new feature table, like we discussed, Adrian and co. But Brian, we're going to unhook your little.
That's it. I'm out.
Your little chain there at the bottom that producer James put on you.
I'm just
going to
let you get
some
guys,
food.
I'm going to leave you guys with one thing. Okay.
Okay.
That hour was the Ben High Tea show. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Ben
Yes.
High Tea.
Yes, I also remember it is where I made $100 for the easiest.
I gotta stop
bet
betting
ever.
you.
Yeah.
That was a bad bet. But
Okay, Brian, thanks, and we'll see you tomorrow. Yes, but everyone else, stay tuned. Continuing coverage.
I might
coming
be back
up.
later tonight. We'll see what
Oh,
producer
really?
James
Okay,
has
well,
to say.
Jesus. Okay, I shouldn't have spoken so soon. Okay, well, we'll see you after the break.
Yeah, they work me to the bone here. Later, guys.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
I mean, when I'm out playing poker, I'm wearing either GG gear or Triton gear almost exclusively these days.
Yeah.
And not because it's, you know, oh, I need to play for the home team. I can wear what I want. And I got nice clothes. I just, like, this stuff feels great.
Do you have
functional.
No.
I mean, a lot of that Triton gear is tailored a bit to poker playing. They got the extra zipper pocket, so you know you store the chips or keys or whatever. It's nice for playing cards.
Petrangelo, fresh off of the chop with Whitmire. Looks like he's going to book a table for two once more, barring Ivy waking up with something, which he doesn't. So let's try this again.
Trouble again.
This time, Petrangelo gets to be the dominant holding. $10-4 deuce. Nicky P is staring over at a wheel gutter, but he's got top pair.
Yeah, Brandon trades the 3 for a 5.
4 outs one time to keep Whitmire involved, and running deuces
Good luck, guys.
will
Take
end
care.
matters for Brandon. Unfortunately for him, that end will not include a payout, as he fails to make it to the money. Something that both Daniel Dvoris and Michael Soiza, the 2 eliminations since we returned from the break, also know something about.
Next time on the left
We're
corner.
on the bubble now. The
Stone
actual
money bubble.
Stone bubble, yeah. There's 28 left. It pays 27.
Shortest stack in the room belongs to James Chen with 10 big blinds. Dan Smith got himself involved here, as does boss Paul Pua, and it is ace queen against ace 4. Dan Smith is the covering stack, but dominating is Pua.
Of clubs. We're gonna see a flop.
Here comes the flop.
The flop is King 9-3.
King 9-3, all is well.
Third card, please.
To the turn we go.
Turn is a 4 of hearts.
A 4 hits Smith. Can boss return the favor with a queen? No.
We lose Mr. Ball in 28 place. We have 27 plays remaining.
Well, the bubble is burst, and Dan Smith has disappointed more than a few people in the room, just given that that is your Triton Super High Roller Series co-founder there, without whom none of this exists. But no breaks given, and you know boss would have it no other way. Love this.
A little ace 7-0 on the button. Should find its way into a raise.
90.
You see we're down to 24 players, by the way. Patrick Antonius has been vanquished in 25th. So he takes his turn, collecting 80K. That does put us on a pay ladder. Not the biggest.
This is amazing.
7,500 separating 24th from 23rd, but
If I put like
something
this,
to be acknowledged nevertheless. Laliger already
Like,
invested
when I play,
20K
I have,
from the small, puts the other 35 in
mouse
behind
pad,
it with the
each
5
one.
deuce off suit.
And if
Seeking a
it's not
triple here
perfectly
as the
with
side
table,
pot
I
is
move it a
active
little bit.
between Kulev and Mateos, the former of whom opened a 90, the latter of whom defended the big.
I have a lot of
Jack 8 deuce, and Linus has the only pair.
bag of a tea.
With the check in front of him, Alex gets after the outside.
One corner, it's like trash corner.
55. for Mateos, who could hunt some backdoor equity with this combo, but I don't know how much having the main pot be complete and being out of position for this side pot will appeal to him.
Enough to call.
Wants to take a turn, one that hits him, giving him the best hand now. Second pair on the jack-high texture. No, Kulev does have the bad end of a gut shot. Ace would work as well.
Side pot is pretty considerable. Kulev thinks about it and just seems like he's given up on this one.
Diamonds come in, 4-liner on board. Alex does make the 7 after checking back and bringing us to this river free of charge. Full shutdown, and of course, that was never a board that the Deuces felt that they were doing altogether good on. Gentle wrap of the felt, and the loss of the great Linus Lolliger. He collects the fourth and final 80K payout. Add that to his 7.6 million plus in career Triton earnings. This will be his 15th career Triton cash. No second title in store, however. First event he's played so far in Montenegro. Plenty left in the tank for him.
Hello and welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Poker Series. I'm Griffin Benja. That's Randy Liu.
Roll reversal?
Roll reversal. We'll give it a go. It's great to see you. Have you been on already today?
No, I haven't. So I would like you to bring me up to speed what's been going on.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're in the 50K no limit hold 8-handed event. We just had a great feature table where Ben 86 really dominated the last couple of levels. Of course, we are going to move on now because this is a very, very exciting next table that we have. We have Adrian Mateos on here. We have Shirzat Hizu, Chris Brewer, Kiat Lee, so it's going to be a really action-packed table here as we try to move down towards our final table. We're at about almost feels like 2.5 tables left. I know it's 3, but we're getting close to final 2 tables, and then eventually to that final table and the very big first place prize.
Yeah, what stands out to me at the featured table is that we've got Kiat Lee, Chris Brewer, and Adrian Mateos, 3 very hungry players who made very deep runs that looked like they were going to capture a title at this stop, but just got halted by the other players that did happen to capture the title. So they're obviously going to try and tangle a bit, right? Like they know they're so close once again and try to follow through.
Yeah, and going back to what we saw sort of on the last table, we saw, Dan Smith was battling a lot with Ben. We saw Phil Ivey was sort of was lurking around. We saw Danny Tang win a very, very huge flip right at the end there. So he's still in contention in this event. He should have about 18 big blinds. And, of course, he is right now at the top of the leaderboard when it comes to the Ivan Liao Player of the Year. So that's something to really, really keep an eye on. We were joking, actually, Brian and I, a little bit because he did this sort of 10 big blinds double Selly right in front of Ivy.
Okay. He did a little fist bump?
Yeah, he did a little fist bump, and then Ivy kind of like looked at him like this, like, like act like you've been here before. So that was a really great moment just to see a little emotion from someone who has so much success, but is also playing for so much, and the bragging rights and the extra money. So that was really great. But let's focus now on this next feature table. Adrian Mateos, everyone's favorite Spaniard, and there are the 3 tables all together. We see the feature there in the middle. Forgot to mention Joe Zhao, who's actually the leader on the table, and he deserves a little love as well as we take a look at the feature. Outer tables, you see Martirosian with a big stack. Of course, Ben Tolleran with that massive chip lead has about 24 more big blinds than anyone in the field. And yeah, this should be a great feature table.
Yeah, I'm going to give Jozo some love because, he's got second in chips, first Triton stop. I just have this little soft spot for all the players from China. They always come out swinging. Players don't know how to react to their way of play and just really make a splash at these Triton stops. So
yeah, and I think it's an adjustment period that really goes both ways. I think there were a couple hands that Joe played yesterday that Brian and I weren't the most impressed with, but at the same time, you know, he kind of adjusted really well in those pots. He didn't let them get sort of the mistakes maybe to compound. And I think that it's really great to see him now playing this 50K, see what he's going to be able to do with chips.
Look,
when we did go out to the outer table, he looked a lot more confident. Yeah.
There's always this wild card factor, and that's what really makes them either, you know, go down early or just have a huge stack at the end.
Yeah.
What's happening here? King 5 suited. This is interesting because he's 3-betting actually really small against Brewer. Good hand to do it with. Brewer's got like that cuspy hand that just kind of sucks to call out a position even with this price.
Yeah, I mean, this is just straight up Cuspville here. Both of them are kind of, you know, this is a light open and a small light 3-bet. And this just, I think what this says to me is just there has been dynamic, pardon the pun, brewing between these two players. I mean, they are heavy hitters. Chris Brewer just coming off that third place finish. Adrian Mateos, you know, just always seems to be in the hunt. So I'm going to be really curious about that dynamic. Also going to be really curious to see how Quattro plays because he's just been awesome all series long.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, he almost won his first Triton title, unable to do so. But make another deep one.
Fold it around to the button. Let's see if Joe has anything to say.
I love the bucket hat.
Yeah, no, I'm loving his vibe today. He was like enjoying a nice meal, flicking in chips, like seemed a bit more, you know.
He's wearing the gear really nicely too.
Yeah, I think he might have been wearing glasses yesterday too, and he looks like cooler, more just not cooler, but more like kind of relaxed and ready to go without them here.
Queen Jack of Clubs is very playable from the small blind for Mikolai Basketbonikau.
175.
Coming in with raise into Kiatli, who's playing, 25 big blinds. It's a hand where you actually see a lot of players limping just because they don't want to play a bloated pot in case your opponent 3-bets.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting stack depth, right? Because you wouldn't want to raise fold. Let's say your opponent had 17 bigs. You would probably just want to shove or limp. But maybe once you get to 25 big blinds, it's very difficult for your opponent to be shoving an ace-6, for instance. They're probably going to be more inclined to just call. So you're not really running too much risk of not seeing a flop. And sometimes it'll happen, but I think it's interesting because you fold out a lot of those
very
lame
true.
hands that shouldn't even be in the pot kind of thing.
Yeah, there's not a lot of people who... not the range tightens when it goes to 25 big blinds in terms of 3-bet jam. Pretty clean turn card. Might be think about getting a little value now.
150.
Obviously 7-5 offsuit. Pitching instantly.
Huh?
So a little more value than maybe a lot of other players would get if they had elected to limp in. I'm a bit unfamiliar with the man from Belarus. Vaskeboinica.
Yeah, he's played quite a decent amount of our... Oh, not decent, but he came up to play a 200K in Cyprus. That was his first showing in 2023. Went to Monte Carlo, played 2 events here. Also played a 200K Invitational. So he basically comes out for the biggest stakes. This is what appears to be his first event here, and that's probably due to the buy-ins being 50K now.
It always feels like...
I'll tell you this, though. There's a safe assumption for everyone from Belarus that they're good.
Yeah. It's also a safe assumption that when you start watching Adrian Mateos get to work, you kind of feel like you're almost in his office. So much control, just seems to be the biggest threat at every table he's on. A reputation well earned, and already here on this feature table, a mere few minutes in, has made a nice 3-bet with a king 5 and gotten an open through with ace 8.
Me and Brian were talking about Mateos the other day, where we feel that whenever he gets to the final table at a Triton, he just gets a bit unlucky in key all-ins, whether he's dominating or it's a coin flip, and he keeps getting like 5th, 6th, 4th in the past results. So, but he always puts himself in that position at those final tables. We'll see if it works out from this time.
Yeah, I mean, already, 2 final tables here in Montenegro. That's a pretty incredible success rate. We're not talking about these, 30 to 50 player, really, really big buy-in fields. We're talking about navigating through some of the best, 30K buy-in, 25K buy-in players, and has managed to do it twice already. In the GG Millions, he finished 6th, getting very unlucky. Our first event here, pocket 3 jacks against pocket 3s, crab on the river.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think we were just talking about this as well. 6th place in the 50K, 7-handed bounty, getting it all in, ace-king against ace-queen.
I remember that.
Yeah, and getting unlucky with the queen. So has been playing great, gotten to 2 final tables, and unfortunately has been, on the bad side of variance, which is probably something he's not especially used to with how much success he has had in final tables in his career.
Sure.
Yeah, 2 6th places. Solid. On to Joe Zoe.
Cat doesn't get greedy at in the cutoff with the 10-9.
120.
And good that he didn't, because Chris has the dominating ace-9 on the button.
Would you blame him? Look who's in the big blind.
Yeah.
And who's right behind him in the button. Eight six offsuit.
I'll be your huckleberry, says Adrian.
I first heard that line in a movie called Tombstone. I don't know if you know it.
I actually only saw Tombstone for the first time in the last year, which is crazy because I was a big Val
That's
Kilmer fan.
Really old, by
Yeah.
the way. Like, were you just born? I'm just curious.
No, it's just one of those ones I never got around to watching. Advantage Mateos, flopping the mid pair here. When Adrian takes pause, I think everyone at home is just waiting with bated breath. What is he going to do? Is he going to do something creative that it's going to be just right somehow? Not this time, just with the call. And the board gets even better.
Please 1T and through.
This turn card improves the big blind check call range.
Mm.
They often pick up pair and straight draw, which wouldn't fold to a second barrel.
Yeah, and Brewer acutely aware of that with the quick check back.
There's not that much value to be had with the 6, especially with the kicker. But also, he probably expects Brewer to bet better along the turn, so it's a bit of a maybe either way situation.
Yeah, I mean, the only bluffs Adrian can really have here are like, you know, your 8-9, 9-10, 10-8 kind of combos, right? And then I guess missed clubs would be plentiful.
I think it's interesting that Mateos is so confident in his hand to bet 380 into that pot. Like a lot of players, I find would just think, well, I've got, what, 3rd or 4th pair. Maybe come in with small to get looked up by ace high, but Mateos is very balanced in the way he plays. So
Yeah.
it's not just, oh, he bets this size, therefore he has this hand. He always just putting his opponents into a bit of confusion.
Sure, that ace-7 suited with the ideal shoving stack here. 10.5 big blinds. This one's going to play itself.
Oh, Joe, what are you thinking? You really want to give him some gamble? Okay. I'm actually quite a fan of Sherzad Hisu. He also likes to play just high roller tournaments pretty much exclusively. And he's just really solid, makes good decisions over and over again. You know, not too fancy. Also has a final table under his belt. Got really unlucky when he had the king-queen against David Yan.
Almost made a massive fold.
Yeah, you remember that? The king,
oh, yeah.
King-queen versus the
Oh,
straight
yeah.
queen-jack on the turn.
Mm-hmm. One of the big hands from that, was it the 30K?
I'm going to look. With the app, of course.
No,
Yeah.
it was the 40K bounty, right?
I believe it was probably the 30K because that's the one that shows that he's who got 6th place.
Okay.
Makes sense.
120.
Oh, you know why I thought that? Because after David Yen busted, he featured on the feature table of the 40K bounty, and I remember how much he was chasing bounties and all this stuff. So that's how I merged the events here. Mateos opening the button and is going to have a significant confrontation with Joe here. Joe is just going to call, though, which is
certainly fine.
Certainly fine, yeah. 34 big blinds effective. You know, you don't want to be 3-bet folding a hand like King Queen and probably feel like it's too many chips to shove. Keep in those worst kings and queens, and let's see a flop.
It's not bad for both players, actually, even though they don't have a pair. Backdoor clubs, backdoor hearts working. 9-4 deuce is a texture that Mateos will see bet a lot. And Joe could have the best hand or could turn something as well. I wouldn't expect him to fold to a c-bet.
I'm most curious to see how Adrian plays this, because you don't really want to...
110.
Yeah, so he's going to bet really small, or about third.
Yeah, I expected the small bet.
Mhm.
I really would like to see Joe check call in this spot. Nice thing, too, is sometimes you turn to king or queen, and your opponent will use that card to block that. I'm just going to lay it down. Perhaps it's the Mateos factor as well, where this guy is just known to barrel off.
Yeah, I would say that's also fine. It's not egregiously too tight or anything like that. But with the King of Hearts, you know, the way you describe how the king or the queen hitting will interact with, you know, Mateos' barreling range, thinking you now have something like 6s or 7s and he can bet you off it. Let's say if Mateos had something like King 10 turning a straight draw.
Yeah, there's just a lot of ways you can maneuver depending on what falls on turn and river.
And I think the other important thing to talk about quickly, I know it's a pretty
120.
small hand, but it does make me think, you know, when the turn does, say, come an 8 of hearts, and then the river, and goes check, check, and the river comes a 10. You found yourself at the bottom of your range with King Queen with a heart blocker, and you're going to be able to fold out ace high with a bet, you know? So there are other ways to win the pot outside of hitting a king or a queen or backdooring a flush. It's just about how your range, once you call there, is split between the hand that you have and the other ones that you can represent.
These two going to war once again. 3-betting in position of ace-queen suited with the upper end of his range rather than king-queen offsuit. Kiat is thinking about whether he can 4-bet jam. It is a thing if he thinks that Joe is 3-bet, relatively light.
Yeah, and I don't think that Kiat Lee believes it is worth the risk.
Mateos is calling here because he's getting a pretty good price, even though he's out of position, and they got really deep stacks.
Yeah, about a 2.6x 3-bet, which is a tiny bit below average from what you'd expect. Today's day and age, I'd say the average is more like 2.7, 2.8x. Sometimes, well, at this stage of the tournament, I mean. Earlier on, we're seeing more 3x, 3.5.
There you go, Joe. Follow through with a c-bet. Gave him the good old nice hand, Mateos. Over to Joe.
Never hurts to check in on, the other tables, the other players. Ben still has the chip lead, 4.355 million, 73 big blinds. And Joe with that pot to get over 3 million is second. But nice to see Justin Saliba in third. He has been all over the place in this series. I wouldn't say he's had a massive breakout score here at the Triton Montenegro. He did finish 12th, just close to bubbling the final table in the GG Millions, 18th in the 30K. So looking for his third cash. He's 2 for 5 right now. So, well, he's gotten his third cash, but he is third in chips, which puts him in really great position. Sounds like he's playing with a decent amount of confidence.
Just folding king 5 offsuit. I actually thought he was going to defend that one. I wonder if he really is a Mateos factor. Is that really a thing?
I think folding king 5 off against the hijack.
Some players call there for sure.
For sure.
Okay.
I think it's a bit on the tight side, but I think it's pretty close. So I think it's okay to skew. If you're up against someone like Mateos. Guys, check out these Jacob & Co. watches. They're one of our partners here at Triton, and we give them away to the winners of our main events. Official timekeeper, just incredible timepieces. I almost want them. I know it goes a bit fast, but just want to really take a look. If you really want to take a look, go to the website, look it up, find out all about these incredible pieces that they're getting for these massive tournament wins. Just something you can actually wear,
I'm pretty sure also that this is the very first PLO main event. We're going to give away one of these Jacob & Co. watches. So, it's a little something that's worth playing for if you're into the 4-card street.
And we can't fail to mention the astronomy.
Wait, what's happening here?
Oh, wait, what's going on? Outer table action. Looks to be Dan Smith against Ben Tolerant. I mean, this is a dynamic that's been going on for quite a while now. And again, it goes Ben 86's way.
This is a tough table. It's Ben Tolerant, Dan Smith, dude. Phil Ivey, Danny Tang. I mean, who else? I can't see, but that's a new guy. I don't know that. player. I'm sure he's pretty good too.
Or are you spotting Aram? Yeah.
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 Sargassian. Repping the Armenian flag. First time I've seen it.
Dan's got that that band that he's been stretching sort of between hands sometimes.
Oh, it's one
Keep
of those
the body
like
loose.
behind your head?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's got the super high rollers aerobics class that he runs here.
Are you serious?
No.
Oh, God.
You were excited, huh? No, I did see him playing some tennis, though, the other day.
Okay.
And spike ball. The guys out here like to stay active. Really, really important on these tours here. Keep the body moving.
I'm a little upset with you that you trolled me.
Yeah, I really got you there, huh?
Yeah.
That was great.
Please. Well, you can work by yourself for the rest of this hand.
Okay, I will do just that. This is going to be between our boy Sargassian and Nick Petrangelo.
Oh.
And this looks to be an all-in and a call. Pre-flop, blind on blind. I guess at this stack depth, about 400K. You know, that's only about 8 big blinds. So, yeah, Sargassian calling off with the King 10.
King 9.
King 9, pardon me. Can't blame him. And the 10-7 off. Oh, outs. So many outs. 5, 7, 10. Oh.
Boom.
And, yeah, Aram is a little upset about that one. I mean, you know, it's the game. He knows it, but it's you know, you never like busting with the best hand.
It's so close to that final table as well.
Yeah, and he was playing real solid all day, really trying to find those little spots, but that is also the problem about maybe, you know, playing too solid, and Brian remarked that Aram wasn't taking enough shove spots today. There was a King 9 of hearts for 10 big blinds at the hijack before the break, and Ace 4 off at the cutoff for 10 bigs. So, you know, when you are playing that tight in some spots, you might end up finding yourself getting it in with 400K and getting unlucky. So, still a nice score for Aram. As we get back to our feature table.
What do you have? Yeah.
I start with 1.2.
You start with 1.2?
Never liked that question.
No.
How much you playing
Not
when
you're
holding
raising
Jack
9 off on 20 bigs from the button. Just sounds like someone with pocket fours about to shove on you, you know?
You just know that he's never just going, how much you playing? Fold.
Yeah.
I'm sure chat doesn't forget about that hand that Brewer played.
This table
busted
specifically, that shock box, the worst.
Third.
Yeah, you can see the...
I can't. I just have to fully trust Kia.
Does that help?
I mean, you have the... Here,
Yeah,
the
I know.
Ace 5 off the cutoff. Quick fold from Kiat. Just the worst seat maybe you can possibly imagine right now with Brewer on your direct left. Sure, the very, very capable Shirzat Hisu in the small, and then, you know, one of the end bosses, Adrian Mateos.
I don't think he's folding this King 7. That would be uncharacteristic of Mateos.
Yeah, agreed.
Excellent start for Brewer, top pair. Going to imagine this is bet fold a lot.
Yeah, I don't think this is the combo that Adrian wants to get sticky with at all. If you're just joining us, this is the 50K No Limit Hold'em 8-handed event. Final 2 tables. So we try to get down to that final table. A lot of poker for you tonight. Between this and we're going to be jumping into a certain other tournament after, what do you think? Probably, right?
Hopefully. Of course, this tournament is a bit deeper right now, and this will run quite late, so...
Might just jump in tomorrow with that 100K as we finally get our 6-figure.
Just know it's always an option.
Yeah.
And that's the great thing.
Yeah.
Cat gonna win some lines with that King 5 suited. No complaints, I'm sure.
None at all.
Well, chat, you guys might as well tell me where you guys are watching from.
He loves that.
Just let me know. Let me know. I'm watching this from Montenegro. What about you guys? A couple of threes. Folding under the gun. Pretty standard. With small stacks. Sure as that. Got that all in hand. Oh, ace king.
That'll do it.
That's...
Oh, don't even bother asking how much.
There's no need to ask, but just in case, I suppose. It's going to feel a little bit of a...
Yeah, I don't think Shirzad's going to be very thrilled by this.
He's going to feel nit rolled.
Yeah, he's going to feel nit rolled. And let's see the reactions here.
Yeah.
Oh, pretty muted.
He understands.
Yeah, just, everyone wants to, nobody has to oh, well, there you go.
Smirk.
Okay. Double smirks from Shirzad and Adrian.
Oh.
Ooh.
How about that, Shirzad Hitsu? What about that turn card, Shirzad?
Karma.
You like that? Full double up. So Shirzad up to 23 big blinds?
Yeah, big double.
Okay.
35.
I'm not really sure why Mikolai took so long. Maybe just a little out of it. That hand specifically. Seen him splash, so quite surprised.
She said plus 12.
You're fine. I just wasn't expecting it. Yeah.
A little bit of a pause in game. It might be one of those catch-up hand moments.
Yeah.
That's
that
the
would be
vibe
my
I'm
guess.
getting.
That seems to be the vibe of the room. As we see some of those great digital posters in the background, Dan Smith, Corey Aldemir.
Webster in the back in case you didn't know who that was.
As we get back to our action-packed previous feature table, Ivy, Tang, Nikki P, Dan Smith, Ben Tolerant. Just, I mean, it's Murderer's Row, man. That's like a real fivesome right there. You know, all legends in their own right. I would say maybe Danny, the one most building his legacy right now. The others so very well. Their legacy's so firmly established. If Danny could win the Ivan Liao Player of the Year, that would go a long way. And this appears to be a hand between Ben Tolerant and Phil Ivey. Pre-flop, Ivey defending from the big from a Ben 86 open. Ace-3 king, 2 hearts. A check call of just 80K. And then the turn 9 of clubs went check, check, and now the river is filled with a jack. So Queen 10 has gotten there potentially. Hearts have bricked. You know, Ben has shown some lack of interest in this hand on the turn, I would say. You know, might be something like a king, might just be air shutting down. But with this action on the river, it feels a lot like
this is interesting.
Yeah, activating.
He went bet, check, bet, jam. It was like practically a jam. That was a ton of black chips, 100K apiece. So on an ace king 3-9 jack board, I guess he's repping river 2 pair or like Queen 10.
I think Queen 10 is going to bet some of the time on the turn, right? As far as storytelling is concerned. But if you also don't think your opponent's going to fold an ace or a king, maybe you don't need to always barrel that hand. So could have Queen 10. Could certainly have King Jack with that sort of down bet on the flop, which I think is pretty popular these days with like a mid pair on a board like this when you have such a range advantage.
Could have just air.
And then, of course, the ding, ding, ding from my co-host.
Because the way Ivey's played his hand to not bet river with a missed flush draw is that he's got a very weak ace or he's got King X.
Yeah. And that those hands are complicated by a jack river, certainly. And 2 absolute heavyweights. I mean, we're talking about sort of kind of GOAT status players in different realms. Ivey sort of more in a grand sense. Ben Tolerant, you know.
He almost pushed. Oh, he's stacking them.
Ben Tolerant was widely considered the best Omaha player, cash game player.
Oh, is he sliding them? Which way? I can't tell. Oh, he's picking up the cards again.
Oh, we should have bet on this.
God, he's going back and forth.
He can't decide. Is this our first bet right here? No, it's too late. He's got to make a decision soon.
Oh, he is going to lay it down.
I would have bet fold as well.
I want to see those cards. Both hands, please. Come on, just one time. Show. No. Other way. Other dealer, flip them up. Dealer, flip them up. Oh, darn. I tried.
You tried. And you failed, Randy. You failed so bad.
I hope the chat appreciated me trying. I'm sure they can really hear me from here, from the booth.
You failed us all, Randy. And it is the last time.
At least I tried. I didn't see you trying to get them to flip their hands up. Oh, we deal another. More catch-up.
Do you know the joke about the family of tomatoes?
No, what is the family of tomatoes?
So, family of tomatoes, a mother, father, and their daughter. and she's late for school.
Go on.
And
I'm just
they're
wondering.
walking to school. They're walking to school, you know, and they're walking to school, but she's really lagging behind. She's taking forever. So the mama tomato goes back and squishes her and says, "Catch up."
I knew the joke. I just wanted you to say it for you to humiliate yourself in front of all of the viewers.
Well, you always say "catch up," and it always makes me think of that joke. You know, I feel like I got anyone who isn't a. Listen, there are new poker fans that haven't watched Pulp Fiction. They're out there.
That's from Pulp Fiction?
Yep. That's the joke that she tells John Travolta. Uma Thurman tells John Travolta when he's dropping her off at the house after.
Did not know.
Yeah, there you go.
So
there you go.
technically the story was worth it, I suppose. I did learn something.
And look, we got some fans, you know, appreciating it. Classic film. I'll tell you something else about appreciation. Zhou Zhao right now is appreciating this ace-king because he gets it on the button where people's perceived range is much wider than the best non-paired ace you can get.
Makes it 200. Size up.
How much was it, right?
Get short. He just
200?
Man, that's all over.
Would it upset you if I told you
120.
I've never seen Pulp Fiction?
Yeah, but only because I know how much you'd enjoy it. So I feel sorry for you.
Pretty sure I would enjoy it.
Yeah, you'd love it.
No, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't, to be honest.
No, I think you'd really like it. What makes you think you wouldn't like Pulp Fiction?
I just know, because I know what type of movie it is.
What kind of movie is it?
People get shot, right? Is that what happens? Yeah.
A little bit.
No, it's not. It's not my.
It's not
movie.
your scene?
This is a flop for Mateo still. Club draw.
Yeah, it is.
Does check as the pre-flop raiser, which is more common these days. Realizing the flatting range has got more pairs, etc. I think Mateos bets this turn card. He's got a lot of ace-x, of course. Pretty much, I would think all pocket pairs would fold with an ace and king on board.
250.
I also like that he sizes up a bit, because if he bets really small, like a third or quarter,
yeah,
he invites even like a gut shot to maybe float, like a queen jack, jack 10 occasionally. This just makes a statement now, but I'm not sure why Joe's thinking.
Might just be this
Hollywood,
you know, a little bit of Hollywood just to keep him in line.
Oh, yeah, my bad. I knew that. I just blinked.
Queens for Michaela.
Mikolai,
yeah. I was looking at him like, wait a minute, that doesn't sound right.
Mikolai, yeah.
As long as I keep on looking at this name enough, Randy will say something.
Vascaboinicao.
Vascaboinicao.
There we go. I'm like 50% sure I'm right.
It's pretty good.
But at least I'm confident when I say it.
Brew Daddy getting way OOL.
So he flatted from the small
flatted
blind.
from the small with the jack 4 of spades. And you know what?
Wait, hold on. Do we get a little graphical error?
Graphical error.
Yeah, I'd
the
be
rare
shocked.
mistake.
This makes more sense because Shirazad defending 7-6 offsuit makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Actually would have been trouble for him had he seen a bet because he certainly would have checked called.
Right.
I don't blame the queens for checking on queen 7 deuce. I feel like he can safely get away with no damage here on the ace turn. A lot of check back range contains an ace, so it's very credible. Although it is one big blind, so there is a chance he pays this one off for now.
It's just such a strong line that
I think he folds for sure
Nikolai
if it
should
was
just,
like 120 or so.
Yeah, he's just taking the price because he thinks he's live. And yeah, he's
Are you
in
serious?
real trouble right now.
Is this a real river card? Like,
at least it is the 7 of diamonds, but he almost always has to check raise this river or lead. I think he's really considering leading because he would expect his opponent to maybe check back some aces sometimes. I don't know. It's interesting because, of course, Shirazad can't have flushes here.
he led so small, 135K into about 450. The way Shirazad's played his hand kind of looks like an ace block bet, to be honest.
Yeah. But the thing is, too, is that I don't really see how Nikolai can credibly rep a flush, which means I think Shirazad is going to be way more inclined to call. Because, if he has like king, jack of diamonds or something, he's going to bet the flop, right?
Or possibly bet more than one big blind on the turn.
Yeah. It feels way more like he has an ace-x going into the river. Now we see this action, and he's repping better than that. So Shirazad is trying to kind of like, cut through the tall grass here and get to an answer that makes sense. But I don't think that for him that's going to be fold. The hand is too strange. Is he considering it could be pocket queens? For sure. It's a very tight range. Could it be pocket aces? Feels like aces bet, right?
Aces bets the flop at a high frequency. Queens, of course, makes sense, but that's very narrow.
One hand.
It is what we see, though.
Yeah. He doesn't have 10 jack of diamonds here, right? Nikolai. So this is very difficult for Shirazad. I think he's probably going to end up calling, and I don't fault him at all. And if he folds, it's just, quite frankly, incredibly impressive.
It does not help him holding the 6 of diamonds as well. Blocks a little bit of flushes that might raise in the cutoff, like a 5-4 diamonds. I'm not 5-4, but 6-5 of diamonds. I just can't see how he can fold
So
here.
maybe he could have king queen of diamonds here.
His opponent, it's possible, but
Right.
sometimes it bets the flop.
And of course. But maybe there are some checks that happen there.
He just knows he's behind, though. You can feel it. This is just a soul read, but can he follow through is the question.
Yeah, and this hand almost feels like a callback to that incredible final table moment that he had when he almost folded the king-queen on the king-king-9 board by the river. He's...
Oh, my God. This guy is sick. I told you Shirazad was good.
Wow. And he's acting like he got away with one, but he didn't. That is just amazing.
He actually lost the minimum. He led 135K.
Wow.
He certainly would have check called a bigger bet. I just don't know how he did it, but kudos.
And there are the updated chip counts. Shirazad Hizu there. Full of the tournament for me. Really, really impressive. Kiat Lee, just 18 big blinds, all the way up to Joe. Joe's still leading the table, doing great. We're going to be back in a few minutes here, guys, and we'll get more action right away.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
In poker, every small decision counts. Introducing the Game Changer, Daily Dose of GTO. This is your free guide to mastering GTO strategies in just 5 minutes a day. Join the thousands of players transforming their game and results. Gain the confidence you need for high-stakes decisions. Scan the QR code now to get your free copy and follow GTO Wizard on Twitter and Instagram for exclusive challenges and giveaways during this Triton series.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
Welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Montenegro. These are the final two tables of the 50K No Limit Hold'em 8-handed on the feature table. Of course, Joe Zhao doing great with those 50 big blinds. Oh, we're getting a little switch up here. Okay, wait. Okay, we're doing a whole there's a whole thing happening.
Two-table
I should have seen this coming.
redraw,
I should have seen this coming. That's why we took the break. I remember now. Look at that. On the other table, Ben is the significant chip leader of the tournament with 4.6 million. We are going to see Mateos, Brewer, Shirzad, Hiso just making that incredible fold with the trip sevens. Phil Ivey, Danny Tang looking to climb even further ahead in those Ivan Liao Player of the Year rankings. So many heroes left, not to be outdone on the other table. Kiat Lee, Brian Kim, Marta Rosian, Dan Smith, Nikolai there getting, that huge hand there with the queens. Saliba been everywhere. I'm just going to say every name at this point.
Did you get every name?
I didn't get Moss back, no.
Okay, you forgot about Mario.
How can you forget about Mario, though?
Mario's got one of the sickest resumes.
Yeah, with the DBZ hair. Love me some Mario Mossback.
Super excited to watch him play. We'll be at our feature table. He did ship the GG Millions in Jeju for 1.2 million. Had amazing Monte Carlo winning the 40K Mystery Bounty for 1.4 million, and second in the Invitational 200K for 2.7 million.
Wow.
But Mosbach has not got his patented hoodie scarf thing going on. What's happened?
I mean, he looks sharp AF though.
I know, but this is not the Mario I'm used to. Who is this guy?
Listen, just like what Nintendo did, Mario needs to go through different iterations to stay relevant. That's not true, actually. They've pretty much stuck with their design.
Mario
yeah, he's
not wore his
pretty
plumber
much
gear?
He's pretty much stayed the same, actually.
Yeah.
They gave him a hat in Odyssey that he could fly with.
Bro, he always wears a hat. It's red.
Wow.
It's got the little M on it.
That's actually a great point. Yeah. Okay. Well, Mario, we've decided you need to go back to the scarf combo. In the meantime, Nick Petrangelo is just going to...
He's 3-bet.
Yeah, 3-bet the ace deuce.
This is a thing with these ace rags. They have blocker elements to value hands of your opponent. And they also don't really play that well post-flop when you flat, because if you don't flop an ace, you pretty much just muck to any c-bet. Pretty cool. And that's one of the downsides of raising from the small blind is you can invite polarized 3-betting ranges from the big and then kind of, not get to see the flop.
This one, right? Yeah.
Outer table.
Yep. Picking up the action here.
Oh, all in and call. Queens versus
wow,
ace king.
the classicest of racists. Pardon me. Queens against ace king suited. Is that... Oh, queens are holding.
Yeah, Dan Smith had pocket queens. Maher Nora with ace king losing 1.8 million in chips.
And yeah, a little sigh of relief there. I actually had a quick chat with Dan the other day, and he remarked that he was in for 5 bullets in the last 50K event. So that's the thing that we underestimate.
You mean this event right now?
No, I think it was the last 50K, maybe the bounty.
Okay, got it.
So I mean, that's what happens on these super high roller circuits. You don't know. It can be difficult sometimes, and I think that Dan probably deserved and needed a big flip like that to really get a good chance to book a nice big score.
A tough one for Maher of Tunisia. Sometimes you just got to win your flips, but does have still some chips to play with.
It's 48, right?
Nick on the button here.
Nicky P.
Trying to get one through. Going to work against Danny.
North 1.5x.
Good spot. Good spot. Yeah, sizing up on Danny Tang to really telegraph, hey, I'm not folding.
Well, I don't think Joe Zoe is also going to fold ace jack.
Nope.
Very similar stack, though. Thereabouts 40 big blinds apiece. It's crossing his mind 3-bet this hand. I think you can go either way. Falls on call, which is nice. Gets this dominated Jack-9 in trouble.
Yeah, it just becomes tricky when you're at these 50 big blind stack depths because you never want to find yourself in a position where you have to fold the hand pre-flop. And you'll have to do that if a 4th bet goes out there unless you're prepared to 5-bet shove, which is just not much fun. So I like the call. Maybe I think that what's interesting too is maybe against a min raise, maybe you'd even feel more or inclined to just 3-bet it to get some value from some weaker hands that might call. But when it's like a big raise like that, it's a bit, it shakes you up a little bit. You're like, wait a minute, well, maybe I'll just call. Yeah. And keep in those worse aces and worse jacks, and that's exactly the scenario that's happening now.
Joe's got an interesting decision because oftentimes he does have the best hand. Queen X bets the flop a lot. It's just tricky always to go for a 2-street game with second pair.
Yeah, I really would have liked to see a confident bet here on the turn from Joe. But I'm also saying that because I can see the cards as he gets rivered here with the 9, and he's actually saved money with how unlucky he's gotten.
The way it's played out, Joe probably wants to just check this down and try to show it down. I don't think there's that much reason to turn your hand into a bluff. You would have heard from a queen earlier.
No, you're getting here and you're thinking your hand's probably good. It feels strange if a 10 bets. I'd say maybe pocket 10s makes a lot of sense in particular. But 10-9 would have bet the flop, probably king 10. You know, jack 10 might check down, but I think he's going to be motivated to call here.
Nice value bet from Petrangelo on the 4-liner. Good awareness, realizing that Joe would bet the river if he had a straight, a queen by the turn.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
Yeah, very nice hand from Nicky P.
Thank you.
There are our feature table chip counts. Down at the bottom, quite consistently has been Danny Tang, but he does not go without a fight, that's for sure, and that's why he's our leader in the Ivan Liao Player of the Year standings. Phil Ivey right behind him with 12 bigs. Shirzad Hisu somehow made that amazing fold with trip 7s right before that little break.
I'm so shocked.
Yeah, Mateos 26 big blinds, Brewer 28. Joe lost a little steam there, getting unlucky on the river against our new table chip leader, Petrangelo. And look at that, I skipped over Mario again.
You got something against Mario? You don't like his outfit? You want him to wear a red cap? Like, what's going on? This guy is looking sharp.
No, Mario's the best.
He must have went to like a dinner party or something, right? Well, he hasn't been dressing this way the whole trip, has he?
Yeah, I don't know. I have been seeing him play a little tennis, though.
In that
Keeping
outfit,
the body fresh.
got no clay on the shirt.
With that outfit, yeah, it's incredible.
Pristine condition.
Danny, pretty ideal situation here. Going to get it in very good a lot of the time here. You're going to get some calls from some aces with an undercard sometimes for these 9 bigs, but just gets it through and keeps on kicking.
A little bit of life. Still in that mainly shove mode stack.
Yeah, 16 players remain now.
Gonna do a Sean Winter and just come forth in this, I swear.
No one can do the Wintle. It's unique to
I
him.
tried. There was one tournament where me and him both had like 3 big blinds for ages.
Yeah.
And then he really went on and like
won
came
50,
like, I don't know,
right?
5th or something when I busted like, I don't know, 12. But we were
'Cause there's-
final 2 tables and we were 3 big blinds for like, I don't know, 2 hours.
Yeah. The thing with Sean is like,
did you not hear that?
You do it by just getting like all
What?
in or folding. Sean does it by like finding 4 bets off 7 blinds that aren't all in somehow. He's a wizard.
Yeah, there can only be one Winter. Sean, that is. Jozo. Let's play King 10 offsuit. Oh, we zooming out? Why are we zooming out? Because we got something happening out here.
Outer table.
There's some
Yeah, it looks
in,
like
right?
Maurer is chips in front of him, but it was just the 6 big blinds. And action is
5 seconds.
All in.
All in.
wow.
Oh.
So
All in call.
Mikolai had called the 490K 6 big blind shove, and then Ben Tolleran had reshoved, and we have a 3-way all in. Is that right? Yeah, Mikolai all in with ace. Oh, wow, it's aces for. Oh, it's aces for Mikolai, and everyone is dead on the turn.
Wow, Mikolai is surging.
Wow. Pretty significant pot there.
Yeah, he's got 4.1 million in
Yeah,
chips now.
yeah. Suddenly he is one of our chip leaders, while Benjamin Tolleran, who could do no wrong up until this point, has dropped to 2.6 million. So how quickly can things change? You know, you're playing a short-handed outer feature table. You get jacks. Someone else short goes all in. You know, you're getting in the 30 bigs. That's just the name of the game.
Yeah, I don't blame him because Mikolai will be flatting weaker hands than jacks like 10s, 9s, ace, queen. It's really just a cooler there. Silver lining, though, for Tolleran is he's still got 2.6 million in chips. Very playable.
That's the great thing about tournaments, too, is that if you've done a lot of other things right and you've put yourself in a position to get unlucky and still do great, you know, and I think a lot of poker players, when they, you know, get knocked out of a tournament, they feel unlucky because that last hand, maybe they got it in good and like they lost a flip. Why can't I just run good? Well, you know, guys like Ben Tolleran are losing 60, 70, 80 big blind pots with pocket jacks late in the tournament, and they're still an average stacker better, you know? So that's a good example, I think, for people out there.
Not gonna lie, I liking this hoodie by Ivy. I would like to know what brand that is because it's definitely up my alley.
Mm-hmm. You know, I actually bought this sweater today, and I was kind of thought of you. I thought it was like a bit like, you know,
you thought
bit
of me.
Randy Light.
Is
you know?
it?
Yeah,
Is it?
I've been inspired by your fashion actually this week, I have to say.
I hate to break it to you, but that's very not something I wouldn't buy, Griffin.
No, I'm just saying it's on the way. Like it's like, you know, I got like the pockets and the
Griffin. It is clothing.
That's
yes,
what I'm saying.
I do buy clothing.
You see how it's clothing though, right?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Nice.
I'm glad I you know.
He's 50.
It's 50, so it's
Next
still
time, just offer to come with me then. God. Shirzad Hizu. Min raising off about 13 big blinds under the gun with ace-8 suited. I think that maybe if he was at the cutoff button, etc., would probably be shoving this combo, but instead uses that suited ace
They've stopped the clock
as quote-unquote pre-flop bluff, just trying to get it through, and is going to quickly do so. Do so.
Stop it at hand for hand, you mean?
Yeah, they've been stopped.
You think that's what they plan to do?
Usually they just let it run, and then we end up losing, like on the bubble, we lose like 2 levels of the tournament. Because it's not like the structure is particularly different than any of the other ones, but we're way deeper right now than.
I was like, how can 5 minutes be that much
distance,
right?
Like within 2 hands.
Yeah, it was just a fast bubble. So it was some combo of it. We just didn't get the usual. Yeah, we ran through the bubble.
Yeah.
We went from like 43 to in the money so fast.
160.
160. Fast.
Suited big slick.
That was such a funny hand.
Danny Tang knows he probably needs to fold, but taking a second.
Let's see if Joe Zo's got the same idea.
Well, Joe.
Different stack, of course.
Different stack, you know, a little bit better position. I think I would probably lean fold on the sub 30 big blind stack with 4 people behind. But it is very, very close, and I think a lot of players would also still just call.
How about that flop for Ace King?
That's also, you know, like why I would fold, I think, because
Wow.
I just have a feeling that
99.9%, that's it.
Oh, yeah. Real creative, Adrian.
Yeah, if there's a way to slow play this.
Yeah, finally Adrian doesn't see but a flop. Why is that? Oh, he flopped top boat. Don't give Joe a 6. It's not fair.
Upside down. Mateos could still try to trap, although when his opponent doesn't bet the flop, it just seems unlikely they would bet on a 9. Seems he's hoping to just start building a pot.
Yeah.
Joe just using his allotted time with his folds. No shame in that.
Hey guys, why not sign up at GG Poker? You'll get a $50 Global Millions ticket. Use the sign-up code Triton_2024. This offer is to new players only, so if you already have an account, forget about it, but like and subscribe to the channel. Ticket will be added to your account within 72 hours, so if you want a free ticket, just use that promo code. Gotta deposit at least $20 though, okay?
Honestly, I just want to use the emojis.
Yes.
The Daniel and the Elkie.
Yes.
800.
$800K for pocket eights.
Effective all in. Ivy, very happy to put in with the ace queen.
Run it.
No.
You know, Asian culture likes the number 8. Don't think Ivy cares though.
And Danny has been so animated in his flips. This feels almost like a callback to how hard he celebrated, and you know, Ivy gave him like just a little stare. Ivy doesn't want to see that celebration, and he won't see it.
I think he rubbed that queen out.
Yeah. Phil Ivy, the mystic, does find the river queen.
I cover.
He covers.
I have 900.
Yeah. He should cover by 200.
%, Ivy cover. So there is all those Danny chips.
Yeah, and certainly, you know, some Ivan Liao Player of the Year standings implications by that elimination. Those are points that he's not going to be able to get, and ones that other people that are, you know, in contention, in the mix. Things can change pretty quickly.
I also got to say, I like those glasses from Ivy. That's a new
Yeah,
look.
I'm digging it. I actually bought some sunglasses today. I'll show them to you later. You can tell me how much you hate them.
At least now you know what type of answer you're going to receive from me ahead of time. This is good.
Listen,
we're building a good relationship.
I'm not the most styling dude, okay? That's why I need friends like you to help me, to guide me. Okay.
160.
Worth mentioning, Chris Brewer, in light of the elimination of Danny Tang, he's 6th place in the Ivan Liao Player of the Year standings, so can definitely make up some ground. He wasn't even really in the conversation much before this event. I think he was somewhere in the top 12. But then, of course, that 3rd place finish really moved him up. And, a good score here. He's got a good, he's in there. He's got almost his 30 bigs. Ivy is 8th place in the Player of the Year rankings. As you know, he's still in there from having won that flip. Kiat Lee, 11th. Brian Kim, 14th. Dan Smith, 16th. Mario Mospek.
Are you counting down
I just
the
find it
Player
interesting.
of the Year
I'm not counting.
rankings?
Randy.
Like,
I'm the lead today.
I'm just saying.
I'm play-by-play. I'm doing the play-by-play of the Player of the Year. I was just pointing out, it was interesting to see all these players
that
are in the tournament still. I wasn't saying everyone. I wasn't saying Jean-Noel Thorel.
Okay.
Although he is a fan favorite. I saw him talking in the chat about him. The Frenchman.
Cool.
I'm just saying. A lot of players
I
in here.
just thought it odd that you were mentioning the guy that was in 16th place.
I'm just saying.
Given it's the last
they're
series
in the
of
top
the
20.
festival.
This is important to me.
All right. What's important to me is that Adrian is opening Jack 8 of diamonds, and the big blind's got a little suited, but not the best hand.
I would say Jack 8 of diamonds are actually the Jack Frostiest of the Jack Frosts, because it's kind of like the diamonds look a bit like
I forgot about the
snowflakes,
Jack Frost.
Yeah.
Jack Frost
Jack
is back.
Frost.
Yes.
J for the Jack, 8 for the Snowman. Jack Frost.
Aren't like the 4-color decks the diamonds blue? Are they?
Yeah.
One of them is blue.
Yes, yeah.
So Jack 8 of diamonds would be the perfect Frosty hand.
Gosh, with a 4-color deck especially.
Unless you think the club looks like a snowflake.
These are the important questions we need to be having in general more often, I think.
I think Chad is really enjoying this deep conversation between us two. Yeah, okay.
Phil Ivey, out of the gun, 6-5 off.
Give us a little something.
Makes a perfect fold.
Come on, shares that. No, come on.
Don't play the 6-5. That was great.
All right, Mateos.
Mateos, yeah, has never seen a late position suited king he didn't love. It's the first line of his book.
Hanging by a thread in terms of connection, but enough.
Brewer is going to complete in the big blind. Totally reasonable at this 26 big blind stack depth. What isn't reasonable is not seeing a diamond or a 9 or a 5 or a 6, 7, 8.
So a lot of times you would be checking back non-top pairs, but when they are ranked this low, like pair of twos, you have reason to actually protect it because your opponent obviously has 2 overs if they don't pair up, and they have a lot of check folds. So it's actually very good to deny that equity.
Very good point to bring up. And, it does suck if your opponent, say, has 6-5 off there with the 6 of clubs and elects to check raise and you have to fold a hand. But
I don't think he would fold in that specific scenario because Jack 3 deuce, you still have the best hand, you have backdoor spades.
Well, he doesn't know he has a bad game. I agree with you. I think he might continue, but we are at a pretty shallow stack depth. I just mean in general, when you do protect the bottom pairs, sometimes you are going to be check raised by little draws like that or even some pure bluffs, but you're more okay with it folding that kind of showdown value than, say, a mid pair or a top pair. You're not that married to the hand,
I hear you.
Yeah, Nikki P, I think, at a pretty decent frequency is going to want to start keeping Adrian Mateos in line with these kind of combinations.
Ace-5 and Ace-4 suited heavily weights towards 3-bet bluffing. They're just like the perfect hand to mix in with bluffs with your value range. Blocking, of course, hands that can continue. It also puts hands like Ace-Jack in a spot where they normally just have to fold. Because if they see a raise and a flat, they probably flat as well or squeeze. Hand usually is over, but occasionally ace-5 offsuit might put it in 4-bet.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen over the course of this series on feature tables, Adrian, take a 4-bet spot of this nature.
4-bet is better if your opponent is 3-betting a polarized range.
And he's doing it. And you know what? Nick Pietrangelo does have the kind of hand that can 5-bet shove. I know it's not something we see very often, but as far as 5-bet bluff shove kind of hands,
this is the hand to do it with.
This is one of the best ones, right? The ace-5 suited being the best.
Yeah, I love ace-4 suited to do it with. Yeah, man, this is sick.
Yeah, he's done it. He said
he's
all
so
in.
good.
Show the 4. Yeah, he showed it.
He showed it.
For TV, and Adrian gets a chuckle.
It looked like you went to fold
honestly, he
immediately.
loves it. I mean, Adrian loves the competition. I mean, he loves winning. He loves being a winner, but every once in a while he'll crack a little smile and game recognized game type stuff. And I love that. I love to see it.
It takes courage to make a play like that this deep in the tournament. We know they all have courage, but that was something from Pietrangelo.
Yeah, just world class. Not stuff you're going to see at your average little poker tournament.
Can we just make him the chip leader now? Because he is.
Yeah, well-deserved chip leader now. 4.7 million for 58 big blinds. Dan Smith holding strong with 3.8 million. Really bunched up actually there between sort of second and fourth, all around 3.6.
Definitely can activate with ace-3 suited. It's tricky though because they're a little bit deeper, so you can't really just open ship.
No, yeah, I agree with
as much, right? Like I think if he was sitting on 20, he probably would and lower.
I totally agree with you. I think with this combo,
told you, hoodie scarf. There it is.
Yeah, and gets the dream flop actually. But we are going to go out to the outer table here because there's a showdown. It looks like Kiat Lee, unfortunately for all of his fans, and there are plenty, looks to be our 14th place finisher following Danny Tang's exit.
Yeah, had to call it off. Flopped a pair of 5s on King 9-5, but he was short against the 2 jacks of Martirosian. Martirosian making another deep run. Love to see it.
It's what he does. So coming back to this hand blind on blind, Mario just, not appearing to show much interest in this pot pre-flop, but it's because he had one of those, ace check back hands that you want to keep hidden, and then you get the perfect flop, ace, ace 10. But this turn card's pretty brutal when it comes to the value he can potentially get. Ivy is going to recognize that Mario, let's assume, we did miss the action on the flop.
Did they go check on the flop?
No, you know what? He Ivy check called 80 and then folded the 160 on the turn. So, yeah, Ivy knows that, Mario's probably not just mucking about there with 7-6 offsuit, right? Like that this is that he has some check back aces. And, yeah, good fold.
We made a good fold.
Robert Rosen on YouTube says, I like it when the commentators interact with the chat.
No, okay.
What's up?
Well, maybe we'll try to do that more often.
People
just like you.
I think it's funny that Mario finally brings out his patented sweater.
That's a really good
sweater
point.
Scarf when he's in the hand of Ivy. Everyone else, he was like, no, it's okay. But Ivy, he just does the Ivy thing. It did get a little chuckle out of Ivy too. In case you missed that.
So Mario now into Shirzad's 12 big blinds. You think this plays as a shove here, Randy?
Seems so. He's jamming into, what, 12 you say?
Yeah. And the dominating Jack Frost in the muck. And that's the other thing that's so powerful about, you know, shoving in spots like that, even with hands as quote-unquote weak as that, is that you're really printing when the player is folding a bunch of better your kicker, right? If your opponent's folding Jack 9, 8, Jack 8, Jack 7, Jack 6, it's really nice to take it down. Jack 3 off, I don't know if Mario would have shoved, but suited makes it a little easier to
Suited
just
makes it
go for
easier. I don't necessarily think it's a mandatory jam. I know some players might actually limp still.
Yeah.
But obviously merits to both, and one's riskier than another.
Joe been a little quiet this level, all the way down to 2 million. Phil's 2 million probably feels a bit bigger though, as he won that huge flip against Danny Tang on the river. 25 big blinds here at the cutoff.
Flick it in.
Yep, reasonable course of action from Adrian. You know, maybe against a button open, he would consider shoving for the 20 big blinds, but happy to just call check, check on the deuce 9-7. More outs for Mateos on the turn. Any 7, 8, or ace. And the kind of card that Ivy actually might look for value from ace high.
It's because his hand can be counterfeited. He might be less inclined to bet if the 7 was lower than the 5, although he probably still would. But there's definitely more reason to now. Bit of protection value.
Yeah, you would hate to, you know, for queen high that would have folded to a bet here on the turn. The river's a 7, or, you know, the queen or whatever hits. And Adrian calls with the worst of it and gets there on the river.
Not too bad.
And, yeah, Ivy is not going to be thrilled with that. Correctly read the situation. You can see
a little emotion, but like a
why
friendly
not?
emotion.
Why not?
I like this new Ivy.
Guys, if you're watching, if you're enjoying the stream, please like and subscribe on YouTube. We give you this stuff for free. We're givers. But we do love a little like and a little subscribe. Mario Mosbeck.
Requires a click, that's all.
Just a click. You don't have to smash it. I know Brian wants you to smash it. You could smash it.
Not just a little soft tap.
Yeah.
If it's a mouse,
Randy
a little
just
click.
wants a little soft tap.
All right,
That's it.
minimal energy.
Yeah, just a little like a little soft King 10 min raise at the cutoff. Like you're not, you know, it's not. You're not signing a contract here. You know, you're not saying you're gonna put all your chips in with the King 10.
No.
But you want to min raise.
Same for ace 8. Just a little.
You want to support the stream. Ace 8 defense from Nick Petrangelo. Worked out for Adrian Mateos just one hand ago.
It's actually a reasonable flop for both players.
Yeah.
Club in hand, high card. I don't think that Petrangelo would fold to a c-bet, assuming it's small.
I'm inclined to agree with you. But it does go check, check instead.
As of now, Petrangelo doesn't have that much reason to bet. Check, decide. would make the most sense. Even for King 10, I think that it does show down okay, and you rarely get a better hand to fold.
Yeah, totally makes sense as to why King 10 just didn't do a standard c-bet. You know, you could definitely just beat check raised too. So many sevens in Nick's range. And King 10's probably good enough a lot of the time. And you're not going to fold out ace high, so what's the point, right? Speaking of ace high, once again, Barry Greenstein, Ace on the River. It's one of the only poker books I read, by the way. You read that book?
No, I did not.
It was a great book.
And also never knocked him out to receive one.
Oh, I bought it.
Oh, fish.
Where am I, Ace on the River fam on the YouTube chat there? Nice pot for Nikki. Nikki P. Up to almost 5 million chips now, 61 big blinds. That is getting to be quite a nice little chip lead. Although Dan Smith is knocking at the door up to 4.1.
Thank you.
Thanks. Brewer just slumped over.
Oh, wow. Rezelthia on YouTube says, I also have that book, and the foreword was by Phil Ivey. So meta? He's on this table.
That's right.
Thank you for that. That was great information. See, if you hit me with stuff like that on YouTube, I'll share it. That's a good little tidbit. Brewer under the gun, ace 5. Not today.
I'm curious to see how Petrangelo approaches this against Joe Zo. Joe hasn't been that out of line, so I don't think limping is that nice because you don't induce as much.
Exactly. Yeah, goes for the... Doesn't necessarily expect that Joe would take the bottom of his range and raise it, so just wants to get some pre-flop value. I like this. I agree with both of your assessments.
This could be Nikki P's breakout Triton score because before you came along,
thank you.
Nikki P had a very dry spell at her Triton stops. It was like 0 for 20 or so.
So wait, you said before I came, are you suggesting I'm like his secret weapon or his secret sauce, like good luck charm?
Well, Griffin.
I'm just trying to better understand what you mean by that.
Griffin, congratulations.
I am responsible for all of
I've
Nikki P's
completely
future.
lost my train of thought. And I would like to just move on because I don't know what I was talking about anymore.
You're talking about Nikki P on a dry spell, and he's gonna. But you said before I came along, so I just ruined your whole thing.
I know,
and turned it
and
into
I don't really want to talk about it anymore.
Dude, you know what? You know what? Neither do I, because I know I ruined it. Mario Mossback opening with the ace-queen, under the gun +1, on about 30 big blinds. Into Brewer's big blind. We might need to get a coffee. Long days here at the Triton Super High Roller Series.
Yeah, we're only part way through.
Does look a little sharper now that he's thinking about playing this hand.
I remember him folding King 5 offsuit in the big.
Against Mateos's hijack. Let's see. Okay.
It goes to show what he thinks about this hand. 3-betting. It is a thing to 3-bet an offsuit ace or King X from the big blind.
Yeah.
You play polar, you're blocking hands that can continue against you. I just find it interesting that he's opting to do this against Mario's earlier position raise rather than Mateos's hijack open.
Well, this will technically appear stronger
True. The earlier it is.
Yeah. You know, it's going to put a hand like, say, Ace-10, Ace-Jack into a real pickle, probably into a fold. So you really only have to worry about the top premium of Mario's range. He shouldn't have a ton of continues off less than 30 bigs, right? So Ace-Queen is a really interesting hand, I think, for Mario to have.
I don't think Mario's going to fold. Because
no, I don't think so either. I just don't know if he's going to shove or call, right?
I don't think you fucking shit. My hand's dust.
Oh, wow. That was really, really
that was
combative of a comment, but
that was aggressive.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about Mario's 4-bet, but the comment from Brewer.
Yes. Yeah, because it was a 4-bet to 960, and maybe that was Mario deciding, well, I think he's full of it. I may as well give him a chance to put in a bad hand if he has it, and just 4-bet call off instead of just shove, which makes sense in theory, right?
Yes, it makes sense because the big blind is supposed to 3-bet polar, so they don't ever call your 4-bet anyways.
So you should do it also with more bluffs as well, yeah.
So it allows you to have a 4-bet bluff, and it allows your opponent to have that option to 5-bet jam the ace-4, king-6,
yeah,
etc. Because you dominate against that.
Yeah, but let's refocus on what you know, we both sort of regarded as pretty combative language. I mean, he said something to the effect of, you know, I don't think you have effing anything, but I have nothing, so I fold. And
I don't know, something just seems a little bit.
Yeah, maybe
off.
he's just. I think Chris is maybe playing with like a little bit of a chip on his shoulder today. But then again, I haven't seen him play that much, so maybe this is the default. You know, how he sort of.
No, this is not standard Cripper at all. No, maybe he's still feeling that play with the 3-hand.
You are out here with the wolves, man. Like, this is like every single day you're in the, like, battling against the best in the world, and you know, maybe he's just like having a bit of one of those days where he's like, screw all these guys.
Look,
you know?
Look, honestly, not everyone's on their best day. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, and I will.
As he does get all in here,
yeah, 2 jacks,
and.
King, Queen.
Joe's going to be pretty priced in. Just 10 more big blinds over the, like, 6 he's put in.
It doesn't feel good because King Queen is never good. This is actually really good if he can find a call because he's got 2 overs against 2 jacks. Normally, it is him being dominated.
This one would be an interesting bet, I think, between call and fold because, you know, it does represent. If he calls this extra 800, it represents like 70% of the rest of his chips. You know, it's obviously a very strong range, Chris Brewer's. I don't know how much experience Joe has in these kind of like blinds versus like how much chips this is versus how much he's put in, like with the odds. Like it's close anyway. What do you think? Should we bet this?
I actually don't mind it. Let's bet this. I think he's going to fold. Okay. And I don't mind it because you have to keep in mind it's 840 more. He calls and loses when he's clearly got a bad range.
I think it's close enough. I'll bet it with you. $100. I'll take the call.
You want to take it?
I'll take the call.
All right,
I'm running good anyway.
All right, sure, go for it.
I'm pretty sure he's going to fold too, but you know what?
All right.
Rusty gave me a bunch of action. Oh yeah, that's a fold. Oh come on, put in the chips, Joe. Come on, you came all the way out here to put in $500,000 and fold for another 800.
Please don't. I've only got so many bills left in my wallet.
Come on.
I really.
Please type in the chat, fold or call, what you expect.
Okay. Griffin, I want to be paid.
Where's Rusty's hundo?
You got Rusty's hundo.
There you go. Damn it.
This is beautiful.
Oh, yeah, I know.
I'm going to take a selfie of this. Hold on. Can I get you in the background? This is. Yes. Oh, Griffin, look over here. Yes. Okay, I got a good photo of that.
Send it to Rasty. Let him know you got me back. Going up.
That was the easiest money I've ever won.
100,000 with the 100,000 ante here and the 50K. No limit hold'em. 8-handed event. We have 13 players left. The legend, Nick Petrangelo, is chip leader with 5 million chips. Another legend, Dan Smith. I'm actually looking at his face across the hall to the digital, across the room here to his digital 2-time champion poster. He has 4.1 million with 41 big blinds in second. Right behind him, Ben Tolleran.
You're never
good,
getting
right?
this 100 back. I'm just saying. You're never
What do you mean? You got to keep betting me. I gave you
Yeah.
action when I was a huge dog. We both knew he was folding.
What? You were so confident.
No, I just
You
wanted
were
to gamble. I want to listen. I'm out here. I'm seeing the biggest gambling in the world happening here. People putting up $50,000. You know, like I want to get into the action a little bit. I'll take a dog. Besides, I was running good from Rasty. I thought I was
right.
I wanted to see if I was unbeatable.
I was like, you sure about that?
I just wanted to see if I was like the commentator stream, like Lisa Nalgaib, like. Shout out my Dune heads out there. Nick Petrangelo, pocket nines. Min raising it up from the hijack. Mario, fresh off that ace queen 4-bet, thinking about what he wants to do. Nice fold.
Petrangelo, what, he got 53 big blinds,
Yeah.
5.3 milli.
Yeah, sort of this period of the tournament, you start to see those big stacks get sort of chipped away by the blinds. And, you know, that's the way it's got to go for any of these things to ever end. Because everyone plays so well that it's often hard to get people to bust.
Baby pockets folding under the gun. Burr actually won a lot of chips uncontested that last hand off of his stack.
Ivy. Nice. Finds it. Not an easy shove, and will, in this case, if the big blind folds, probably get the best hand to fold. And yeah, King Jack quickly in the muck. So nice find there for Phil Ivy. And a good example, actually, I think, Randy, of why a shove with a hand like that can be pretty effective at that stack depth in those positions, because you are actually getting two better jacks to fold, right?
Yeah,
Queen Jack's going to fold, King Jack's going to fold.
Yeah, just obviously not ace jack, but in
Ace 10's probably going to call, Ace Jack's definitely going to call, but, you know,
you flip against
so many, yeah, you flip
all the pocket pairs. You
Yeah.
do still okay against ace king, ace queen, which would snap you off. It's pretty good. It's a thing you definitely will see from a lot of players with Jack 10 suited, sub 20 blinds. It plays better that way than a flat.
yeah. Yeah, a flat would have been disastrous in that spot because you are up against that dominating range.
Sure as that's short. Oh, he's not interested. I'm surprised. Would have got it through. Feels like any king off of, what, 5 to 6 blinds is a jam. I know Sherzad's not as comfortable with shorter stacks. Likes to play deeper.
Yeah, I'm surprised about that that fold there. Doesn't want his story to end with the lowly King 3. But you have to imagine, you know, what you pick up.
Well, he's looking for a better spot. He doesn't have much time to wait, though, as he's got about one more orbit before he eats most of his stack from the blinds and antes. Nice race and take from Ivy. Some guys, they wouldn't want to step out of line with 20 big blinds off with that hand, but Ivy knows how the flow goes.
Yes, yeah, last table. Huh? The table. I know, I thought you were looking at the... No, no, I'll stretch my back.
Saw like a 2 or something.
Nope,
I
get a
mean,
little exposed card.
Just selling it.
It's just a it's just a low called. Probably a 2. I don't think you should.
All right, Petrangelo, Jack 10 offsuit, massive stack, jamming into Joe. Joe's just bleeding at the moment. Not much he can do with 9-6 of clubs.
Yeah, we saw a little pause in a similar spot. Joe, I think, just balancing his timing here.
Yeah. I have a 2 too, so I wasn't sure.
I'm just making sure you didn't shove 2s. I was just telling you not to shove 2s.
I was like, it's kind of funny if the big blind looks down at 2s. He's like, all right.
Giving myself a stronger shoving range.
Yeah, that's true.
Just doing it all.
When you have it, you say you saw an ace.
Shirzat Hisu is a significant short stack here with 5 big blinds. No one in the tournament has less than 10.
I have 18.
This is the type of hand you don't open jam. You want to try and induce a reshove from smaller pairs.
Yeah, from both Brewer or Joe. Joe folds.
And not just smaller pairs, obviously the ace-x suiteds, ace-8 and lower. Those are nice to get to reshove on you, but they might not call off. Not too shabby for 2 9s.
What'd you say we shouldn't be checking now?
Yeah, you're not allowed to once call's up.
Oh, once the card's up.
Yeah.
All right.
Sevens. Mario. Very welcome on 29 blinds.
What do they call them? Hockey sticks or something like that?
They call them hockey sticks. That's right.
Well, these ducks would be roasted if he jams it. Good resistance.
Way to go, Joe.
It's tempting. You're like, oh, I've just been folding, and then I get a pair. You think you got reshuffled equity. That's good. I'm telling you, every time he's in the hand of Ivy, it's full scarf mode.
Oh. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, gosh.
So, bottom set, queen high flush draw for Phil Ivey. You know, it is good for Phil that he doesn't have sort of a second best value hand at this stage of the pot.
Be really good if Ivy can find a diamond.
Yeah,
He's not
I mean,
going
you
to-
know, an avenue to win this hand, surely.
Yeah, he's going to play this as a check call most of the time because he just wouldn't check raise like a lone ace as a 2-pair. It'd be very narrow in terms of value. Plus, under the gun open has plenty of ace-x.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, Mario's intention with this hand is going to be setting up a river shove, but he is really going to want a lot of the value, I think, to come here on the turn where, you know, an ace won't fold
His
for a
opponent
second bullet.
is clearly drawing dead usually if they're holding just a lone pair. He doesn't want to dissuade them from calling and making a hero fold. So he shouldn't go like super big, just to scare out like a 10. I like the sizing, 500. It's about half.
Yeah.
You never get an ace to fold too.
Because you still want that value from, you know, the Jack-8 of diamonds. Like there's some 6-8 of diamonds that have now become double gut. Like there are a lot of avenues where, you know, in this particular combo, Phil knows he needs to fold, but you know, that 4 is surprisingly relevant in how it, you know, it adds more interaction to how any flush draws might have some straight draws.
Did you tell him he had a set?
Yeah, he told him.
Unscarfed.
Unscarfed and
Thank you.
Ivy mostly unscathed. Just losing one street there.
You got a little wound. Flesh wound.
Yeah. Our chip leader, Nicky P, baby.
Great
Raising-
spot for Brewer.
Yeah.
1.2 million.
As long as no one wakes up with a hand from the blinds, which they do not. Bit too much for Petrangelo.
I do quite enjoy that Mario told him that. I just feel like he's not going to tell like many people that, you know? It's just so nice.
Ivy gets free information.
Yeah.
He doesn't ask for it, he just gets it.
I mean, I would have to imagine, and this is like a special level of kind of reverence, right? It would be hard for me to imagine any person in this room that doesn't admire him and like look up to him in some way. You know, that's pretty special.
I agree.
I think maybe 3 people in this room might look up to me.
3?
Maybe
I'm
one,
not
maybe
one of them.
Maybe one. Maybe 1 or 2. Ivy folds on the button with 8 deuce. Maybe 1, just myself. Mario's going to shove for those 4 bigs, and now, yeah. So very interesting that Shirzat, you know, calls off for the 4 bigs with the 8-7, but folds the king 3. That's very curious to me, Randy. That's something I would love to pick his brain about, because I've been watching him play for a few days now, and everything he seems to do is correct and really, really polished. The king 3 I'm very interested in. But I wish him all the best here. That's a bad start.
Yeah, he's going to need a lot of turn and river. Not that one.
Good game, man.
GG.
Yeah, another impressive run from
If we don't put a 9.
Shirzat Hisu. Made an
You played 9-handed?
Incredible fold earlier in the day, just last level.
Yeah.
Okay, because this one is 8-handed, yeah.
Yesterday was 800 because the tournament was 700.
Yeah, that's us. I forgot this was 800.
So what are we down to now?
So that should bring us down to 12 players.
12 players.
Yeah, and everyone over 10 big blinds now. Brian Kim and Joe Zhao both with 10. Wow, great hero shot here.
I didn't know he had a
Fallen
matching
hero.
getup.
Yeah.
We're catching up?
2 hands.
Oh, well, two hands behind.
Gonna be some catch up, so I bet we're gonna go check
yeah,
out
that's what I
what
was
that
asking. They're
catch up
catching
looks like.
Yeah.
Everyone being able to stretch their legs. An opportunity for Mario to tell Phil about more hands that he had.
So they are walking
Yeah,
away.
here we go, outer table. And this appears to be between Dan Smith and Nikolai Sayed. I know you say it so well. Oh, no, not quite yet. So actually, this appears to be just developing.
New hand.
New hand, yeah.
Pass, pass. Pass.
Nikolai, basketball cow on the button. Looks like a ninja.
5 seconds. Raise 200.
Looks like he min raises the button.
Yeah, and Dan Smith looks like he's doing some deep computations with that headphone arrangement.
Yeah, is it forward? Like, it looks like a headband
I think,
now.
yeah, it's like a headband sort of thing.
Oh, it's meant to be worn that way.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Oh, no,
okay.
I wasn't sure.
I don't know. I listen. Hey, we're working with the same information here, but he does get the 3-bet through.
It looks like a pair of headphones from the future.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's just sideways.
No, it's just sideways.
You tricked me. Well done.
Tricky man, that Dan Smith.
Bluffed me
And
from
he
the
does
booth.
get and he does get that 3-bet through. He's doing great here with second in chips with 4.8 million.
I like this dash on Dan Smith.
I actually also really like it.
5 seconds.
So action is going to start here with Artur Martirosyan min raising an early position to 200K.
Some hesitation from Basketball cow. Perhaps a close spot because he did ask Artur what he's playing behind. Does lay it down. Kim looks like he's on a short stack. 800K or so.
Yeah, showing some interest here with this pause. And very curious because it looks like he's actually just going to call, which not something you would so much expect from the small blind. Oh, pardon me, he's in the big blind. Pardon me. I was
Correct.
yeah, of course. And let's see if he's flopped the equity needed to get the other 7 big blinds in.
Type of texture that does hit the big blind a little bit. Archer still betting. Feels like a spot where Brian Kim needs to decide, is it all or nothing on Jack 9-8 Rainbow, given how short he is.
Yeah, and a board that, you know, he will flop a decent amount of equity.
They're all in. Pass.
Quick fold from Martirosian. It's a nice result for Brian Kim.
Double hand jam. Love it.
I like that Triton shirt. I actually just got one of those.
Yeah, the black one?
Yeah, but just like the big logo on the chest there. Nice hand for Brian. That's going to move him up the leaderboard a little bit too.
The muscles aren't
Get him
included,
to
right?
No, unfortunately they're not.
Forward
I
shove.
was hoping that was the case.
It's like, I think it's rather fold than forward shove. I rather shove the suited aces. And then I think
I think you'll play at folding.
yeah. I think at 30, you mean? At 30?
Yeah.
Yeah.
At 25.
Yeah. Okay, because for some reason I thought
So-
we were very close.
Not nice to see some friendly discussion regarding the hand between Brewer and Mario. They were discussing the kind of hands that Mario would 4-bet shove and how he likes. I think he said he likes 4-betting with ace queen more, and so yeah, that's nice to see. You know, just because we did make a remark about how Brewer reacted. But yeah, I think it's all in the heat of the moment, these things. And it was no big deal, and they discussed the hand together. So all love here. Triton Super High Roller Series.
Not the ideal board for pocket sixes, although it is a pair. Plenty of reasons for Petrangelo to bet the turn. Counterfeit opportunities. Protect your hand.
Go back. Not a good.
Oh, it's interesting he opted to check.
You what? You've what? 5-10.
A lot of aces on the river this level. Guys, watch Triton Poker live on Pluto TV. It's a 24/7 subscription free streaming channel on Pluto TV. It's a new milestone in Triton Poker history by providing fans with an unmatched poker experience. Triton Poker will be available in the USA ahead of the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Montenegro. You can enjoy your favorite Triton events like never before. More than 400 hours of live high-stakes action every year, plus hundreds of more hours of curated tournament replays, highlights, expert analysis. That's what we're giving you here. I've been seeing some speculation in the YouTube chat about Ivy's sweater. Yeah,
Ace,
big
jack,
all
and
in.
queens. Oh, I see 2 jacks on the flop. Oh, and a queen on the river. That is just brutal.
Yeah, and a very, very
Wow.
subtle wince from
Yeah.
Dan Smith as he was one card away from knocking out Justin Saliba with that ace jack.
Jeez. Saliba was on his way out, finds the queen. Now he's sitting on 3.1 million versus 3.4 of Dan Smith.
Yeah, Dan will shake it off, surely.
Yeah, but it still hurts.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
You can shake it off, but it
Ja,
doesn't
nie dzielę, bo się ole
take away the pain.
Back to our main feature.
All in.
Nick shoving into Joe's effective stack here with the queen deuce.
Man, this hurts, but it's just 7 high. But if he could see his opponent's hand, he's got 50% equity. But to call off your tournament life with 7 high is pretty marginal. Extremely smooth sailing for Petrangelo at this table. But you got to give it to him because he made a statement against Mateos when he 5-bet jammed the ace-4 suited.
Yeah.
Right?
I have 19, yeah. I was zoned out, obviously. I was thinking about something.
Saw that.
Like, if he had not 4-bet jammed that spot, him and Mateos would have very similar stacks, and that could really change, you know, just his ability to attack Joe in the blind if Mateos would open more. Really like to see Joe jammed his king 4 offsuit. Yes, this is nice. He knows he needs to survive. Oh, but he gets snapped off by Brewer. Brewer's got, what, ace-6 offsuit?
Yeah. And Joe's still 36% to win this hand, so very good standing here. And this is part of why you shove these hands for 10 big blinds. Going to get a lot of folds. Sometimes you're going to get called. You still have a pretty decent chance to win.
Oh, how about that?
Good
4 on
start.
the flop.
Very good start.
Two pair.
Game over.
Hands in air, my Brewer. Bit annoyed, of course. Feels like he just can't win. So Joe, he's got 17 big blinds now. Bit of breathing room. Perhaps try to make his first Triton final table.
Yeah, we love seeing that. You know, newcomers getting an opportunity to hit a final table.
I like that his sunglasses matches that quarter zip Triton shirt.
You would.
It's just like, but it's perfect. Like the hat, the glasses, and the top, it's black and that gold trim. That's class.
You got it.
Mario, ace-8 off. Usually not an under-the-gun hand so much, but it's 6-handed. Going to be happy to try to get one through.
He's only able to open this because of his big stack. If he was playing closer to 20 blinds, he probably wouldn't be opening.
Yeah.
He knows that the rest of the table won't be messing around at this point of the tournament, besides probably Petrangelo. Not too bad for Ivy. 2 over his gut shot. Ivy often will play this as check call. Allows him to have more value hands, as there's more 10x's and 9s. He can maneuver in a manner if a diamond drops off, maybe represent that. React on turns and maybe
Beautiful for Phil Ivy here.
hit the straight, huh?
Turning the king high straight. Don't know if Mario will show any more interest in this pot. Not really any kind of combo that Ivy has here that he could scare off, right?
He shouldn't really bet this turn.
No.
10x wouldn't be folding. 10x coupled with a jack, of course not. Queen x. The only thing he's betting out was pairs under 9.
And small
Oh,
diamonds.
he is actually betting,
Oh,
but pairs
wow.
under 9 and ace x's.
No,
But what's
taking
happening?
us away because there's a big confrontation between Brian Kim and Martirosian. Martirosian with the pocket 10s. Brian Kim with ace jack. And it looks like, yeah, that jack on the flop is going to do the damage. And Brian Kim, who's really been lurking sort of near the bottom, whereas Martirosian seemed to be doing quite a bit better. How quickly things can change. Brian Kim actually remarkably still looking for his first Triton title despite so many deep finishes. Second place in the GG Millions just earlier here in Montenegro. A third place in the 50K 7-handed for almost $1 million in Jeju. So he's on his way. As we get back to our feature table where it looks like Mario did in fact bet that turn. You can see the SPR as he rivers that 8 high straight, pardon me, the queen high straight with the 8. He's going to check it and realize he was betting into the effective nuts. Huge pot for Phil Ivy, Randy.
Yeah, that's a bad river card for Ivy just because Mario might have emptied the clip if he was betting that turn of ace 8. But for Ivy fans, they must be happy as he's stacking chips. Regular day in the office for him.
So 11 remain now. We're getting real close to that final table.
Final table is 9. 8 plus 1.
$800,000.
Brewdog. King, queen suited. This is a pretty one.
One of the prettiest. King, queen suited.
Not so pretty. 4-3 offsuit. Seems like Chad is very happy that Ivy's at our featured table. You're welcome.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ivy has temporarily ditched that beautiful sweater you're raving about.
Oh, just regular Ivy now. Still good stuff to watch. And good stuff for Joe, who's getting looked up by Petrangelo in the big blind.
Yeah, and really wants an 8 or 9 high flop, and that is not
how about 8 and 9 for 2 pair?
the type we were talking about.
This is just awful for Joe. He's got an overpair with the straight draw on a board where your opponent often has 1 pair or pair straight draw, and I can't blame him if they get the chips in on the flop. Petrangelo's even thinking about leading. The lead makes a lot of sense because ace highs don't really c-bet this flop. Even some scared 9s might check just because it's very, a lot of stuff that hits the big. He probably takes this line even when he's got air to shake out weak hands. Joe showing restraint,
Nice.
just calling. This is nice because he might find a way to save himself. And the ace is that card, I think. I wouldn't expect Petrangelo to stop betting once he led the flop. Oh. So he must think that his opponent maybe has like Queen Jack, Queen 10, something that might stab. It's very surprising.
Well, it's just a card that technically favors Joe, right? So,
Oh, there's the 10 for Joe. Petrangelo now hating life. Not only is the 10 a bad card because it gives your opponent a straight if they've got a jack, but also kills his action in case he's up against like an ace X. That's 1 pair. It looks like he's blocking. Just 100k into 900. Block makes a lot of sense, especially if he doesn't give his opponent credit to bluff raise on a 4-liner off of the 1.6 million chip stack. It allows him to get called by ace, king, ace, queen, just because the price would be too good to fold. As long as his opponent plays straightforward and honest against this 100k bet.
yeah, the raise does come in.
Now Petrangelo's got to ask the question how his opponent could have a jack in this spot. Ace-jack makes a lot of sense. Those hands would call the small lead, pocket jacks. Jack 10, I suppose, given it would be the nuts. I mean, there is a reasonable amount of jacks. What hands would call instead of raise? Is kind of the question that Petrangelo's got to ask. Like, would an ace rag just decide to turn into a bluff now?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, I think he's gonna find the right answer.
It looks like he is gonna go fold.
Good fold.
So Joe, ever since doubling up earlier, it's back up to 2.6 million. I believe he was playing low 3s not too long ago, or some time ago.
200.
Min race, Mateos. Min Mateos. Ooh, and Joe with the unique opportunity here to potentially shove all in for the 22 effective, fold out all those hands that can't call that you'd be flipping with going to the flop, but instead Joe is just going to peel and take a flop. Also, within reason.
This is an okay flop for pocket threes. Not all 6 and 5Xs are raising off the button with that stack size, so you can discount that a little bit. Might be the best hand, reasonable equity. It's a modest bet as well.
Yeah, and this is a good example of how difficult this hand starts to become to play, especially playing in someone like Mateos, one of the best in the world. You know, some ICM considerations, surely, but yeah, you're just going to get so many folds by going all in there for your 20 big blinds. You got to have that gear in that spot, in my opinion. Randy.
Yeah, I prefer to have a little bit of gamble and 3-bet jamming pre to just avoid scenarios where you do flop best hand and you just check fold like that. Pretty sure just 10-3 hitting the muck. Yeah. Flash or not, doesn't matter.
We're gonna have one.
Brewer will take the.
They want to make sure I get the
Brewer
ball.
will happily take that walk.
Yeah, I was joking.
No, probably not. It's like 2. Should we play more? Continue? Yeah.
'em. Chris with the suited king in the small on 13 bigs.
I think he rips this one in.
Yeah, and sure does. Hopes Ivy doesn't wake up with something. And that is not something. So nice takedown for Chris. Trying to get to his second final table of the Montenegro series. There's our chip leader, Nick Petrangelo. But Mikolai is close behind on the outer table. Just 4 big blinds shy of Nicky P.
Practically ripping.
Yeah.
Let's go. Sick little heel.
And nice to get 2 shoves through before heading to break. But before we go, a hand developing here at the outer table between Dan Smith and Brian Kim. Dan Smith raised on the button. Brian Kim called. And a 100,000, 80,000 bet on the flop is going to do it. And nice little camaraderie, some smiles between the two players.
One hand.
I don't know if Ben's here. No, he's left. And we can't. Yeah, I'm good. It's good. Yeah, no, I'm with you.
So let's play this one after the break.
I mean, I can just try to get it.
Yeah. We're already all hungry. Let's play it after the break. It doesn't change anything.
So just a little discussion there about what to do with maybe a caught-up hand. But that is effectively going to be the end of that level. And you can see the chip counts on the feature. Nick Pietrangelo holding strong, 4.6 million. A slight chip lead over the entire 11-player field. There's Mateos with 27, Mossbach with 24 big blinds. All pretty condensed here. Chris Brewer at the bottom, but still has 18 blinds. A lot to work with, but when the blinds do go up, all of those stacks will effectively go down a little bit. Yeah. Randy, we're back in the studio.
We're close to the final table.
We're getting
to
there.
We're getting to the big money.
Yeah.
Also, I got the big money, Griffin Bender's money right here when I won a little prop bet. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Yes. You know, you got to let them win early, and then you come at them. You know, you start hitting with the hammer. But yeah, Ivy, obviously a big story with 11 left. You're seeing the sort of dynamic between some of the players. Mario just telling him he had a set. You don't really see those things in the super high rollers very often, but of course, Phil Ivey is such a special case. But we are going to technically go on this dinner break, but we've been able to condense it, so we're going to be back with you in about somewhere 10 to 15 minutes, and we'll be able to give you some more action here at the Triton Super High Roller Series.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
In poker, every small decision counts. Introducing the Game Changer, Daily Dose of GTO. This is your free guide to mastering GTO strategies in just 5 minutes a day. Join the thousands of players transforming their game and results. Gain the confidence you need for high-stakes decisions. Scan the QR code now to get your free copy and follow GTO Wizard on Twitter and Instagram for exclusive challenges and giveaways during this Triton series.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
And there's Aram has a great shove spot.
That one I kind of didn't really want to bet you, but then I just did it. After you said
For
it,
the stream?
did you notice the pause? I was like, I'm like, fuck it, whatever. It's $100.
I'll tell you what.
That was a nice ask by you. I'm gonna use my judicious next time and just.
I'll tell you what. I'll use this 100 towards us having dinner or something one night. Okay, we'll split it.
How much?
Gets the shove in.
550.
And Nicky P.
The other one I liked.
No, I know.
That one I was like, I don't know.
Yeah, you
After
did take. I was
asked,
surprised you
like,
took the action actually. Oh, Nick can't resist, and who can?
Still a nice fold by Dan though. I mean, it's a tough spot.
Yeah. Who can resist the siren call of King Queen suited? You all know exactly what I'm talking about. You want to see this run out. You're not even that upset when you see Ace Queen. You probably still think you're going to win, and you will 29% of the time. But not like that.
Yeah, no, that's not much offered by those three cards in the way of backdoor outs.
Nice and clean. Danny in that danger zone of 10 big blinds as Nick accidentally folds out a turn, which creates one less spot for a player to worry about. And yeah, Tang effectively going all in, using a little less chips than we're used to seeing. And maybe this is an adjustment that the players are starting to make after what happened to Chris Brewer in that three-handed.
Yeah.
Where they don't have to put as many chips in. You may as well keep a little more back if there is ever a situation where you'd fold. We're going to see a real nice, pure, clean flip here between Danny and Aram. Of course, this 330 you put in, fully intending to put the other 165, but maybe just poking around, looking at potential pay jumps. We have 18 players left, and there is a $12,000 pay jump to 17, so that is significant, and maybe Danny does want to start using some of those time banks.
Yeah, I mean, Danny is going to be happy to see Ace Queen suited here because he definitely can't see pocket twos. So the fact that he's going to be flipping.
Good point. That's a great way to frame it.
Going to be good news for him.
I'll play 12, I think.
Yeah. 有冇人爆啊?
I'm showing up a week late and leaving early.
So you say you doubled up?
Gonna hang out. How about yourself?
Sama!
I'm gonna play some.
3. I need a 3.
So all the chips are in the middle.
Hold.
And Danny really wants it.
Please.
He really does. Obviously the player of the year. It means so much to him. That's a good start.
About a 7, so maybe they can chop.
Yeah. Ooh, that's not a good card.
That's 6s and 4s.
Yeah, for Danny. And the diamonds. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, yeah.
Jeez. We got to get on top of that. Look at this. Ba-boom. Oh, dodge. Yes, and he loves it. Phil Ivy's just looking at him like, pretend like you've been here before, man. Oh, gosh.
What about you guys? A couple of threes. Folding under the gun. Pretty standard. With small stacks. Sure as that. Got that all in hand. Oh, ace king.
That'll do it.
That's.
Oh, don't even bother asking how much.
There's no need to ask, but Just in case, I suppose. It's going to feel a little bit of a...
Yeah, I don't think Shirzad's going to be very thrilled by this.
He's going to feel nit rolled.
Yeah, he's going to feel nit rolled. And let's see the reactions here.
Yeah.
Oh, pretty muted.
He understands.
Yeah, just, everyone wants to, nobody has to oh, well, there
There's a
you
little
go.
smirk face on
Okay.
that.
Double smirks from Shirzad and Adrian.
Oh.
Ooh.
How about that, Scherzer Hisu? What about that turn card,
And
Scherzer?
the karma.
You like that? Full double up.
$800.
$800K for pocket
Yeah,
eights.
effective all in. Ivy, very happy to put in with the ace-queen.
Run it.
No.
You know, Asian culture likes the number 8. Don't think Ivy cares, though.
And Danny has been so animated in his flips. This feels almost like a callback to how hard he celebrated. And, Ivy gave him just a little stare. Ivy doesn't want to see that celebration, and he won't see it.
I think he rubbed that queen out.
Yeah. Phil Ivy, the mystic, does find the river queen.
I cover.
He covers.
900.
Yeah. He should cover by 200.
%. Ivy cover. So there is all those Danny chips.
Yeah, and certainly, some Ivan Liao Player of the Year standings implications by that elimination. Those are points that he's not going to be able to get. Welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Montenegro. I'm Griffin Benger. He's Randy Liu. And we have 11 players left here in this 50K 8-handed with Petrangelo in the lead up top, 4.6 million chips. Got Dan Smith in third. And Phil Ivey still kicking around, which is pretty exciting for everyone here and everyone, I think, watching at home.
Yeah, obviously everyone likes to watch Phil Ivey. Things have been going his way lately. Also a little bit very friendly. We've noticed him be like that at the Triton Tour, so it's good to see him make a nice run so far.
Yeah, and a really nice little moment, I think, with Mario and him when Mario just instantly told him that he had a set in the hand, which is not something that you really expect to see. Dan Smith still kicking around there in third place. Adrian Mateos in fifth. The aforementioned Mario Mosbeck, Brian Kim. So a lot of heroes left remaining to try to take down this event and this title.
How much is for first? Do you know, by the way, Griffin?
So yes. So if we look at the payouts here, first is it's whopping compared to what I've been seeing all week. $1.761 million for the champion, 1.188 for the runner-up. So that's we've been seeing a few prizes in the low millions in the last couple. We saw in the bounty, RTM took down sort of a combined 1.3, but this is by far our most significant first prize, and it's only going to get higher as the week progresses.
Yeah, do have 151K guaranteed for everyone, and it's the biggest one, 1.7. Obviously, they're going to get bigger with tomorrow's event. There is the 100K running on the side at the moment. we do get to crown that champion here today.
Yeah, and we'll see whether or not we sort of poke into the 100K afterwards. I know that you guys love to see it, so we love to give it to you. We'll see what we can do. Here are the final two tables. 11 left on the feature table. We are going to have Mikolai with 42 big blinds. Dan Smith with those 41. Justin Saliba winning that massive Queens against Ace Jack against Dan Smith has 33 bigs. Brian Kim and Ben 86, Benjamin Toleran, I mean, was playing so amazingly well 2 levels ago, really running the show, got up to about 80 big blinds, but it seems as though things haven't been going as well on the outer table, but here he is back on the feature, and let's get started.
$200.
Mikolai gonna raise Ace-9. Ace-King suited for Brian Kim. Good timing. Playing from the small. Option on whether to 3-bet induce or 3-bet jam. I think 3-bet jam is the standard line. Suppose it depends on how he thinks Mikolai Vascabonica would react to a smaller 3-bet. So this is with intentions to induce, making it 600K.
Sure.
And Brian going to take that one down. Blinds are, of course, up here. So yeah, it's 50,000, 125,000 with that 125,000 chip
level.
ante. Expect a lot of action with this 5-handed play, Randy. Much shorter than what we're used to.
It is short-handed, so players are technically supposed to get in there more, but the reality is we're 2 away from the final table. It should be pretty cagey, especially from the middling stacks.
ICM is in play.
Saliba going to make it 275. Into the big blind of Mikolai Vascabonica. Quickly folding 6-5 off suit. Well, chat, I'm just going to ask you, who do you want to win out of these remaining 11?
Like how much?
If you don't know who's remaining, I'm not going to tell you. You just got to open up the Triton Poker Plus app and open up both tables to see who is remaining. Or pick from one of these at this featured table. This guy said Mario or Phil. You can't choose between 2 people. You can only pick one. Like Radostin Stefanov, he said Ivy. So like that is a legit answer. You can't just go him or him. You might as well just say 11 names at this point. Something Griffin Benjamin might do.
We want to make you choose here at Triton, okay? We said, who do you want to win? You don't say 2 different people. Choose.
I like the person who says Adrian Mateos, but in with 2 question marks after, like he's unsure. Okay.
Yeah. If you're going to make me choose, like Adrian Mateos?
Bottom pair for Smith. They've got roughly equal stacks. Does deny from the 2 overcards to the deuce. Do see a lot of people dropping in Ivy's name. Guess I'm not surprised to see that from chat. Ace-4 suited for Kim. Making it $250,000. Ace-3 offsuit for Saliba. I'm curious to see how he approaches this one. Occasionally you see a 3-bet. Call is a bit more standard.
But not a lot of room here at 20 big blind is effective.
Yeah.
But you're right. He found it. And, you know, Brian Kim does have the kind of candidate we saw. Nick Pietrangelo, 5-bet shove, the exact same hand.
It's because players are very aware that the big blind is raising polar with ace and king X offsuit from the big blind specifically. And that's what makes ace-4 suited an attractive hand to
he's gonna buy
maybe
it,
make
though,
a
this
shot
time.
at it.
Yeah, he is going to buy it. Nice hand from Saliba. Maybe more of a believer of Justin than, say, Nick Pietrangelo was of Adrian Mateos.
Yeah, obviously stack's a little bit different, but similar concept. Basketball in a cow, pocket queens.
These cards are a lot smaller, yeah?
I know, it takes a minute to get used to them.
I didn't notice it before, but then after like the switch thing, it's like, what the
Yeah.
fuck?
It's a little bit of a raise and take.
Here's something.
Dan Smith had amazing Jeju. Won a title in the 50K bounty for $950,000. Of course, Monte Carlo was one of the best as he won the 200K Invitational for $3.8 million. Makes sense why he's back. Now he's got ace jack.
$650.
Going to 3-bet to 650. I like this because ace jack is got playability in case you do get called. It's not the ideal hand anyways. In case you flat, you invite squeezes behind you. Usually you see ace jack and ace 10 offsuit 3-betting. The suited variety tends to flat a bit more.
Yeah, too much playability. You know, I think ace jack, you know, going to play as a call there. Certainly some percentage of the time as well. But I think, yeah, there's something interesting about just 3-betting there. Not going to expect a lot of 4-bet bluffs. And the times you are 4-bet then, you should probably be dominated and could maybe have avoided some danger there against dominating aces.
Sorry to disappoint.
Ace-Jack for Brian Kim. Tolerine, King Queen offsuit. This is a spot that he can easily reshove against the button open. Lots of fold equity. Fair's okay if you do get called.
Yeah, I would expect an all-in confrontation here, and there it is.
Ace Jack is snapping this one off. 60-40, Tolerine at risk.
Oof. Big queen on the flop for Ben 86. No help on the turn, and almost like he's praying. I mean, we know he's not, but it looks like it. No ace to stay in contention for this title. That'll do it.
There we go, Ben Tolerine. 3.6 million. Crumbs for Brian Kim. Hand played out pretty standard. Raise on the button to induce.
Yeah, and Brian Kim, of course, second place finish against Chris Moneymaker in our opening event. Really, you know, fell victim to some bad variance against Chris on that final table. And here loses the big 60-40 at the final table bubble of this 50K event.
Looks like Saliba is interested of ace-8 offsuit.
275.
Brian Kim's got pocket tens. It's a good spot after losing most of his stack. Going to be able to get in great. Advantage of getting blinds and antes in as well. That's fun. The way he put in a call was actually kind of interesting. He flicked one chip from the top. So he actually didn't reshove. I'm not sure why.
Sorry, what is...
So, yeah, it's interesting because...
It lets Dan Smith in a little bit more often.
So had he raised this, it would have been 150K more on top of the 150K open. So it would have opened up the action. So by doing this, he is allowing, I guess, it to go three ways against a hand that's probably pretty weak. In this case, deuces are completely crushed by tens. It's interesting, right? Because there's an exact thing with the amounts here that's really interesting.
Yeah, he got a little bit of extra value. Of course, reopening action is an important question as well.
But are you supposed to want to go heads up is the question, right?
I think so. I'm just a little surprised. Regardless, of course, in a great spot with two tens, ace-8 does have reasonable equity.
Yeah, especially with those backdoor clubs. And, you know, once Dan Smith gets cleared out.
I think Brian's just got to bet this last 150 just in case Dan Smith's got like one overcard to the 10. You don't want to give him a free one.
Definitely.
Actually, bets all but one. I mean, two deuces is
could be live.
It
It could be like good, rather. Like you could be up against, you know, something like what Saliba has. Like, what if you're folding the best hand with deuces here? And see, yeah, Dan Smith does believe that, you know, some of the time these twos can be good. He can be up against something like an ace-8. Saliba could just be folding a hand like a king-queen. But Dan Smith happens to be way off this time. The two players happen to be way higher up in their range, which is in itself just a form of variance. And Brian Kim is just holding back that extra chip, you know, maybe for a
ace
double
on the
elimination.
turn.
Oh, no.
Likely to end of Brian Kim unless he can find a 10.
Yeah, and I suppose this was just a long-winded way for this to go down, but it is interesting that Brian Kim did create this 1.375 million chip pot when he only had about 450 in the hand, you know? Like, he did manage to find a way to nearly triple up had the ace not come, you know? I mean, hard to get pocket tens when you're this short, and he was really able to maximize until the unfortunate turn.
So Kim is going to put in less.
On a are players allowed to raise? Such as me or him?
Yes.
Are you sure? Can you call the floor, please?
Yes,
So Dan Smith wants to make sure that...
I was under the impression it had to be a full bet to open the action.
Okay, interesting. So it sounds as if Dan had heard a ruling before, or a rule that if the wager is under the minimum bet, which would be 125,000, that it doesn't reopen the betting. The dealer confirmed otherwise, but it was important for Dan to get verification on that. Because the price he's getting here for 25,000 to hit this deuce is astronomical, right? He wants to make sure that Saliba can't effectively ISO raise here, and he just burns 25,000 chips.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he got the official ruling yet, or if he's just tanking. Of course, never folding for just 25K. But it's interesting. So action still on Dan Smith. Okay, so he is waiting for the ruling from the TD. He believes that the action should not be allowed to be open because it's not a full big blind bet. I was under the impression that they could put in more than 25K, but we'll find out as soon as the TD gets back.
Players are allowed to raise?
Yeah, you can raise.
I was.
The minimum raise would be 125 on top.
I was under the impression that.
You can block call up or raise it.
Okay, so you heard it. TD said you're allowed to raise 125 on top, the minimum, which makes sense to me. I'm not sure why Dan thought otherwise.
Yeah, and Dan completely well within his rights here to do a little due diligence, find out exactly the implications of, you know, when he flicks in this call, or if he has the option to raise himself, which, you know, unlikely. But, you know, Saliba doesn't Oh my
did he just
goodness!
hit the
And
10?
the 10 on the. We had forgot. We were already packing Brian's bags. I saw you. You had his knapsack. You were throwing things into there.
And obviously, so much time had passed till the river card
Brian,
came.
I'm so dude, Brian. I got to be honest, man. We kind of forgot about you. We didn't think you were gonna be here anymore, but we're very happy for you, man. This is a big triple up.
Brian's like, oh, I win.
And Saliba recognizing now how unlucky on the river he had gotten. He would be up to about 5 million chips.
I thought you could raise for sure.
But if it was like one blind, he goes in for 1.4. I can't re-raise. No.
That's true.
But maybe that's just not analogous.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's interesting too.
I
They're
think
talking
it'd
about it a
just
little
be
bit.
just
So very, very interesting little discussion started by Dan Smith there. How about something very, very interesting? GTO Wizard. This is the #1 app for poker players. If you're interested in what the whole thing, we talk about GTO on here. What's this GTO thing? Why are all these best players using GTO? Well, you can transform your game in just 5 minutes per day. Really, they have little quizzes in there. Little hands can come up, and you can try to figure out if you get the right answer in certain hands, and you'll learn a lot. So I highly recommend it. Go ahead and scan that QR code, or just check it out. GTO Wizard. All these wizards here are using GTO. Why not you?
Comfortable to ask.
That should be the tagline.
I want to know what the GTO Wizard plays on the turn against 25K chip bet.
Yeah.
That, I don't know. Maybe.
Ben, about 30 big blinds at the cutoff here. And very interesting open fold. And this is going to be very, very stack dependent here. ICM dependent. And these are little intricate things that, I think your average poker player maybe wouldn't understand or utilize. Something like fours doesn't have any blocker properties. You're not prepared to 4-bet shove for 30 big blinds because of ICM. So, and now Saliba actually waking up with the exact same hand. This kind of would have been interesting had Ben opened the cutoff here and Saliba called, but instead it's Saliba who decides he has too many chips with these 26 big blinds to just shove, so is going to check back. Fours doesn't really play ever as a raise here, and flops best here against Dan.
Saliba can actually get value against this King Deuce. Pretty rare to get called by a worse pair, but blind versus blind is one of those spots.
But not even just about the worst pair. It's also about, those ace-10 limps, even the trapping ace limps, like maybe an ace-king, ace-queen, hoping for a raise, would check this flop and then call. So a ton of hands for Saliba to get value from. So he's not too concerned when he gets check called. He probably thinks he has the best hand a decent percentage of the time. Just not really a candidate to get, another street of value.
Yeah,
really.
hard to get 2 streets, especially on a 9.
But easier to get the one here where there's just the 2 overs, because odds are there's going to be more overcards to your 4.
This will often play check down at this point, unless like a 7 drops off. Then I could see maybe Dan Smith or Saliba turning their hand into a bluff. Brings in a 4-liner. I think Dan, it's got a pretty interesting decision because the deuces does have a little bit of showdown value, but you might be able to bluff out like a 6x or 8x.
Yeah, and that is effectively what Saliba has as far as hand strength's concerned versus the deuce, but no.
King 2.
King 2.
Okay. King 2, no good.
How much is that, Brian?
1325 total.
Bigs.
Yeah, 1325 exactly.
So Kim is playing 10, 11 big blinds
Oh,
in the big, where he's getting put in. Saliba open ripping ace 10, just because he would never expect Kim to jam light if he limps off of that stack. They have a lot of incentive to just take free flops.
Saliba's got a little walking around money with this Queen 9 here, 4.1 million.
He's been grinding.
Yep. Yeah, there's something that about Saliba, but the way he plays feels very, very studied, very calculated, very measured.
I like the way he plays. He's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve as well, you know, and he really just gets into the weeds. Doesn't just like fold away. He's really a lot of fun to watch. Never really got to watch him before outside of the Triton series, but been a pleasure.
Yeah, worst of it here though. The Queen Jack suited from Ben. Trouble.
This is quite bad for Saliba. Top pair versus top pair. Although both players' kickers aren't the best, so I don't think this would be a 3-street game. For now, though, Saliba is going to continuation bet. Plenty of worse hands that would pay off. It's a little spicy.
Yeah, double gutter now for that Queen 9, any 7 or Jack. But it is a gutter for Tollerine all the same. 9 would make his straight.
I think there's a lot of reason for Saliba to check now on the turn.
So I know what you're saying, but I also see a lot of reason to bet. Hands like Jack 10, you know, are going to be continuing. Hands like, but does check. And I think this also harkens back to, the way you said that this is not a three-street hand. May as well let the turn be the one that sits out and make sure you have a hand that is like extremely strong on the river, which Saliba thinks he has now.
It's always dangerous to bet cards that arrive that make 5-card hands like straights because
even when you block them,
it helps when you block them. The problem is if your opponent check raises you, you can't really call down given how important your chips are.
Yeah.
And they have more reason to check raise like a combo draw on these type of cards that make hands like 7-9 and Jack.
That's really, really well said. Yeah.
So that's why you check turns like that, especially in a tournament. Maybe in a cash game you wouldn't as much, but a tournament your chips mean so much.
So this is a very interesting. Thank you so much for that, Randy. That made a lot of sense. But this bet is very large. This is about, almost a pot-sized bet. We're talking about a 225K bet on the flop, right?
So the main bluffs he beats are King Jack and King 9. He needs to also ask the question, would some Ace X, backdoor, flush draw, do they exist? Would they check call to flop? I'm not sure. Would a 6X ever turn their hand into a bluff? Maybe. Hard to say.
And from his perspective, now that we're here in this predicament on the river, Randy, that 9, having that 9 as a blocker does
block some value. Yes.
Yeah, it does hurt your. It does block the Jack 9 and the 7-9. So it's going to hurt how you interpret this hand and probably give you a bit more reason to call.
But it's not just 7-9 and Jack 9 that can value bet safely out there. Turn check through. As you can see, Queen Jack is betting. Certainly 2 pair would bet as well. And the 8 hits some 2 pairs like Queen 8 suited, 10-8s, 6-8. They exist. So there is plenty of things for him to lose to.
Yeah, I think Queen 8 off might even be in the flatting range from the
He's
fake
also
here,
debating if Tolerant had a bluff, does he always go 850? Does he ever come in smaller? So the sizing is very important in trying to deduce what your opponent might have. And this would be a great heroic fold.
I mean, he can also have something like,
oh, it didn't fold.
6-8 of spades or something. Yeah, thinks he's too high up in his range. Is going to be shown the bad news.
Sometimes it just feels like, you're right, you're at the top of your range. If I fold this, am I folding way too much?
Yeah.
Am I getting exploited? It felt like he knew, like, he was behind, but, the sim says you can't lay this one down.
Talk about getting max value, though, huh? Like, just bets the pot. The master at work, Ben 86. The legend in the flesh. He's not just a digital avatar, everyone. He's a flesh and blood man who has risen up the ranks to first in chips significantly. 5 million for Benjamin Tolerant. So we were talking about how he was sort of at the bottom there and how he must have had a rough time at that other table after playing so well previously, then getting in jacks to aces for a 70 big blind pot, which is too bad, and a cooler. And look, doing a bunch of things right again and up to first in chips.
Brian Kim's got that jamming stack.
Yeah, sure does.
Any ace is good.
Yeah, you can't really ask for much better than an ace on the button for your last 10 big blinds. Going to work on Ben. Just have to get through your boy, Vasca
Buenacow, who does wake up with ace 10 of clubs.
Very
Trouble.
Unfortunate for Brian Kim. Vasca Buenacow. I got to get good at that because he's going to make the final table if, he can knock out Brian Kim here and then one more elimination.
Safe so far.
Yeah, it gets a little interesting on a 4, 5, 6 deuce or king.
Oh. Oh, 3 clubs actually in Brian Kim's hand, so it doesn't reduce outs.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck, guys.
Yeah, that's going to do it.
GG. GG.
Brian Kim, our 11th place finisher here in the 50K 8-handed event. Good for $151,000. And we are officially at our final table bubble, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Brian Kim was obviously looking for a deeper run than this after finishing runner-up to Moneymaker. That's
This tournament like GG Millions.
On the run-up.
Yeah.
Structure.
Fast?
Yeah.
It's been a great couple months for Brian Kim. Finished second in that GG Millions, like you said, Randy, for $609,000. And then Jeju, third place in the 50K for about $1 million. So a lot to hang his hat on so far in the last few months, and looks to continue the very strong series. Probably right now, maybe in the next event, the 100K. Who knows? Dan Smith got one of those mucky hands, those ugly hands that
The Doyle?
sometimes ISO. Well, yeah, I guess
No,
the
we
Doyle,
played
we
it.
need to make an exception. But he doesn't get cheeky with it, decides to check back.
Top pair. Looks like a man who's going to fold. Or maybe not. No diamond in hand. Unless he's just thinking about pure queen high value. Looks like he is making the call. Okay, well that's a turn card that's going to give him open-ended straight draw.
Yeah, I think
diamonds.
it's relevant that both of his cards are overs to the 7. Because the times that Dan is sort of value block betting 7x, you can turn a 9, turn a queen, turn an 8, turn a 6. Hands that are going to potentially, in this case, a jack is pretty interesting. Very difficult for Dan to value bet a 10 here. Certainly difficult to value bet a 7 if that's what he had.
The diamond's helpful for Smith in case he's behind. You have more reasons to protect your hand if you were up against, if you didn't have a diamond in your hand. That's a great river card for Dan Smith.
Yeah.
So
And
it's also good if he's up against 7 or 3x. They're more likely to pay off once more.
yeah. And a bit difficult, I think. Yeah, he recognizes this is not my spot to bluff. Dan now, as you alluded to, might be in the business of looking for a little value from this 10. Of course, we can see that against Queen High, it won't really mean anything.
I also don't think that Dan Smith has to worry about kicker issues because a 10 would bet this river card.
Yeah.
Most certainly. Just queen 9 high. No good.
A lot of faults on the turn. I had.
Yeah. Thank you.
Nikolai saying he had a lot of outs on the turn to Dan Smith. Dan's not really sure what he meant. Probably a diamond, but actually it was just queen 9 open and straight draw.
So 5 of the 6 bottom stacks
Mine, yes.
are all on that other table with Nick Pietrangelo retaking the chip lead up to 5.1 million, but Mario Mosbach down to 14 big blinds now. Phil Ivey at 16, Mateos at 16 on that other table. Chris Brewer, 18 big blinds. So, you know, and I'm sorry, but has Nick been here the whole time, or did he just move here? He got spaced out. There is Nick. 5.1 milli. Oh, chip leader on chip leader crime coming up.
I actually think that Tollerine will lean towards call a lot. He keeps in dominated hands. He doesn't invite his opponent to 4-bet bluff him. Looks like he's still going to 3-bet, but I do think there was a lot of merit to calling.
But look at the sizing. Very intentional. I
also don't like this green dot.
Very
Yeah, I agree with that.
you know, didn't want to. I think electing to use this size instead of just flatting to not allow, say, the big blind to get in for cheap, and being okay with reopening the betting by doing it small, he can, you know, potentially call a 4-bet.
Yeah, and if a small 3-bet like that is getting it through against a big stack like that, you know, it goes to show that you don't need to risk too much.
Yeah, you don't have to play completely defensively with a hand as strong as that just because you're not prepared to get it all in pre-flop, right? Like, it is still important to just, like, I mean, they're basically both chip leaders here. It's not like, you know, he needs to defer to Pietrangelo or something like that, you know?
Agree.
Next time, please.
Luca Vivaldi just taking away the fast action time banks, given we're just hand for hand. Quarterfinal table bubble. Two big stacks in the blinds, so he's not going to be able to open rip this
I'm
one.
very curious to see how a top player like Dan maneuvers this spot. Jack Frost for Nick Pietrangelo in the big blind.
Certainly going to defend.
Fair fight. So far, so Smith.
Yeah, this board hits the pre-flop raiser. His range is uncapped. Pietrangelo is always 3-betting. Kings plus ace king, of course, so even some ace queens and ace jacks. I'm expecting Dan to bet a lot with these small pairs. They are also vulnerable to overcards.
175.
And these overcards often just check fold like jack 8.
If you're watching us on YouTube, please don't forget to like and subscribe. It is our lifeblood. We don't want your money. We're giving this to you for free, but we would like if you supported us, liked and subscribed.
Thank you.
That's what the bosses like.
Yeah, appreciate it. It helps helps us. Makes it look like me and Griffin's doing their job. So yeah, why don't you just hit that subscribe and like button so that, you know,
please,
maybe we'll stick around.
Don't
for
make
next
me
time.
beg.
This stack, this table is actually really stacked in terms of blinds. The shortest stack is Saliba 19, but everyone else has got 35 plus. So we're going to see a lot of KG play in general, although Tollerine did step out of that before. 8 deuce, of course, not so good.
Yeah, for real.
Slight range advantage to Pietrangelo. Giving the big blind check back on King, Queen, Jack. Tolerine attacking of 8 deuce. It's not that small either. 250.
It's 2 blinds. So this is really interesting because this is something I've been kind of thinking about lately, Randy, about how, you know, when you do limp in from the small, technically you have a range advantage. You should have a stronger range, and you see the ace being folded here. You should have a stronger range. But when it comes something like King, Queen, Jack, and the small blind doesn't bet, a lot of the times it's because it is a hand that has no real equity on this board that wants to wait until there's more definition in the hand to bet. You know, like something like an 8-6 off. As we go down to the outer table, would like to finish that point, but looks like Brewer might be involved with a hand with Phil. Maybe they're waiting to turn them over, and that is the case. For Ivy, it's looking like...
Oh, Ivy flopping. Top pair, ace 10.
Yeah. And that will do it. Chris Brewer doubling up, and will leave him pretty short, I think.
Yeah, just 425,000 chips remaining
just
for Brewer.
Two or three big blinds left. Pretty standard there. Brewer shoving small to big for the 12 or 13 big blinds effective.
So you want
Not
to see
even
Ivy,
really.
guys.
11 or 12, yeah.
We give you Ivy with a full double up. And if you like that, hit like and subscribe.
So Brewer definitely at risk of being our final table bubblist. But if anyone has proven that they can survive on a really, really short stack, it is that American man. As we head back to our feature table.
He knows how to run it up.
Yep.
Because he used to be a runner. In case you didn't get that, Griffin.
He used to be a runner? Chris
Yeah,
Brewer?
you didn't know? Professional runner, yeah.
No way.
Yeah, I'm not joking. Chat will regulate you on that.
I also heard Mario Mossbeck was a professional
footballer.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm just a true statements, by the way. It's not me just
I mean,
making
listen,
stuff
we all
up.
used to be professional athletes. I used to be a professional Counter-Strike player. Cyber athlete, you know?
True. I give you that. I won't take that away from you. Dan Smith, ace 10 offsuit. Mikolai with that suited connector. Top pair, top kicker versus middle pair. Good time for Dan Smith to get some value.
Should get some value here from
350.
this combo. Mid pair certainly pretty good on 10-4-3 when you're completing the big. But look at that.
Oh my, how did he save those chips? I am shocked, but good on him.
Yeah, good for him. Maybe just the pressure of the, you know, we do have a significant pay jump between 10th and 9th.
Okay.
About 30,000 almost.
Brewer.
Brewer is all in.
Yeah, he got the rest of his chips in there.
And can Mario finish him off? I imagine that is Mario with that ace-queen. I'm going to need a 3 and only a 3 for Chris Brewer, or we have our final... Wait, oh, he already had triple queens?
No, it was actually...
Mossbeck had the 10-3. Oh, my God.
Yeah, he
I'm so
rivered
sorry.
to 3. Brewer
I got to read the screen.
is straight out of there.
Man.
He is just tilted.
Oh, no.
You saw him just splash the chips away.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't blame him. It just feels like it all fell
and Mario
apart.
just goes and goes back to eating like
had a
nothing
10.
happened. Sick.
With an
Sick
ace
man.
kicker.
Dan says ace kicker. I guess telling him that he had ace 10 there. That's nice. Pretty friendly tournament so far as we see this very American feature table, which we didn't remark on. Benjamin Tolerant, 44 big blinds. He's played incredibly well all tournament long, at least when we've seen him. Dan Smith, been hanging in there, 39 bigs. Real threat at FTs. Incredible breadth of experience and success. Nick Petrangelo, the same. Nikolai getting out of trouble in that 5-4 suited hand. That was kind of impressive. You know, we weren't expecting to just see a straight fold of that hand, but, you know, good read on the situation and maybe just wanting to wait for Chris Brewer to get out and just worry about being on the final table.
I think something clicked at the last second, like, wait a second, why am I getting involved right now when I'm pretty much guaranteed to get to the final table, knowing that Chris Brewer is so short, and he's like, all right, maybe I should have just folded pre. And
wasn't
he just
looking for the
flop.
mid pair. Let's hold on and see if we can call down against someone. Like, was looking for the straight flush on the flop.
Yes, of course.
So I'm done for the day, guys. I will see you tomorrow for sure. But we're gonna have a little 20-minute break, and then Ali's gonna take it away with you for the final table.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live Series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton Series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
Danny in that danger zone of 10 big blinds as Nick accidentally folds out a turn, which creates one less spot for a player to worry about. And yeah, Tang effectively going all in, using a little less chips than we're used to seeing. And maybe this is an adjustment that the players are starting to make after what happened to Chris Brewer in that three-handed.
Yeah.
Where they don't have to put as many chips in. You may as well keep a little more back if there is ever a situation where you'd fold. We're going to see a real nice, pure, clean flip here between Danny and Aram. Of course, this 330 you put in, fully intending to put the other 165, but maybe just poking around, looking at potential pay jumps. We have 18 players left, and there is a $12,000 pay jump to 17, so that is significant, and maybe Danny does want to, you know, start using some of those time banks.
Yeah, I mean, Danny is going to be happy to see ace-queen suited here because he definitely can't see pocket twos, so the fact that he's going to be flipping.
Good point. That's a great way to frame it.
It's going to be good news for him.
I'll play 12, I think.
Yeah.
I'm showing up a week late and leaving early.
So you say you double up.
Gonna hang out. How about yourself?
Sama! I'm gonna play some.
3. I need a 3.
So all the chips are in the
I need a
middle.
hold.
And Danny really wants it.
Please.
He really does. Obviously the player of the year. It means so much to him. That's a good start.
About a 7, so maybe they can chop.
Yeah. Ooh, that's not a good card.
Add 6s and 4s.
Yeah, for Danny. And the diamonds. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, yeah.
Jeez. We got to get on top of that. Look at this. Ba-boom. Oh, dodges it. Yes, and he loves it. Phil Ivy's just looking at him like, pretend like you've been here before, man. Oh, gosh.
What about you guys? A couple of 3s. Folding under the gun. Pretty standard. With small stacks. Sure as that. Got that all in hand. Oh, ace king.
That'll do it.
That's.
Oh, don't even bother asking how much.
There's no need to ask, but just in case, I suppose. It's going to feel a little bit of a...
Yeah, I don't think Shirzad's going to be very thrilled by this.
He's going to feel nit rolled.
Yeah, he's going to feel nit rolled. And let's see the reactions here.
Yeah.
Oh, pretty muted.
He understands.
Yeah, just, you know, everyone wants to, nobody has to like, oh, well, there
there's a
you
little
go.
smirk. I saw
Okay.
that.
Double smirks from Shirzad and Adrian.
Oh.
Ooh.
How about that, Shirzad Hitsu? What about that turn card,
And
Shirzad?
the karma.
You like that? Full double up.
$800.
$800K for pocket
Yeah,
eights.
effective all in. Ivy, very happy to put in with the ace queen.
Run it.
No.
You know, Asian culture likes the number 8. Don't think Ivy cares, though.
And Danny has been so animated in his flips. Feels almost like a callback to how hard he celebrated. And, Ivy gave him like just a little stare. Ivy doesn't want to see that celebration, and he won't see it.
I think he rubbed that queen out.
Yeah. Phil Ivy, the mystic, does find the river queen.
I covered.
He covers.
900.
Yeah. He should cover by 200.
%. Ivy cover. So there is all those Danny chips.
Yeah, and certainly, some Ivan Liao Player of the Year standings implications by that elimination. Those are points that he's not going to be able to get. Me to imagine any person in this room that doesn't admire him and look up to him in some way. That's pretty special.
I agree.
I think maybe 3 people in this room might look up to me.
3?
Maybe
I'm not one of them.
Maybe one. Maybe 1 or 2. Ivy folds on the button with 8 deuce. Maybe 1, just myself. Mario's going to shove for those 4 bigs, and now, yeah. So very interesting that Shirzat, calls off for the 4 bigs with the 8-7, but folds the king 3. That's very curious to me, Randy. That's something I would love to pick his brain about, because I've been watching him play for a few days now, and everything he seems to do is correct and really, really polished. The king 3 I'm very interested in. But I wish him all the best here. That's a bad start.
Yeah, he's going to need a lot of turn and river. Not that one. GG.
Yeah, another impressive run from Shirzat Hisu. Made an incredible fold earlier in the day, just last level.
Yeah. Okay, this one is 8-handed. Yeah.
More stacks, and that could really change, just his ability to attack Joe in the blind if Mateos would open more. Really like to see Joe jammed his king 4 offsuit. Yes, this is nice. He knows he needs to survive. Oh, but he gets snapped off by Brewer. Brewer's got, what, a6 offsuit?
Yeah. And Joe's still 36% to win this hand, so very good standing here. And this is part of why you shove these hands for 10 big blinds. Going to get a lot of folds. Sometimes you're going to get called. You still have a pretty decent chance to win.
Oh, how about that?
Good
4 on
start.
the flop.
Very good start.
Two pair.
Game over.
Hands in air. My Brewer. Bit annoyed, of course. Feels like he just can't win.
Mario, ace-8 off. Usually not an under-the-gun hand so much, but it's 6-handed. Going to be happy to try to get one through.
He's only able to open this because of his big stack. If he was playing closer to 20 blinds, he probably wouldn't be opening.
Yeah.
He knows that the rest of the table won't be messing around at this point of the tournament, besides probably Petrangelo. Not too bad for Ivy. 2 over his gut shot. Ivy often will play this as check call. Allows him to have more value hands, as there's more 10x's and 9s. He can maneuver in a manner if a diamond drops off, maybe represent that. react on turns and maybe
Beautiful for Phil Ivey here.
hit the straight, huh?
Turning the king high straight. Don't know if Mario will show any more interest in this pot. Not really any kind of combo that Ivy has here that he could scare off, right?
He shouldn't really bet this turn.
No.
10x wouldn't be folding. 10x coupled with a jack, of course not. Queen x. The only thing he's betting out was pairs under 9.
And small
Oh,
diamonds.
he is actually betting,
Oh,
but pairs
wow.
under 9 and
Oh,
ace x's.
no,
But what's
taking
happening?
us away because there's a big confrontation between Brian Kim and Martirosian. Martirosian with the pocket 10s. Brian Kim with ace jack. And it looks like, yeah, that jack on the flop is going to do the damage. And Brian Kim, who's really been lurking sort of near the bottom, whereas Martirosian seemed to be doing quite a bit better. How quickly things can change.
515,000, 1.5.
Brian Kim actually remarkably still looking for his first Triton title despite so many deep finishes. Second place in the GG Millions just earlier here in Montenegro. A third place in the 50K seven-handed for almost $1 million in Jeju. So he's on his way as we get back to our feature table where it looks like Mario did in fact bet that turn. You can see the SPR as he rivers that 8 high straight, pardon me, the queen high straight with the 8. He's going to check it and realize he was betting into the effective nuts. Huge pot for Phil Ivey, Randy.
Yeah.
Ivy has temporarily ditched that beautiful sweater you're raving about.
Oh. Just regular Ivy now. Still good stuff to watch. And good stuff for Joe, who's getting looked up by Petrangelo in the big blind.
Yeah, and really wants an 8 or 9 high flop, and that is
How about 8 and 9 for 2 pair?
the type we were talking about.
This is just awful for Joe. He's got an overpair with the straight draw on a board where your opponent often has 1 pair or pair straight draw, and I can't blame him if they get the chips in on the flop. Petrangalo's even thinking about leading. The lead makes a lot of sense because ace highs don't really c-bet this flop. Even some scared 9s might check just because it's very, a lot of stuff that hits the big. He probably takes this line even when he's got air to shake out weak hands. Joe showing restraint,
Nice.
just calling. This is nice because he might find a way to save himself. And the ace is that card, I think. I wouldn't expect Petrangelo to stop betting once he let the flop. Oh. So he must think that his opponent maybe has like Queen Jack, Queen 10, something that might stab. It's very surprising.
Well, it's just a card that technically favors Joe, right? So,
Oh, there's the 10 for Joe. Petrangelo now hating life. Not only is the 10 a bad card because it gives your opponent a straight if they've got a jack, but also kills his action in case he's up against like an ace X. That's 1 pair. It looks like he's blocking. Just 100k into 900. Block makes a lot of sense, especially if he doesn't give his opponent credit to bluff raise on a 4-liner off of the 1.6 million chip stack. It allows him to get called by ace, king, ace, queen, just because the price would be too good to fold. As long as his opponent plays straightforward and honest against this 100k bet,
Yeah, the raise does come in.
Now, Petrangelo's got to ask the question, how his opponent could have a jack in this spot. Ace-jack makes a lot of sense. Those hands would call a small lead, pocket jacks. Jack 10, I suppose, given it would be the nuts. I mean, there is a reasonable amount of jacks. What hands would call instead of raise? It's kind of the question that Petrangelo's got to ask. Like, would an ace rag just decide to turn into a bluff now?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, I think he's gonna find the right answer.
It looks like he is gonna go fold.
Good fold.
So Joe, ever since doubling up earlier, it's back.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series from right here at the Maestral Hotel Resort and Casino, where finally we are at the final table of this 50K. Randy, it was a very protracted portion of the program to get us to this point. Obviously, a little bit of steam under the collar of one Chris Brewer, perhaps, just given the nature in which he was vanquished. On the outside of this FT, which is going to include a couple of seven-figure payouts, what are the stories that you're looking forward to as we feast our eyes upon these final 9?
I think the big one for me and a lot of the people watching is Phil Ivey. You know, he's making a deep run. He's currently 5th in chips. He's been playing very well. Well-dressed, of course. He's got this white hoodie. I'm not sure if he has on right now, but I think you'll appreciate that one. But he's a big story, of course. He's Phil Ivey.
Not quite the biggest stack. As we do look at the Triton Poker Plus app, we'll see the average is 3.5 million, 28 big blinds, 26 blinds, a stack depth that there's plenty of study and effort that gets put into for FTs. Obviously, Phil's going to navigate that quite well. This we know for certain. What we don't know as much about is the likes of a member of the Chinese delegation who has shown up and actually made a mark in Zhou Zhou, perhaps the wild card.
He is definitely playing as the wild card. You know, this is his very first Triton stop. He's been making irregular moves, but, you know, he's playing his game, and he's there with 20 big blinds, so it's a reality that can turn into a title.
It's interesting. When I was on my break, I was hanging out in the tournament area, and we were waiting to get things back underway. And the one player that wasn't back on time, and we were like, where is he, was Zhou Zhou, even though he'd come in and he asked, hey, how much longer do I have on the break? So who knows what kind of drumbeat this man is marching to. Justin Saliba, obviously a little bit younger in his Triton journey, also 8th here, 19 big blinds. Shortest stack belongs to El Conquistador. This is a guy who everybody has been talking about as being very much on point. Perhaps with a spin, he can all of a sudden be a threat up toward the top.
Oh, he's been very on point, but for some reason at final tables, he just doesn't win the key all-ins. This has been a story. He's getting like 6th place, 6th place again, I believe, in this stop alone. Would like to see him finally get that full double on the key moment and cruise to the top.
Sure, it's been a bit of a struggle. Obviously, the cruise has been fairly steady for Nikolai Vaskaboynikau of Belarus. 31 big blinds, sitting in 4th. Petrangelo 3rd. Dan Smith in 2nd, Ben Tollerine in 1st as the American delegation runs 1, 2, 3 here in this final table. Obviously, a first title very much on Nick Petrangelo's mind along with the others. So with that, we send it down to the arena and our very own Luca Vivaldi for the intros.
Event number 7 here in Triton, Montenegro. The 50K NLH Hold'em 800 event has seen 159 entries. We're down to the final table of 9 players competing for more than 1.7 million and this beautiful trophy. Please allow me to introduce you to your final table. We're starting off with our chip leader in seat 1 from the US. Please welcome Ben Tollerine.
Tollerine has a title, picked it up in his 2nd ever played event. This is his 2nd ever festival and 2nd cash.
In seat number 2 from Austria with 2.8 million, please put your hand together for Mario Mosberg.
Mosbach, a two-time Triton title winner, 6.3 million plus in career Triton earnings. This will be his 12th career cash and second of the festival.
Seat number 3 with 4.3 million from the US. Please welcome Nick Petrangelo.
Petrangelo, 3.7 million in earnings, 13 cashes, no titles yet. Has made final tables. Will this finally be the time he hoists a trophy?
Seat number 5 from Spain with 2.2 million. Please put your hand together for Adrián Mateos.
Trophy hoisting was something that at long last El Conquistador was able to do at our last stop in Jeju. He is already 4 cashes in 5 attempts here in Montenegro.
Seat number 6 with 3.2 million from the US. Please put your hand together for Phil Ivey.
This man truly needs no introduction. A legend of the game and one that draws eyeballs worldwide. What kind of impact is he going to make as he pursues his 6th Triton title here today?
Seat number 7, 4.9 million from the US. Please welcome Dan Smith.
Put respect on this man's name. On the hunt for his 3rd title. He's going to clear 20 million in earnings before this one is said and done, courtesy of this 22nd career Triton.
Seat number 8 from China with 2.5 million. Please welcome Zhou Zhou.
Zhou Zhou, the enigma, the mystery man, here at his first ever Triton Festival. First cash in his 4th attempt.
2.4 million for a seat number 9 from the US. Please put your hand together for Justin Saliba.
Saliba first joined us back in Vietnam in 2023. Here he is, multiple festivals later, notching his 3rd cash in Montenegro.
Last but not least, our seat 10 closing down this final table from Belarus with 3.9 million. Please put your hand together for Mikolai Vaskabonikov.
Largely smooth has been the sailing for Mikolai. Big smile on his face as he wields a big stack. First cash in his first event here in Montenegro.
We still have 5 minutes remaining. Level 50,000, 125,000, 125,000.
Nine hopefuls taking their seat around the rail. Well done, Luca and staff.
Very best of luck. Shuffle up and deal, please.
18 bigs in front of Mateos, on and upwards to Tollerine's 44 bigs. A gap of 26 big blinds. From the chip leader down to the short stack, who isn't all that short and certainly can't be ruled out. Almost an $8 million prize pool. 2 7-figure payouts. The on-tap payout, $178,000, 37 dimes. Separating that and 8th. That glimpse spot brought to you by betacr.eu. Randy, if I made you pick someone right now and I said it can't be Ben Tollerine because he's the chip leader, would you just auto-default to Dan Smith in second, or do you have other
No,
ideas?
I do not. I go straight to Phil Ivey. I think everyone wants to see him pick up his 6th title. I think he's on point, and I don't think there's that big of a gap between the chip leader and the middle of the pack. I definitely think he can get it going if he can get a few chips going his way.
I'll tell you what, just in consideration of the fact that Petrangelo has been at it as long as he has, and certainly has had his heart broken on multiple occasions, one has to wonder whether or not there isn't a more appropriate place to put your run good vibes on.
Tell you, this is an incredibly tough final table.
You know, earlier at the top of the day, even though it wasn't featured, there was a table where several of these guys had parked their bones. And very much like in the World Cup in soccer, there's always the group of death. It's like the draw, and you go, how on earth are we this unlucky to have to play as 4 wonderful teams and only 2 are going to get out of the group stages? That's the way it felt, the table of death. And this is the first time of the festival where I felt like you could almost reach out on this second day of play and just take your pick, and nothing was given, nothing was easy. It was a fight, tooth and nail for all parties. And Saliba showing some fight here from the big blind as we get things underway. El Conquistador, the shortest stack.
Versus the second shortest stack.
Yep. Jack 10 suited against this 7-8. Queen 9-4. Open ender for Mateos. Shouldn't be too much interest from Saliba.
And a lot of interest for Mateos to bet this flop. Expecting a lot of folds. It's also a board texture where you pretty much never get checked raised, so you don't have to worry about inflating the pot in that manner.
75.
A little c-bet and take it. Nice start for Mateos, who, by the way, is very much a poker celebrity in his own right. Another one of those names that anytime they're at the featured table, viewership ticks up. Massive contingent of Spanish fans. You may remember the name Carlos Mortensen, El Matador, a Spaniard who won the World Series of Poker main event, put that country's poker initiative on the map. Well, if you're looking for a place to get in on the Triton action, and I'm talking in a very real way, you're going to want it to be betacr.eu. It is the exclusive arena for getting down prediction options on Triton events. We're even giving a 15% free play up to $250 when you sign up today. Head on over to betacr.eu for all the details and elevate your sports engagement experience.
Now, I know last time you said El Conquistador. Oh, that's the conqueror. What does El Matador mean?
A matador is a bullfighter.
Oh.
Yeah. It means the killer, technically. And I don't know if you knew this, because when I first saw a bullfight, I didn't. But they kill the bull at the end.
I just asked you for the word. I didn't ask for a story.
For the whole history of bullfighting?
Please.
I know.
Thank you, Ollie.
I know.
Yeah. This will be a
It
long
made me
night.
sad.
Long night.
Queen 10 suited.
And thank you for getting me the coffee as well.
I said you
I
didn't
expected
want
a long night.
mochaccino.
You didn't get me one.
You're not ready for the rocket fuel, Randy.
I think Petrangelo ready to 3-bet this one.
Yeah, he doesn't need a mochaccino.
$800.
Giving this pot wings.
Ooh, Mateos 2-8 straight in the muck. Has the sixes, I expect.
Yeah. Not the spot for either of those pocket pairs.
The truth is, when Petrangelo 3-bets from this position against under the gun chip leader, it's just supposed to be so much strength, so Tolerine can't really speculate and call they're out of position.
Obviously, Tolerine is the one guy you want to be careful about picking fights with, but it is nice to beat on his left versus on his right, which is, of course, where Vasco Boynikov finds himself as one of the bigger stacks here. That is going to be a little bit limiting with regard to his pursuits. Doesn't Mosbach look slightly like a VIP just because he's in a suit? It's like, it's working, actually.
VIP Mario, the guy who wins everything.
Well, they called him Business Mario when he showed up today.
Did they?
Whenever somebody would show up to the poker room a little bit overdressed, I would always ask them, hey, man, did you get the job? And they'd look at me and I'd be like, well, obviously you were at a job interview, right? Like, why are you wearing that? $250,000 to go. Says Mateos. Little suited connector being mulled over before mucked by Jozo.
Can't really defend these type of hands off the 20 big blinds at final table, so you're just bleeding too much. Ace-9 suited is enough to defend, though.
And note the spade coverage for the chip leader. Ben defends. To the flop we go with $675K in the middle. Queen, 8, 7, 1 spade. 0 pairs across all 4 cards.
Both players kind of with that potential on the turn and river. Backdoor spades, straight draw possibilities. I think because of that, Mateos is likely to bet the flop. With a lot of intention to bet turns.
$225K, the C bet from Adrian, and note his willingness to tussle with the chip leader. Obviously, this is dangerous and risky, but as the shortest stack, perhaps a little bit less of the ICM pressure.
This is nice from Tolerine, check raising to 600K. This is...
Yeah, try telling Ben that there's little ICM pressure on Adrian as he torques this one up.
Because Mateos is not supposed to mess around off of this stack. He shouldn't be able to float too often. And of course, with ace-9 suited, you do block a little bit of the continues, like a straight draw, 10-9. It's interesting that Mateos has actually put in time bank chip. Is he thinking about coming along? Maybe he thinks that Tolerine's value range is very narrow. A naked queen usually wouldn't raise from big blind versus early position. A set of 8s and 7s actually slow plays a lot. Wow.
This is gutsy stuff here from Mateos. He is behind, but certainly would seem to have opportunities to take this pot as he hunts this turn. Interactions with that queen of spades. And the 7-8 for that matter.
The
playing
7
a part.
doesn't change anything really. And Tolerine should never be check raising a 7 on the flop. When Mateos bet calls on this board, he's actually very queen heavy. It's very difficult for Tolerine to bet.
And thus he checks. Let's see though whether or not Adrian feels the need to bet here on this street, or if he deems it a little bit more credible to check back and try to bluff the river.
Feels like an either way spot, but then maybe he doesn't want to open a door for his opponent to bet if he checks.
Obviously the risk of facing that river lead, if one checks back, is what Mateos is looking to avoid as he bets 400 into 1.9 almost.
Doesn't really need to bet too much because your opponent doesn't have much. That's just a great hand of poker.
I'm telling you what, this guy goes so hard, Randy. Spots where most of us wouldn't even feel guilty about stepping away from the battle and just thinking, okay, big stack, go ahead, do your thing. I got caught. He goes layers and levels deeper and then suddenly comes up with these moments that are unanticipated. And yet, at what point are we just going to get used to saying El Conquistador is out there conquisting?
He's conquisting with a short stack. I mean, like, I think this is going to be a great final table.
If that's any indication, you're dead right about that. Blinds did tick up just moments ago, as you saw. 75, 150. Which is, needless to say, challenging. That exchange, by the way, Randy, puts Mateos in 4th.
It's very tight cluster of all the stacks, separated by just a few big blinds. And I do want to point out the chat is going a bit wild after that hand. They're going,
bet.
Vamos. Is that how you say it?
Yeah.
Yeah, vamos. Oh, this is a vamos hand, though. Ace-king.
Yeah.
Lots of Adrian Mateos fans in the chat. Rooting their man on.
When he plays pots like that, it isn't hard to make a fan out of someone.
I know,
that's for
right?
sure.
It's not like he's just coolering some aces versus kings, but ace-king, this is an all-in situation. Three bet from Mikolai. Imagine a 4-bet jam from Ivy incoming.
So a couple of ace-kings have run into one another. 2 bets have become 3.
3 will become 4 soon.
And is the 4 bet for all of it? Yes. In terms of chips coming into this one, Ivy 6th, Raskolnikov 5th.
Raskolnikov is taking a sip out of his drink before deciding whether to call or not. The truth is, Ivy shouldn't be light here. But I don't think you could ever fold ace-king for this price.
Well, Mikolai did show us a few things at the onset of day 2 on the feature table that we may not have anticipated. Specifically, there was an open-ended straight flush draw spot where he check-folded the turn, if I recall correctly, with a good bit of equity. Here, though, a very reluctant call it off with the ace-king. And you see Ivy maybe a little bit surprised it took as long as it did for him to get there, but no harm, no foul, at least for the time being. The 1% advantage to Ivy given the heart coverage. 6.8 million should get carved up 97% of the time, and on that King 8-3 all diamond flop, it is official. Inconsequential turns and rivers will be dealt, and we'll re-rack.
I see import, you know. I see import.
Raskolnikov mentioning ICM is relevant, which is true.
If I push, you can fold or not?
I don't really understand ICM, so probably not.
That was good, Ali.
Yeah, I don't buy it.
Well, Mikolai's asking, would you fold if I jam? That's just a perfect answer from Phil.
Yeah.
Have a good feeling.
You can take.
Listen, Phil's a guy who cut his teeth playing against the old school legends of the game, and what was known as Bobby's Room at the Bellagio in Las Vegas. Boys used to play 4,000, 8,000 limit mix.
No gamble today, Nikolai? Today is gamble.
That dwarfs most no limit games.
No gamble, but you know.
He knows that's the worst hand I'm going to have.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. You know.
There you go.
In best case scenario, jacks, queens.
Dan Smith.
Do you feel lucky today or no? That's important question.
Has opened King 8 suited. Jozo, pocket 10s, direct left.
I like this.
Yeah, biscuits are getting baked. And 875K is the scent wafting off of Joe's stack. Dan Smith says, I'm not interested in your biscuits, but here's 300,000 of mine.
Yes, 300,000 biscuits.
Is that a strawberry shirt? It's
Yes,
gotta be
it is.
strawberries.
It has to be because of the green top.
There's more than one red colored vegetable or fruit with a green top. Tomatoes have green tops, Randy.
I was going to say tomato. Dare you name another?
The seedy outside is the dead giveaway.
Ah. There was someone else who wore a strawberry shirt.
Linus Love, come on. Or it was cherries? I don't remember
It was
anymore.
strawberries.
Was it for sure guaranteed strawberries?
It was.
Maybe it was hearts. Was it just hearts?
No, it was a fruit for sure. Hearts don't have seeds on the outside, okay?
Why-
You just told me that.
Why didn't you and I get the fruit shirt memo? I don't own any fruit shirts.
No. He also looks like a cop at some fruit shop.
He's security at a bodega. Cowboy Dan Smith has traded in that look for this one here today, but the one thing that doesn't get traded in is all of that go hard that he has. A lion in these high-stakes streets is Dan.
King 8. Not interested against these two blinds. Petrangelo's got the bigger stack, so he can limp and expect a lot of checkbacks from Mateos, who can't really attack too much, or at least not supposed to. And I said not supposed to, but it's Mateos.
Either he happens to have a pippy Jack 5 against Jack 4, but that has nothing to do with what we're observing here. This is just a man who is all over you. I don't care who you are. Chip leader, short stack, small blind, got position, don't, legend, newcomer, VIP, pro, bring it. That's what Mateos is here for.
And I think we haven't played that many hands at this final table, but it's already showing you why he's just so dangerous and why no one likes to see him, especially to your left.
He's so nasty out there. And I'm not saying that in an insultful way. This is a high compliment. Just an absolutely nasty force to be reckoned with at any given table, in particular a final table.
You name me like top 5 no limit tournament players, I'm sure his name comes up all the time.
It's got to be in the conversation. It just does.
3's in a interesting predicament. A lot of times these pairs like to fold. Doesn't look like Joe wants to.
Well, he will play it as an open, taking us to 3 1/4.
To be fair, him opening off of this stack in early position does look strong, so he doesn't get too much resistance unless it's from the big blind. He always gets a nice price. Ace-5 suited. Qualifies.
Ivy's approach, defense. Table for 2, 875 in the middle. Ace, king, 10, 3 overs. Ivy with top pair, checking over and no hesitation. Joe just reaches out and splashes.
It's actually a good c-bet because this board smashes his early position raise. He's got a lot of ace-x hands. Ivy has to show a lot of respect. Of course, he's not folding top pair.
Pairs on the turn. Kicker issues resolved if Ivy had them against the ace-queen, ace-jack stuff.
Great card for Ivy, also because Joe is unlikely to bet the turn because Ivy has a lot of 10x in his range. And also, not the card that Joe should be firing the turn just because an ace-x would feel comfy. Could be up against 10x, that will of course never fold. But surprisingly, he is betting again 375. This hand, this bet I mean, is targeting specifically a king X.
As we can see, it isn't king X, but ace X. And now Ivy is mindful, despite having the covering stack, of where we'll be in terms of SPR. Once he makes this call, adding a total of 750 to this pot, bringing it to almost 2.2 million, just north of 1 SPR for Ivy. We're playing for 2.1 effective. This is not a complicated river, and one wonders if Jozo will wave the white flag or go hard at this.
If he wants to bet, he does need to go hard to shake out this kind of ace-5.
Going to use a time bank here. I would imagine the presence of a pair on board on the turn would discount some of the heart combos that Ivy would have continued with.
Yes, if Ivy had a naked heart, he would be check folding the turn. It's also possible for Ivy to have like a 10x of hearts, which wouldn't be folding to another bet. Gonna be a relief for Ivy.
Yeah, they give up from Jozo. Phil able to haul that one in. You don't want to make a man who's always dangerous armed as well, and yet that is the byproduct of that collision. So we see Ivy now hauling it in. Second in chips overall. 4.475. Just 100K back of chip leader Dan Smith on his left.
Yeah, it's a very tight cluster for top 3. Anyone's game.
Queen Jack of Hearts. Opening for the minimum. Always risky business when you got that Tolerine character on your left. Ben, though, fourth now. Courtesy of the pickups elsewhere in the field. Kind of gives you a sense of just how relatively tight the FT stack distribution was for this many people to be able to get ahead of him in just an orbit's time.
Also hurts when he made that play against Mateos and lost those chips where he's not as comfy. Doesn't want to like 3-bet and then fold and then be a 20 big blind stack.
One could argue that the play that was really made in that exchange was more by Mateos than by Ben. As it turned out, Tolerine did fold the King Jack there. No other takers, so Mikolai will haul that in.
Super double.
Suited connector. Bind and Mosbach trades in the jacket for Black Queens as he goes from business to business casual and strictly business. Is his holding min raise?
Ivy's got King Jack. This is a hand that might get involved. You could 3-bet small. I don't think flat's in play given the stack he's up against. Fold is obviously okay as well. Looks like he is going to stay away from trouble. Good timing.
Well, we saw Joe Zoe not afraid of a little trouble not long ago against Ivy. Suited one gapper, happy to defend. Diamond in the window and 2 more behind it. Top set against a flush. Oh boy.
Dynamite. I just don't see a way where they don't get all the chips in there.
The only good news for Mosbach is that he has Jozo covered.
Does
right
have
now.
redraw in case he was up against a flush, which he is. 33% of the time Mario will pair up. There is a bit of a decision though for Joe. He doesn't necessarily need to check raise the flop, although check raising is fine, given he unblocks the pairs that could give him value, or action I mean.
think when we don't check raise the flop, but rather check raise the turn on a potentially dry card, let's say an offsuit deuce 3, something like that, you set off more alarm bells.
You do.
Than if you just check raise here.
You do look like you've got a flush if you all of a sudden check jam turn. And I think that's why he's grabbing lots of whites. It's quite baity. Check raise min practically, plus 25K. The question for Mario now is, does he want to protect against a diamond? How wide is Joe check raising and calling off with inferior? 8-7 is a hand you'd want to get in against now.
This is so clicky. 200 becoming 425. Mosbach very aware of the potential issues that his hand has on this board texture. Wants to flatten, see what develops on this turn. And there's that dry card we talked about. But Joe, having check raised on the flop, can now lead and retain a wide variety of holdings. We know that a set of queens is unlikely to ever be going anywhere.
I completely agree with you. I think Joe, having check raised the flop, should follow through with a turn bet. But never mind that. He's actually checked.
This is a little dirty. Does Mosbach absolutely have to barrel here? Is there any merit to checking back and playing pot control?
No, he absolutely has to barrel here, I believe. It's just because, what if your opponent check raised a naked diamond like Jack 10, 1 diamond? Like, you don't want to give that hand a free card. You've got to bet something.
125.
4 1/4, he says.
I just think there's too much in the pot not to check raise all in at this point. Your opponent has shown interest by calling the check raise and still betting the turn when checked to. Your hand is not free of danger. Your opponent could have the ace or king of diamonds.
Will we see a double check raise?
It is things we don't see too often.
Not quite a unicorn, but obviously a rare sight in this jungle.
It's an achievement that doesn't even exist on the Xbox.
It is being measured out. This is going to be super gnarly. That looks like a call.
It does.
I mean, if the double check raise comes in, it has to be for a jam with 1.3 back. Hesitant and then flatting is Joe.
He is selling this story really well as a weak hand, like hesitant call on the turn.
Well, careful what you wish for. If this board pairs, this flush is no good, and it hasn't paired. A very dry 4 of spades. One last check from Joe. And can Mosbach hit the brakes here? Would it even make sense, Randy?
My first instinct is no. But he doesn't know how Joe plays flushes.
He could be playing pocket 8s, pocket 7s this way, you think?
I don't think so. I think these hands are supposed to follow through. Then again, I also thought that the flushes would check raise all in the turn or continue betting. I don't blame him for putting in 600K. And the thing is, with top set, there is still one queen Joe could have had. I don't know, it's a crazy hand.
60.
600 the bet. It doesn't actually cover Joe.
He's going to check call.
Yeah. Mosbach shows the set and will be shown the bad news that it's no good. There it is. What a gut punch for Mario. in a deeply discombobulating exchange that developed in unorthodox fashion.
Unorthodox for sure, and Mario was convinced he had the best hand. Even when he bet the river, he was like, did I get called? Let me show my hand. I've got top set.
Right.
It's no good.
So Joe Zoe, the beneficiary of a very impactful exchange. One that will leave Mario Mosbach on just 4 bigs.
That was a wild hand, Ollie. I'm still kind of taking it in and trying to... I'm discombobulated as well.
Well, you're trying to take it in. Mario's wanting to spit it out. That is a pot that does not go down smooth. And it comes at an awful time for Mosbach.
Well, let's just spin around. Did you see the leaderboard? There's 25 to 30 big blinds. There's like 7 people with that stack.
Yeah, the cluster is ever so tight. Could make things very cagey as the players try to jockey. For the time being, the collective effort will be to shake out that shorty, Mosbach, before maybe returning to our regularly scheduled programming.
No ace king?
No ace king, no play.
Did Ivy just drop a VIP line?
He did.
He really did, didn't he? Is he trying to sell this story? He knows that we know who he is. The glasses don't, it's not like a disguise.
Ivy's funny.
He really has a fantastic sense of humor, by the way. I mean,
you don't see it too often, but it comes out of the Triton series.
Dry as it gets and just gambler appropriate are his one-liners. Well, those fresh chips aren't going to sit idly. Joe Zoe.
Yeah, trying to lay the trap against Saliba.
Yeah, forcing Justin into this flop, and perhaps he's regretting his decision. Deuce, deuce, 4. Saliba, about as good a flop as you could hope for on average with that hand.
Joe's actually going to think he's got the best hand. He would never fold to a bet on this flop. Ace-Jack is just too much hand. Saliba does have reasons to protect his hand, just because your opponent just has 2 overs so often. Wow, he just instantly check folds for min. Joe Zoe.
Well, we've got 2 data points that confirm for us, Randy, that whatever's coming out of that seed, expect the unexpected.
Agree. Definitely unorthodox there to lay down.
Limp the ace-jack BVB. Check fold that board.
Yeah, I would think that the limp pre-flop was to trap. I don't know. To be fair, though, Saliba is not supposed to bluff that board with that stack with Mario Mosbach sitting on 4 big blinds, so I guess he is up against a pair a lot.
Another ace-jack in very different stewardship. Ivy makes it 300. No takers.
May I ask you, Ollie, these glasses, are they fashion or are there some kind of prescription or something like that?
I'm not sure. Obviously, you know, Ivy, a veteran out there.
Yeah, I'm just don't see it too often, the yellow tint.
Well, it's a little bit of a blue blocky situation, but I know Ivy has gone on record as saying that the lights over the featured tables in particular do really bother him, give him headaches and stuff like that. So I think he's gone to it just on a functional basis. For what it's worth, I think it does look quite fashionable.
Yeah.
But maybe even prescription, I have no idea.
I see.
Never really known him to wear glasses, but I remember Negreanu broke him out one stop, and then we never asked questions again after that. It was like, okay. Pocket nines for Mazbach. Can't really ask for a whole lot more off of the nub. He is under the gun. Even a limp would feel sus. A min would feel sus.
He's
Just the
going
jam.
to jam all but a little bit. He will leave a little bit behind just in case there's heavy action and maybe he can miraculously find a fold.
Yeah, in case of emergency sort of stuff.
Or just keep it simple and push it all in. I guess he wants max fold equity from the big blind, who might call him off given how short he is.
Saliba thought about the ace-6 ever so briefly. Ace-8 for Tollerine at this price, off of this depth. He is compelled. On their backs they go. Mazbach loves seeing one undercard to the nines across the way. So fresh off of flopping top set on the monotone texture and getting chomped on by Jozo, Mazbach's back is up against the wall. The King 10-4 board is his. The turn is his as well. Now, keep those pesky aces away from this river and give me the double.
Mario.
Says the Austrian.
Yeah, 1.5 million. That's good for 10 big blinds. He could have lost a little bit more against Zoe that hand too, where he wouldn't get this big of a double, so not too bad for the man who doesn't wear the sweater scarf anymore. I missed that.
I
What
mean, I
happened,
think
Ollie?
it'll come back. I wouldn't, assume that all of a sudden he's decided he's going to show up to all the events in a suit. He did have a shoot with our own Pete.
Oh,
who you can
okay.
get to know on our Triton Poker Instagram page. By the way, we always talk about download the Triton Poker Plus app. We talk about YouTube. We talk about Twitch. You're asleep at the wheel if you're not following us on Instagram. It's Triton Poker Series. That's the name of the account. Every single festival, a wealth of content that a small army puts together and does so quite well, Pete included in terms of talent. So many editors, camera people, producers all come together. Often, Randy, you and I will repost their stuff for those who might not be following the Triton Poker Series, but rather us. We encourage you to follow them as well. Wonderful way to interact with and become a part of the Triton family.
That's nice that he dressed up for it, though.
I miss the old school dress up, and I remember way back in the day on streams, it was specifically the Europeans often that would do it.
Yes,
Now,
they-
Sam Farha used to wear a lot of the, the blazer type of deals. But, I'm looking at Marcel Lusk. Back in the day, he used to do it. Even Jan Peter, when we were in Jeju, German, he was rocking the dinner jacket. Feel like producer James. Rest in peace, David Devilfish Ulliott. He also used to wear the dinner jacket. Who can forget the Briton with those deep World Series of Poker runs in the main, John Hesp? He used to rock that little, what is it, a derby? Not a derby. That hat was flavor as well. Flavorful as Ace Queen. Facing here this King 10 suited open.
Wow. That is a decision.
And look at the situation. Ivy binning the Ace Queen against the under the gun open from Mateos. And pocket 10 surface behind him. Ivy's the second biggest stack in the room, by the way. Nikki P has inherited the chip lead, despite not being involved.
This is very interesting.
Smith plays it as a flat, has Mateos in an awful way. Mosbach, fresh off the double with cheese. King, queen suited, small blind.
He shouldn't be reshoving this hand. I don't mind that.
He bins it too. A couple of
makes-
hands
yeah.
that could have gotten in the mix, Randy, just stepping away.
This hand could have played out in many different ways if you give this hand to many different players.
Well, help us understand the decisions. Is this Stone ICM tainting things?
Stone ICM. Also, it's early position raise. Mateos' range is supposed to be rather tight in general, so the other players have to react accordingly. Ivy just bends it. Doesn't feel like flatting, which is looks weak. He gets squeezed a bit more. He didn't want to 3-bet and lose chips. Dan Smith also came along the same type of line, flatting rather than 3-betting 2 10s. And it's great for Mateos because now he's flopped top pair.
And that flat, yes, we can see the King 4 deuce. A very fortunate development for Adri, who c-bets 250,000. The flat by Smith pre-flop against that positioning doesn't feel quite as squeezable as it might under other circumstances, too.
I think the 10s flat there is standard, actually, off of these stacks.
But in terms of Mosbach's procedures with that King-Queen suited, he's thinking that's got to be stickier range than...
Exactly. Just because Dan Smith's not 3-betting, it doesn't necessarily mean he won't be calling a shove from Mosbach, who had 10 big blinds.
Well, from 2 kings to 3, and that is a card that will leave Dan Smith drawing dead, and one that will leave him with continued interest in this pot, one would assume.
Yeah, the king is a great card for him. Mateos' decision is, does he want to represent hearts, or does he want to check to induce? Although Dan Smith shouldn't be floating the flop too often.
475K.
You have to remember, Mateos has got that reputation for going after pots, and this is what's going to make it even tougher for Dan Smith. Against most players, you know, you can just be like, he's not messing around too much, but Mateos has got a few more bluffs. Dan shouldn't expect Mateos to bet the turn with jacks, queens, and aces, because those hands would want to pot control against the king. That's a great fold from 2 10s.
I'll tell you what, we are seeing some really tidy things going on out there right now, and it isn't an accident, Randy. Not only are some of the best around in control of these stacks and making these decisions, but also Mr. ICM is lurking. How do I know it's Mr. ICM? Maybe it's a Mrs. ICM.
No, it's neither. It's
a gender-neutral thing? Does it identify as an ICM?
The ICM.
The ICM.
Yes.
Okay.
Worked.
Actually, no. It's just ICM. I take it back.
Ivy, not going to be taking back this 300,000 under the gun open. Zoe, binning ace-10. 5's binned as well. And this has really been an opportunity to kind of bear witness to the level of discipline that's required to operate at a final table in a very fluid environment. Here in a 50K with significant pay ladders on tap and 2 7-figure payouts that will be issued to the final 2 players in this one.
You even seen the 9-8 offsuit folding the big. It feels like we're watching an ICM masterclass right now. Highlight reel.
By the way, let's not forget that Ivy, the man that binned that ace-queen, was the one that said, I don't really get all that ICM stuff, buddy. Giving him the goo.
Yeah, he for sure knows about it if he folded ace-queen. There's no chance. Lines up.
200.
Let's just add even more pressure to everyone. Why not? Biggest stack is playing 24 big blinds Ollie. But we still have 9 remaining.
I mean, this is part of why the scalpel-like surgical precision is being required of everyone right now.
Each big blind is so important, and you really can't make a mistake. It's not like you got, 60 blinds and you messed up and lost 5 blinds, whatever. You make a mistake here, you could be out, or you can turn yourself into a stack that's got 5 big blinds, which is going to get called off.
Any double by anybody in the field gets them right up into like midfield upper half of the chip counts. If not stone chip leader, if you're one of the bigger stacks. Queen Jack, deemed enough as 2/3 of Mozbox tokens are pushed forward. And again, third occasion, I believe, Ivy picks up an ace king. This one won't be hitting the bin.
It's go time.
Obviously, we don't put 2/3 out there just to fold to a single 3-bet. So Mozbach sticks it in there. Already managed to find a double once. Found some discipline pre with the king-queen suited. And 3.35 million looks headed for Ivy. Can Mozbach draw live? No, we can't. And we got our first casualty.
Yeah, GG Mario. Best dressed, though.
Going to be little consolation, I would imagine, as the haunting of top set against a flush may be very much more on his mind than wardrobe. But a little bit of anesthesia in the form of a $178,000 payout will be headed to the young Austrian, who really impresses each and every time that we see him at a Triton Super High Roller Series. Runs with Poker's think tank out in Vienna, Eibinger, Holtz, and company. And in very short order, he has arrived on the Super High Roller scene and been accepted with good reason. But here, rejection in 9th, leaving behind 8 players to fight on. $215,000 on lockup, $82,000, the jump from 8th to 7th.
And with that elimination, we have a clear chip leader, Phil Ivey, 32 big blinds. He can get involved a lot more now.
You know, I know we're a little bit removed from the moment at this point, but that king, queen of spades that he did fold after it went raise flat from king 10 suited up front by Mateos, who's at it again here with ace 6 from the button. Deliberations by Smith in the big with this queen jack. That hand he binned would have presumably left him with a triple.
True, but then again, it's just playing the best poker, and fold was the right play.
Maybe triple's a bit presumptuous, but a double?
All in.
Dan announces all in. A snap fold from Adrian, always a relief. We know Queen High doesn't perform particularly well when the snap call comes in.
Nice way to pick up the chips.
Player lounge beginning to fill up. Everybody watching this one who isn't in action. 100K event also happening.
Mateos looking to get involved. Queen 9 offsuit.
Adrian has been quite active.
This is not a standard open from the cutoff. Mateos is just so aware of how the players behind him will react, especially this big blind, not looking to defend.
I feel like he's actually maybe targeting a little bit of that Jozo big blind there with the sense that he has no problem navigating post-flop against him. But listen, Mosbach kind of thought the same thing there potentially. Obviously, it was queens that brought us to that point. Top set flush, what are you going to do? But nevertheless.
I think he announced all in. I like this from Jozo.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, there it is, the big black puck.
This is nice.
Little suited connector.
He recognizes that Saliba can't call off with that short stack unless he's got the goods.
$200 in the play.
Small one. 50K 8 max final table. Mario Mosbach, the only casualty thus far. Ali Najad, Randy Liu, bringing you coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series from the Maestral Hotel Resort and Casino here in Montenegro. Midway through the series, big buy-ins creeping up. 125K main around the corner. Also a $200,000 buy-in open event. Generally, that buy-in level reserved for invitationals. This time, come one, come all.
Mateos getting in there once again. King 10 offsuit from +2. Even though he's not the chip leader, it feels like he's in control.
I would agree with that. He's calling the shots out here right now, and to be fair, the chip lead is something that's been kind of inherited and relinquished, and there's been just a handful of blinds that have been separating the players at the top. But Mateos is the force driving the action.
Yeah, he's starting to create some separation between third and under. Creeping up on Ivy.
Not a 2, right?
Difference of just 1 million in chips.
Man. You're killing me then. I King 2.
Ace 4.
Ace 4, okay.
Adrian didn't give us opportunity.
King Queen for Dan Smith. Makes it 400.
Queen 10 for Saliba on the button. Not interested. Tolerane suited connector in the big.
Just enough to continue.
At the 100-200 level. Ben sitting 17 bigs deep to start this one. In goes the extra 200. Seven for deuce. Interactions with the 7 of diamonds for Tallarine, who checks over. Just the 2 overs and the betting lead for Smith.
This texture, while it favors the big blind a bit more, the big blind is actually not defending that much with the layout of the remaining stacks at this final table. Then again, Smith doesn't hit this board too much either. He checks back in the king, giving Dan Smith top pair, but Tallarine with the flush draw.
Binky in more ways than one. Of course, Smith had the lead already, now can feel a lot more confident and aware of that potential. But Tallarine having picked up equity in the form of the flush draw. Let us see how he feels about things. That's the turn card that's supposed to hit the pre-flop opener and check back flop range a little bit harder, right, Randy?
100%. That's why he's checking, even though a lot of times when you turn that equity, you would just bet out once your opponent check backs the flop. But it just wouldn't be credible, because if Tallarine had like a 7, he wouldn't want to bet on a card that hits his opponent's range.
So the check over to Smith.
375.
His orders are for 375K.
You can't really come in check raising. Check call would be forcing to hit your hand, never win unimproved. Feels like you gotta just lay this one down. It just hurts though. Oh, he is gonna take the pure price, I suppose. His chips are very valuable at the final table, so it's tricky.
Making the call, might be thinking some 8 and some 9s would be good, but obviously the diamond is splendid. Tallarine hits, checks it over, and that's a check that suggests he anticipates a river bet from Smith.
And also because the king could be a card that Dan Smith either has or he's trying to represent. Him leading also would imply he's got a flush and he doesn't want to tell his opponent that. The jack is a bad card for Smith because he could be up against king jack. A little bit of diamonds do get there. He blocks some flushes with the queen of diamonds. But worse kings do exist.
Smith takes his time and then announces 800.
Yeah, he just usually thinks he's got the best hand. I don't blame Dan Smith. Now the question for Tallarine is, do I check raise? Or do I play it safe and just check call? I would think he would want to check raise, because a lot of times hands that have diamonds might just c-bet the flop. That didn't happen. Maybe they go bigger on the turn. It's hard to say.
This river bet, not arson, but a controlled burn. Will Tallarine add fuel to the fire? Oh, there's your answer.
Now there's a bit of a regret of betting that river.
You think the queen of diamonds lent to the decision by Smith?
Yes, because he blocks some of the flushes the opponent could have. King, queen, black would be more willing to check back.
And is that queen of diamonds going to haunt Dan in terms of having to maybe make a call in this spot? Or would that be insane?
I'll tell you this. Tolerine is capable of making a move here.
Yeah. And that's the issue for Smith, is that Ben is such a competent opponent that he could be taking a combo that performs well as a check raise on the river, but does not beat the king. Time banks being utilized as Smith throws all that he's got to try to decrypt this one. There's his view of Tolerine. Good luck picking up anything off of that man.
Lays it down.
Yeah.
You win.
Wake up, Tolerine. There you go.
Dan bringing him out of hibernation with 800K on the river, plus the rest of that pot. And the fallout will, of course, be Dan Smith slipping down to just 12 big blinds. Second shortest stack in the room. And while it might be a little bit late to buy a piece of Dan and the rest of these guys as they sit at this final table, make sure you head over to pokerstake.com and don't miss out on the next opportunity. Why, you might ask? Because they're the exclusive staking partners of the Triton Super High Roller Series, with rake and transaction fee-free opportunities to get in there. Guaranteed payouts as well, as I recall. Pay them a visit by scanning the QR code on your screen or heading over to pokerstake.com today. Ace-Jack suited now for Mateos. High V-pip. Running second behind Ivy as it stands right now. Ben Tolerine now in third. 400K open. Jozo hijack.
This is the type of hand you probably just stay out of the way. You just get a lot of trouble. I think if you do come in, you would want to 3-bet fold. I like the fold. It makes sense. Real decision for Saliba. He's seen Mateos raise a lot, but it is under the gun opening.
So the king-queens have fallen out of favor here at this final table. For Saliba, a bit of a different proposition. As the shortest stack, sub 10 bigs. Ace-10 offsuit.
He's very tempted, but he doesn't have much fold equity given he's only playing 8 big blinds to start the hand.
Yeah,
Discipline.
does let it go. And it's tough considering Mateos specifically being the man opening in spite of the under-the-gun positioning. As I noted, he's been V-pipping, and here he is running into Petrangelo, who we've not heard from. And he's not going to be quiet in this spot.
He might actually just call.
Yeah.
He's covered. It's risky. He is going to jam.
Okay.
This is the Mateos counter, I believe. He knows that Mateos has been opening wide, but it definitely could have been a spot where he just flatted, respecting Saliba's short stack.
And now Saliba's short stack presence is leveraged in addition to the fact that this is a response to an under-the-gun open. make this move from Pietrangelo look quite strong. Is it strong enough for Mateos to be a believer with this ace-jack suited, which is in a world of hurt?
Normally, this ace-jack would have hit the muck pretty quick, but he knows Pietrangelo is willing to go after it a lot more. But he is going to lay it down eventually. It feels like it was right on the cusp. Even ace-queen would be a tough spot.
Fake tank. Eights?
I'm not sure. Maybe it's a call. It's true.
Adrian suggesting maybe it's a call. And given perceived authenticity with respect to the delay before the muck, Pietrangelo speculating. He said eights. What was the other one he said?
He said eight. I heard eights.
I heard eights for sure. There's a look at the beautiful Triton trophy that awaits the eventual champ in this one of 14 in total that will be given away here in Montenegro, where we won't be playing short deck, replaced by Pot Limit Omaha in the back half of the festival in consideration of our European backdrop and the prevalence of the game on the continent. Definitely looking forward to that. I suspect we're going to see a lot of faces that didn't come in for 2-card that pop up strictly for PLO. A lot of specialists.
That happens a lot, right, at our Triton stops. And now they have an opportunity to win a main event PLO.
Yeah.
First.
100K will be the buy-in.
Win that Jacob & Co. watch as well. That's sweet.
Ace-4 on the button. Sweet enough for a raise from Tolerine off of that fresh big stack.
Curious to see if Mateos is going to play this. He's not. This is a type of hand where he normally would. There's just so much ICM happening at this final table where players are not looking to just bleed out and defend and check fold and things like this.
Mm-hmm. Levels in this one 40 minutes long, by the way, for those wondering. And over dinner in a conversation with Orpin Kisachikoglu and Ike Haxton, there was talk of how much of a difference it makes when you go to 40 minutes versus 30 minutes. It just, you know, the raw 33% added time, but just it feels like a deeper affair. And yet we're looking at this one really whittled down where everybody, you know, the longer we play 8-handed, the more these blind levels go up, the shallower the stacks are until we see consolidation. But things have been very cagey.
Yeah, we haven't seen consolidation yet. And it's making this cagey play so far at this final table. Limping from Mateos. Let's see how Ivy reacts. King 5 checking.
Jack 10-4 board, middle pair for Mateos. Blind versus blind limp pot.
When you have middle pair, blind versus blind, and the inferior stack, you need to play defensive. Interesting. Both players picking up an open-ended straight draw.
Yeah, Ivy's the better version, but of course he lags behind the 10s. Did go check, check. Mateos checking once more.
Ivy probably checked this one as well.
Happy to take a free pull. 4 pairs on the river.
Hard for Mateos to get called by worse with this run out. But then we'll check it down.
So a below average amount of eventfulness to that one. This is a clinic. I mean, I'm looking out here. This is a sick final table. And, we, you know, our cup runs over, Randy. We're at these things 4 times a year, many events, a lot of the world beater, crusher, greatest to ever do it, all-time leaderboard people in the mixing pot. Many of them often make their way to the final table. But this really feels like we kind of took the cream.
Yeah, we just gave you the top.
Just nuts. Saliba. Ace King. Been patient.
It's a nutty hand. Time to go all in.
Yep.
Oh, 2 10s.
Now Vasco Boynicao.
Snap all in.
Yeah.
He knows that Saliba is going to jam a little bit looser because he's the clear short stack, hence why he's comfortable jamming 2 10s. Completely different spot when he was up against Ivy's Ace King.
So all of a sudden, Saliba finds himself behind. Tournament life at risk with Ace King. Will the deck show mercy to Justin? Not yet. 8-3 deuce. Mikolai with the overpair.
Backdoor potential.
Diamond coverage for Saliba, who picks up the nut flush draw. Steel wheel, in fact. Can he find the ace, king, or diamond? He finds the 5.
Wheel.
He did it the dirty way.
The unexpected way. And 8 remain, Ollie.
No one given an inch.
1 second.
But Vasco Boynicao giving a bundle over to Saliba.
Saliba's like, here, you take the short stack duties.
Yeah.
It's not fun down there.
Sick of this. That flop was so clean, too. 8-3 deuce, 2 10s. The diamond comes off your blocking.
Do you need a shower? It feels a little dirty,
doesn't.
right?
Yeah. Yeah, that one lacks sterility.
Extra soap.
Listen, everybody that gets to a final table in all likelihood has had to lay a bad beat or two on someone along the way. Tough to take the best of it each and every time you're involved.
Seems close, this ace-10, whether to open or not. Looks like he will. I believe he made it 425, actually.
Yeah, 225, not an available open sizing. Sure, we'll get that fixed momentarily. May not need to. Depends on Jozo. What's he going to peek at?
Oh.
Dust.
Double down. Come on.
Randy, I'm telling you, I got real concerns about whether or not you have online casino cookies in your browser history. I don't want to have to install Net Nanny on your router.
Nanny.
All right? I'm just saying. I got, you know, I'm here for you, buddy. If you got a problem, you know, admitting it is the first step. But if you got a good rakeback deal or something like that, I'm happy to sign up with your affiliate code and get involved myself.
I'll give you a little strategy advice. Don't double down the 8 deuce if the 10 is showing.
You know, I've met some dudes that are all about it. They're like, I don't care. How many times do they flip it up and it's just 15? Double down. Just saying. You keep yourself from busting sometimes by taking one card, right? Like,
are you serious?
I'm doubling, bro. I'm doubling. All right? I come here to be a chump.
Okay.
Mash that double button.
Mash that like button.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, if there was ever a time as you're out here streaming everything we bring you at the Triton Super High Roller Series, that the like button deserved a tickle or a punch directly in the face, it's right now. Click it. Click subscribe while you're at it. If you're on Twitch, click follow. What are we talking about? 1 or 2 seconds, you're done. Onwards. This is all we ask of you.
Well said. Well said, Ollie.
I mean, really, how hard is it? It's not hard.
No, you don't need to add any more. That's enough.
It's a lot easier than what these guys are faced with right now here at this murderer's final table. Be honest, Randy, have you ever played an online casino?
I have.
Table games or slots?
Not slots. I don't play slots.
Okay, all right, we're making that's good.
Yes.
All right. I'm just trying to diagnose, how deep the problem is. Did you play Bach?
Baccarat, Natural 9.
I wish you guys could look at Randy's face. We've been here a week. We've watched a lot of good poker. He's never looked that excited ever.
Please.
It's in the blood, Randy.
I am a professional poker player. May I just talk about poker?
Okay.
400K for Ivy.
Nines for Jozo.
This is a spot where I do want him to reshove. It's tough with 2 10 big blind stacks out there, but Ivy is the guy who's supposed to open. I'm glad he found it. Nice one.
I'll tell you what, in terms of like your bucket list as a poker player, you're like 3-bet an Ivy open and take a pot. It's just on your bingo card. You know what I mean? You're like, yes. How cool is this?
Did you say bucket list because of the bucket hat?
I didn't, but I like that you're able to connect those dots. It's sort of like the way I connected dots when you said double down and saw the 8 deuce to the fact that you have a gambling problem. Now, we're going to talk about it because, honestly, the community is here to support you, Randy. You know?
There is a guy in chat saying, no more gambling, Randy.
That's what I'm saying, bro. I don't want to see you torch off your daughter's college fund. She gets into a prestigious university and you got to break it to her that you need her to go to junior college for a couple of years.
Saw 14.
Randy, I'm telling you. it's you know.
Could play it in many ways.
Min raise from Ivy. 4s for Saliba on the button.
I don't think he'll be playing this.
No. I'm proud of you for not saying split, by the way. I know it's usually not, just you know what I'm saying. We don't know what the dealer's showing.
Got it.
Ivy is showing the ace or the 3. We don't know.
I think we've moved on from this conversation, Ollie. Come on, give me a break.
Well, Ben Tollery not giving any breaks. 10-4 suited. Defense here. And ace 8-6 is an all Ivy board. See if he feels like c-betting. There's some texture out there.
Certainly c-betting is fine, but if you do want to check some aces, it's a one like this with no kicker. I just think you can get away with c-betting so much right now because big blinds don't have reasons to check raise flops very often, so you don't get blown off of it.
Oh, you may have forgotten tolerance. Check
yeah, I
raise
know.
against Smith, right?
So I had this point. I was like, I'm just gonna follow through with it this time and just hope that you forgot about the tolerating Mateo's hand.
You tried to bluff me in the booth?
I tried.
It's a scam.
It's a scam. Nacho. It's getting late, isn't it?
It is, and by the way, not just for us, but for these guys out there, nobody strikes me as being worse for the wear, though. I'm not seeing any stamina issues.
Nope.
Nobody looks tired. They look deeply engaged. And they're well served to be wide awake.
It's our biggest prize so far this Triton series, 1.75 million for the eventual champion. Given we're still 8-handed at 1 a.m., this could go a while, but I'm ready to watch. It's been very fun to watch. Queen Jack of clubs.
2 million.
It's interesting that he's opted to practically jam off of 19 blinds.
Well, this is over half of his stack from the cutoff. Count requested here by Pietrangelo with ace-10.
It feels like he's supposed to fold. They've got very similar stacks. Yeah. When you're ahead, you're barely ahead. It makes sense.
Keeping things tidy is Pietrangelo there, conceding to Saliba, who's had himself a good little frame. Getting off of the little stack, which now belongs to Vasca Boinicao after their altercation. Nikolai with just 6 bigs as it stands.
When you're holding the big stack, you can make raises under the gun with Queen Jack offsuit.
And also when you kind of feel it in the air that everything is pretty tight, you know, I remember real oversimplification. When everybody is playing tight, you can loosen up. When everybody's playing loose, you got to tighten up in terms of your reactions. Again, there's way more nuance to today's game than that, but just
a simple way to say it.
Yeah,
it's good. I like it. Ace-10 in the muck for Patalarine.
Perhaps a perfect example of
a guy who's going to defend the big blind, yes. It's Mateos.
Yeah, fearless. And the suited one gapper.
He's the outlier.
He fears no one, genuinely. And now here he is with a club draw on a 10 high board. Gotta like this kit. Not if you're Ivy, perhaps, though.
Not if you're Ivy, but then again, Mateos has a lot of check folds on this flop. There's a lot of multi-barrel cards that are good for you that's very threatening to a check call range, such as a king and ace.
Little C-bet, 300,000.
Expectation is to check call with Jack-9, to not inflate the pot out of position with a healthy stack.
To the turn they go after the call. It does not help Mateos. He checks.
Not really the card to multi-barrel on.
So Ivy checks back, and the ace of clubs rolls off. Interesting, not simply because Mateos has made the flush, of course, but because maybe he feels like he can check and induce.
I believe so, because Ivy either hit the ace with like an ace, king, ace, queen that's going to want to get value from a 10, or he's going to try and represent the ace. You get the best of both worlds. The only reason you would bet is if you're trying to represent like busted straight draw, 8-7, a block with 10. It just seems the standard line is to check normally. But he's really taking his time. Perhaps he thinks Ivy would check back weak aces. That's possible. And he doesn't want those hands to get a free showdown. He does bring in 1.1, denying Ivy the chance to bluff at it.
Yeah, maybe thinking he could look a little bluffy himself in the hopes that Ivy would be paying off, having hit the ace. But alas, there will be no added profits as Ivy able to minimize the losses. Just look at this. 2 big blinds separating the top 3. Mateos now in the chip lead as the players head to a scheduled break. Ivy slipping ever so slightly to second. Tolerine third. 3 players in the teens, and then you got 2 sub-10 big blind stacks in Dan Smith and Mikolai Vaskaboynikau as we bring you back to the desk here. This is a 50K that took a long time to get down to the final table, and here we are. We've only lost Mosbach, Randy. Are we even going to be able to find a winner before 4 or 5 a.m. local time?
I don't know if we can. We do know that these players are willing to fight tooth and nail for every single chip. And sure, there hasn't been that many eliminations, but it's been a pleasure to watch how they navigate these short stacks. Some players going after a bit more than others. It's good poker.
That it is, no question about it. And that pleasure and that good poker will continue in just a few minutes' time. Don't go anywhere. Absolute must-see streaming here in Montenegro when we return to this final table.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
In poker, every small decision counts. Introducing the Game Changer, Daily Dose of GTO. This is your free guide to mastering GTO strategies in just 5 minutes a day. Join the thousands of players transforming their game and results. Gain the confidence you need for high-stakes decisions. Scan the QR code now to get your free copy and follow GTO Wizard on Twitter and Instagram for exclusive challenges and giveaways during this Triton series.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
Hey!
it's very tight cluster of all the stacks, separated by just a few big blinds. And I do want to point out the chat is going a bit wild after that hand. They're going,
bet.
Vamos. Is that how you say it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Vamos. Oh, this is a Vamos hand, though. Ace King.
Yeah.
Lots of Adrian Mateos fans in the chat, rooting their man on.
When he plays pots like that, it isn't hard to make a fan out of someone.
I
that's
know,
for
right?
sure.
It's not like he's just coolering some aces versus kings, but Ace King, this is an all-in situation. Three bet from Mikolai. Imagine a 4-bet jam from Ivy incoming.
So a couple of ace kings have run into one another. 2 bets have become 3.
3 will become 4 soon.
And is the 4 bet for all of it? Yes. In terms of chips coming into this one, Ivy 6th, Mascaboinicao 5th.
Mascaboinicao is taking a sip out of his drink before deciding whether to call or not. The truth is, Ivy shouldn't be light here. But I don't think you could ever fold Ace King for this price.
Well, Mikolai did show us a few things at the onset of day 2 on the feature table that we may not have anticipated. Specifically, there was an open-ended straight flush draw spot where he check-folded the turn, if I recall correctly, with a good bit of equity. Here, though, a very reluctant call it off with the ace-king, and you see Ivy maybe a little bit surprised it took as long as it did for him to get there, but no harm, no foul, at least for the time being. The 1% advantage to Ivy, given the heart coverage. 6.8 million should get carved up 97% of the time, and on that King 8-3 all diamond flop, it is official. Inconsequential turns and rivers will be dealt, and we'll re-rack.
I see import, you know. I see import.
Mascaboinicao
Tables in particular do really bother him, give him headaches and stuff like that. So I think he's gone to it just on a functional basis. For what it's worth, I think it does look quite fashionable.
Yeah.
But maybe even prescription, I have no idea.
I see.
Never really known him to wear glasses, but I remember Negrano broke him out one stop, and then we never asked questions again after that. It was like, okay. Pocket 9s for Mosbach. Can't really ask for a whole lot more off of the nub. He is under the gun. Even a limp would feel sus. A min would feel sus. Just the
going
jam.
to jam all but a little bit. He will leave a little bit behind just in case there's heavy action and maybe he can miraculously find a fold.
Yeah, in case of emergency sort of stuff.
Or just keep it simple and push it all in. I guess he wants max fold equity from the big blind, who might call him off given how short he is.
Saliba thought about the ace-6 ever so briefly. Ace-8 for Tolerine at this price, off of this depth. He is compelled. On their backs they go. Mosbach loves seeing one undercard to the 9s across the way. So fresh off of flopping top set on the monotone texture and getting chomped on by Jozo, Mosbach's back is up against the wall. The King 10-4 board is his. The turn is his as well. Now, keep those pesky aces away from this river and give me the double.
Mario.
Says the Austrian.
Yeah, 1.5 million. That's good for 10 big blinds. He could have lost a little bit more against Zoe that hand too, where he wouldn't get this big of a double. So, but we still have 9 remaining.
I mean, this is part of why the scalpel-like surgical precision is being required of everyone right now.
Each big blind is so important, and you really can't make a mistake. It's not like you got 60 blinds and you messed up and lost 5 blinds, whatever. You make a mistake here, you could be out, or you can turn yourself into a stack that's got 5 big blinds, which is going to get called off.
Any double by anybody in the field gets them right up into like midfield upper half of the chip counts. If not stone chip leader, if you're one of the bigger stacks. Queen Jack, deemed enough as 2/3 of Mozbox tokens are pushed forward. And again, third occasion, I believe, Ivy picks up an ace king. This one won't be hitting the bin.
It's go time.
Obviously, we don't put 2/3 out there just to fold to a single 3-bet. So Mozbach sticks it in there. Already managed to find a double once. Found some discipline pre with the king-queen suited. And 3.35 million looks headed for Ivy. Can Mozbach draw live? No, we can't. And we got our first casualty.
Yeah, GG Mario. Best dressed, though.
Going to be little consolation, I would imagine, as the haunting of top set against a flush may be very much more on his mind than wardrobe. But a little bit of anesthesia in the form of a $178,000 payout will be headed to the young Austrian, who really impresses each and every time that we see him at a Triton Super High Roller Series. Runs with Poker's think tank out in Vienna, Eibinger, Holtz, and company. And in very short order, he has arrived on the Super High Roller scene. Well, if the patience that was required to arrive at this very late final table here in Montenegro was dinner, this final table thus far has very much been dessert. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. We're buzzing ourselves. When you consider just how much poker, not just at Triton, but throughout the course of our careers, Randy and I have watched, seldom do we talk about the hands in between and get really buzzed. And even the entire room here, producer James, our director Martins, everybody is transfixed on this collection of upper crust elite talent colliding and really giving us a lot to chew on so far. And I'm sure our jaws are going to be tired before this one's all over.
100%. This has been some amazing hands, obviously, that Mateo's King 10 suited, the Ace Queen and 2 10s. Like, it's just such madness that I want to get back to the action immediately.
I know, and in a few seconds we're going to do that. El Conquistador, chip leader right now, a very tight cluster. Mikolai Vaskoboynikau bringing up the short stack duties with just 5 bigs. Dan Smith not far ahead of him with 8 bigs. Blinds 125, 250,000. Of course, we have 2 7-figure payouts, 1.76 million up at the top on tap. 215K and a jump of 82,000 available if you can slip up into the top 7. How long will it take for us to bust somebody? If history is any indication, it could be a while. There's a look at the entirety of the leaderboard brought to you by GG Poker. And there are the payouts as well, brought to you by Poker Stake. Almost $8 million collected in this one, which has been a doozy. Pleased to have all of you with us who have the good fortune to be soaking it up live from whatever time zone you are doing it in. Welcome. Give us a holler in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from. What do you think of this final table?
Well, how about who you think's going to win it? Or who do you want to win it?
Sure. All of the above. We love to hear from you. pocket aces. A welcome back from break for Ben Tollerine.
Swimming must
In the
work,
cutoff.
I should have fucking swam on the dinner break. What was I thinking?
21 bigs. Min-raise open. Looking for a customer.
I don't like it either, huh?
Look at the blinds he's raising into. Adrian Mateos and Phil Ivey.
These are the stacks that can
I like my side, honestly.
see a flop. I don't know about queen 3 offsuit though.
Especially when you see black card.
Yeah.
Like when you see black card, like, feels good initially. It feels bad initially.
You didn't understood, yeah, that it was straight.
I knew, but like you're in like first.
Oh, hang on.
He's interested, is he?
Phil Ivey, who's got such good live presence, Randy.
You saw the deal with King Queen?
It's gonna take a lot to take down 2 aces, just 10%.
Big fold, eh?
1.4 in the middle. And not really the kind of flop that Ivy is looking for, albeit there are 2 spades. Maybe he feels like more the 9x is his. TBD how he will react, and also how Tollerine will proceed. This is a lot of hand, and with that ace of spades coverage, not necessarily obligated to c-bet.
He's not obligated to c-bet. The thing is, he's expected to c-bet his air on his flop, so he wants to balance those hands.
Curtain drawn after the barrel. 300.
It's good to see Tollerine back out. Came to Cyprus in 2022, shipped the title for 800K, and then took a break until today.
You know,
Second
he's
festival.
one of these guys that bobs and weaves. You know, many of our Triton regs never miss a festival, and if they can get into an event, they're registering for every single one of them. But not Ben, you know, and it's not to say that he hasn't been playing a little bit of poker, maybe online, in between some of these live appearances, but just kind of
he plays when he
shows
wants
up
to.
when he shows up, yeah.
Yeah. And when he does show up, he makes a deep run.
Yeah. Kings now. It's the rich part of the deck being bestowed upon Tollerine, and now Saliba in turn.
Oh, and Mateos with 2 8s. This is interesting. Saliba raising off of 17 big blinds, +1. Gonna play it as a flat.
Nice price for the Queen Jack of Smith. I don't know how well he feels that Queen Jack offsuit is performing, or whether or not, given he just has $1.5 million back, he even wants to bother plunking in the extra 250.
He actually might be worried about both hands. Saliba shouldn't be raising too loose off of this stack, and Mateos flatting against that open is, it's got some strength in it in itself, and it does contain hands that dominates Queen Jack, like King Queen, Ace Jack, something that's not willing to re-raise. It wouldn't surprise me if he wants to stay away. Does let go.
Well served, given that he's got 2 unders to the Kings. He's up against not 1 but 2 pocket pairs. So 1.6 million plus in the middle. Saliba in a great way. Mateos covering in position and holding an under pair to the Queen 10-9 board versus the over pair. The Jack is no good for Mateos. If it does slide in, the reasons are obvious, and Saliba plays it as a check.
He's playing as a check because the flatting range hits this board in some manner, whether it be like queen jack, king queen, ace 10, a lot of these hands will just bet for you. And that's why Mateos is even betting a hand like 2-8s. He just thinks that his opponent would just check fold so much. Now Saliba's in a spot where does he want to check jam or check call? I feel like because of the connectivity of the board, you lean towards check jam. There's a lot in the middle now.
Well, this 500K is absolutely going to be providing Mateos with a little bit of information. What are the combos that he thinks these 8s would be able to get through as played? Just some ace X suited that's bookending the queen and the 9?
Yeah.
Is that even a part of the equation for Saliba as an open?
A
Under
little
the gun
bit.
+1?
A little bit of ace 5 suiteds here and there. Some pocket pairs. Lower than 8s, of course.
There's that check jam, and Mateos knows these 8s have melted. Nicely done there by Saliba.
Yeah, him checking got that extra 500K. Pretty sure if he bet the flop,
More than a bit.
those 2-8s fold.
Could still be dead though.
And in case of emergency, we know that we're not drawing dead with 2 kings. Just given the jack.
The small thing
available.
is, Dan Smith folded queen jack, would have flopped top pair open in a straight draw and would have gotten in against 2 kings. So not sure what his fate would have been.
I'm guessing he feels all right about it, just given the action there with Saliba, the opener, checking and then jamming that board texture. You start to wonder if that queen jack isn't in really bad shape. A 7 offsuit. Doesn't feel like it'll be enough. Justin does fold.
This one might be. He's very short. 5 big blinds.
Agreement in the form of almost $1.25 million being pushed forward. All of Nikolai's chips. King 8 suited. Jozo looking up at the tournament clock.
It sucks because you do have a very good price. These chips are pretty detrimental if he calls and loses. I think fold is reasonable at this stage. It's all right.
And those pickups, critical.
Chips like a gold.
As you're trying to stay out of the quicksand of these 40-minute levels. As grueling as the task is for all parties involved at this final table, I go back to the concept, the notion that I'm not seeing anybody struggling. And in a weird way, I almost feel like they're here for it. I think for some of these guys, if you give them the option of a berry patch or this spot here, they're kind of sick in that they're like, yeah, send me your best. That's what I want. You know? I don't know that the EV is greatest, but
right.
You're with me, right?
You understand that these guys, they can play other tours out there which, contain players that aren't as strong, but they come here specifically for Triton to play the very best, to play the highest stakes possible.
Yeah.
They live for it.
Gladiators. And Smith enters the Coliseum with ace-queen in a wonderful way against Justin Saliba. Big blind ace-9. Easy call versus the button jam. Yeah, over $3 million in the middle. Can Smith find a double. 71% to do it. Those prospects growing to 84%. As both players hit the ace. Don't show me a 9. That's what Dan is thinking. Oh! No sooner does the mantra enter his headspace than the 9 of clubs enters the board and leaves him with a 3 outer in turn, which does not arrive. Classy moment
One play jump.
as an obviously disappointed Dan Smith could feel fairly unjust about that one. Simply says, good game, good luck. Wraps the table, gathers his belongings and $215,000 as the 8th place finisher.
Sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles.
$297,000. Now the lockup, $111,000 is the gap. As we flash back for Dan Smith, who came in with higher hopes than what this final table ultimately had in store for him. A devastating 9 on the end. Nothing he hasn't encountered before. Won't be throwing in any towels. But he also won't be claiming another title to add to his resume, which includes 2. This is his first cash in Montenegro. Ivy jamming over the top.
Ivy open jammed.
Oh, forgive me.
Mikolai calling off his micro stack after getting that double up. I'm not that pay jump.
Well, it didn't take long for us to see a little bit more lubricant on these stacks, courtesy of Smith busting. Vasca having secured the ladder. Now, behind these deuces, can Ivy lead us to a consecutive bust out? The turn draws us closer. Nikolai on his feet, in need of an ace or a 10 to avoid finishing in 7th. Can he find it? No.
Good game. Good game.
Well, simply busting in this hand as opposed to the one before it was worth a significant pay jump to Mikolai Vasca. And in the end, a proverbial flip against the 2 deuces, and the coin came up Ivy. Nice showing, though, from the Belarusian, Randy.
Yeah, it is a personal best for him. This 7th place finish of $297,000 comes out to play our biggest buy-ins like the 200K Invitationals.
If you span back to his last event, which was a 50K Turbo Bounty in Monte Carlo, this is his 2nd consecutive Triton cash as he adds to his $250,000 in career earnings. 3rd cash overall here at his 3rd ever festival. He'll be back.
Oh, he will be.
Well, just like that, we lose 2 players. So 6 remain. Everybody guaranteed $408,000, a $124,000 pay jump if you can make the top 5. Mateos welcomes 2 10s. Min raise open.